Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
That crazy woman will never get what she wants. Loki shook her head with confidence. This time she was certain, Freya had met her match. No matter how she approached the situation, whether through force or persuasion, it wouldn't work. Unless Freya was willing to lower herself and the dwarf was willing to accept it, Loki couldn't see any outcome where Freya came out victorious. That kid was immune to both coercion and charm. If Freya somehow turned this around, Loki swore she'd eat dirt. What about Freya's children? Hestia asked, still concerned. After all, Freya's followers weren't to be underestimated. If she herself can't get through, do you think her children stand a chance? Loki scoffed, laughing to herself. Did that little dwarf really think Belle was an easy target? If Belle were weak, how did he manage to make a fairy shrink back in fear? If Belle were weak, how had he managed to stay hidden in Orrerio for half a year? Loki acknowledged that Freya's children were talented, but compared to Belle? She doubted any of them could match him, except maybe his aunt. Was there anyone else in the lower world with his level of potential? Don't make the mistake of underestimating that kid. He's more cunning than most of those dark factions. If Freya's children set their sights on him, they should be more worried about him outsmarting them. Even if he's not as strong as the top members of Freya's familia, who knows what he's hiding? Loki crossed her arms, confident in her assessment. I'd bet that, aside from Oda, none of Freya's current followers could truly pose a threat to him. Loki was certain, Belle could outmaneuver anyone in Orrerio. If he wanted to reveal his true strength, no one in the city would be able to catch him. But knowing his personality, he wouldn't expose himself until he had absolute power. The kid was too stubborn for that. Yet, that stubbornness came with an incredible growth rate. What took ordinary adventurers decades to achieve, Belle had reached in just half a year. Hestia reflected on Belle's rapid progress and felt a sense of reassurance. By the way, Belle, do you want an update now? Yes, please, Lady Hestia. Belle was curious about his attribute growth over the past 2 weeks. He hadn't done much. He'd only hunted a handful of monsters, mostly level 25 enhanced species. While he hadn't engaged in much physical training, he had been using magic frequently. Perhaps his magic stat had grown significantly. Hestia led Belle to a private room for his status update. As soon as the two disappeared, Loki let out a sigh, feeling the air clear around her. Then, her sharp gaze landed on Hephaestus. Hephaestus, what exactly are that kid's abilities? Her curiosity was insatiable. You had the chance to ask while they were still here. Why wait until now? Hephaestus questioned. Loki smirked. Didn't want that little dwarf catching on. Hephaestus sighed, shaking her head at Loki's shamelessness. Belle's abilities are a well-kept secret. If you really want to know, maybe you should humble yourself before Hestia. If you bow down to her, considering your alliance, she might let you take a look. Loki hesitated. She and Hestia had a deep partnership. They were even tied together through dealings with the guild. Their relationship was good, perhaps even strong enough to justify this request. Otherwise, Loki wouldn't have been able to stay at Hestia's place for so long. While the abilities of children from the lower world were typically kept secret from other gods, considering their close alliance, was it really such a big deal? More than anything, Loki was just too curious. What was the true potential of Orario's most promising talent? The thought gnawed at her. She wrestled with it for a while before ultimately giving in. I can't take it anymore. All right, fine. I'll wait. Driven by curiosity, Loki decided to follow her instincts. If you're that interested, just admit it, Hephaestus said, chuckling as she followed Loki's lead. 3 goddesses stood in Hestia's room. Hestia didn't mind sharing a room with Hephaestus. They had often slept in the same room before and still did on occasion. But Loki? That was a different story. So, where did I slip up? I just want to see my child's ability scores. Loki leaned forward expectantly. Hestia crossed her arms. No way. She had no intention of revealing Belle's stats, especially not to Loki. Oh, don't be like that. Loki, thick-skinned as ever, completely ignored Hestia's reluctance, grinning mischievously. We're allies, aren't we? We're working together with the guild. Shouldn't we know a little bit about each other's children? Besides, your kid did use me as a shield. I think I at least deserve to know how high his stats are after all that. Hestia frowned. She found Loki exhausting, but she couldn't deny they were on the same side. In the future, they would likely stand together in the guild's political games. And Belle wouldn't always be out in the open. If anything, Loki acting as a frontline shield for them could be useful, drawing attention and pressure away. Considering all that, sharing a bit of information wasn't the worst idea. After some thought, Hestia let out an exasperated sigh. Fine. Just take a quick look. But don't you dare leak any of Belle's information. Loki beamed. Of course, of course. My lips are sealed. Name, Belle Crony. Development abilities. Hidden B. Cognition E. Space E. Attributes. Strength 1221. Durability 1436. Dexterity 1348. Agility 1399. Magic 1931. Magic 4-dimensional space, storage. Royal Thunder, quick attack lightning magic. Skills. Personal training, rapid combat growth through experience. Precocious, double combat experience against strong enemies. Luck, high luck value. Poor man's desire, accumulative power growth. Loki stared at the ability chart in front of her, completely stunned. Magic 1900. And all other attributes are above 1200? Am I hallucinating? Or did the fauna system just break? The sheer numbers were mind-blowing. Loki had never seen an adventurer with such absurd stats in the lower world. Not even the legendary heroes of old had numbers like this. Even the world-famous Silence of the heroic age, a prodigy praised by the gods, had only ever managed to push a single stat beyond the limit. His magic had broken through the 999 cap, but his agility and dexterity had remained bound by the restriction. Yet, the boy in front of her, every single one of his stats had shattered that limit. And his magic stat had skyrocketed past 1900. Loki didn't know exactly what this level of power meant, but one thing was clear: this kid was beyond extraordinary. Calm down, Loki. A firm hand landed on her shoulder. Loki turned to see Hephaestus, her expression unreadable. Calm down? How the hell am I supposed to stay calm? This kind of ability value was practically cheating. Hephaestus, has this kid always been this ridiculous, even at level 1? Hephaestus hesitated, recalling the boy's early growth. Well, maybe not quite this high. How high exactly? Around 1200? Loki's face twitched. A level 1 adventurer reaching 1200 in all attributes? She had never seen anything so absurd in her life. I thought he was just progressing a little faster than normal. Who knew he'd be completely off the charts? For most adventurers, 999 was the natural limit of their ability growth. Not because it was impossible to go beyond, but because only those with extreme talent could push past it. Silence had barely reached 1001. This kid had started at 1200. Loki took a deep breath, trying to process the insanity of it all. This was Arario's strongest talent, clear as day. She then glanced at his development abilities, and her eyelid twitched violently. Normally, ability values increased quickly, while development abilities took much longer to refine. But not for this kid. Not only had he already developed multiple abilities, but one had even reached B rank. Even her own top adventurers, Finn, Gareth and Riveria, had taken decades to reach E rank in their development abilities. Yet, in half a year, this kid had achieved the same and surpassed them. Damn it, Hestia. Your kid's a monster. Hestia, puffing up proudly, placed her hands on her hips. Of course. My Belkuin is the best. Loki shot her a look. If this kid were in her familia, she'd be showing off even more. She kept reading. Then she saw the real problem. His skills. Precocious. Loki's eyes narrowed. She understood the word well enough, but in the context of a skill, this was ridiculous. There was no detailed explanation, meaning it had no defined limits. A skill like that could mean anything. Even the simplest interpretation, doubling his combat growth rate, was already broken. Then there was luck and poor man's desire. A luck skill? Those were exceedingly rare. Most luck-based effects only showed up in development abilities, not in the skill column. And poor man's desire. A charging skill? Loki suddenly understood how this kid had managed to sever the fairy guardian's arm in a single strike. A skill that hides your presence, stacks power, and then releases it all at once in a devastating attack. No wonder even the fairy guardian, who had beaten Ace, had been forced to retreat. It was simply the only choice. And then Loki spotted something even stranger. This kid only had 2 magic spells: 4-dimensional space and royal thunder. Wait, where's the rune magic he's been using? And royal thunder, its description only mentioned quick attack lightning magic. No chanting. No incantation. Meaning, it was instant cast. Loki narrowed her eyes, rereading the description carefully. Something felt off. A normal person might skim over it, but this kid wasn't normal. And then it hit her. Was royal thunder actually a power? Little dwarf, Loki turned to Hestia, voice serious. Could this be a power? Hestia blinked. I think it's just magic. Loki clicked her tongue. Does this kid have 2 powers?
Your kid is definitely a pervert. Loki looked at Belle's back at this moment and was very sure of this idea. There is a power that does not exist in the favor system, and a power that exists in the favor system. To be honest, even if he is a dwarf, this kid you can live a prosperous life in Orario by relying on your mastery of powers. Who says that a power does not appear in the favor system? God Loki, I hope you can call it luck, not perversion. What a piece of luck. Belle's words of luck directly aroused Loki's complaint. Are you going to show others that those who are lucky can get such outrageous power as empowerment? Not to mention now, in the past, no adventurer could obtain a power by relying on luck. Do you really think that's cheap? Power itself is the manifestation of the rules of the world that only gods can master. Power is the rule, it can also be called the power of the world. Even the gods only control a part of the divided rules, and only a very small number of gods control the complete rules. As he spoke, Loki's eyes fell on Hestia. What this little dwarf masters is the complete rules, the immortal fire. So this guy also has a very high status in heaven. The power that Hestia possesses is very special even among gods. And precisely because of that specialness, Hestia itself is a very special existence among the gods. There are many differentiated rules, and I think the one you are most familiar with is the power of charm. That is a power that all gods of beauty possess, but different gods of beauty have different levels of mastery. Belle can completely understand this sentence. I remember that in the original work, Ishtar's charm was completely covered by Freya's charm. The difference in level is visible to the naked eye. As for the power held by Hestia, Belle also heard it said, but he remembered that the content about power was just a few simple explanations, which only explained that Hestia had made many ancient gods look at her differently because of her power. Perhaps it was because of this power that the charm of god Freya was it will have no effect on Hestia. Immortality also has the immutable meaning in it. Perhaps it is because of the repressive nature of power that Hestia will not be affected by the changes of charm. But is it specifically because of this? Belle couldn't confirm this. His guess was just a derivation based on the results. Looking at Belle's thinking, Loki straightened his mouth and added, "You, like the little dwarf, are a special case. If the power born in the favor system is the choice of fate, then the power outside the favor system is Belle's own talent. He holds that special rune and has awakened the power in the favor system. I've never seen you so outrageous." There was a bit of envy and jealousy in the surprised voice. Loki was really upset. In the past, she was actually upset that the little dwarf picked up the big one, but she just picked up a very talented child when he was the last to appear. But now that he knows this kid's ability value, Loki feels even more bitter. Having 2 powers next to him is really special. One of the powers can not only be used by himself, but can even be produced for others to use. You can even make it yourself in advance and use it in battle. Once that power is used, it is really comprehensive and has too much room for manipulation. If only you were my child. These words directly touched the limiter in Hestia's heart, making her jump up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Belle is my baby. Loki just rolled his eyes and said very perfunctorily, "Yes, yes, this boy is yours, okay." Such perfunctory words made Hestia feel her blood pressure soaring. The standard quarrel started again. But this time Loki stopped it immediately. For reading cool novels, go to Philu Novel Network. Stop? I think you should help this guy level up first. These words made Hestia glance at Loki with your ignorant expression, and then directly press the ability value into Belle's back. How can anyone upgrade so quickly? Mr. Belle's potential has not yet been fully explored. Upgrading at this time would be a waste of potential. These words were a little irritating to Loki, so much so that Loki didn't react for a while. Then when he reacted, her fingers were trembling slightly as she pointed at Belle. With this kind of value, this kid hasn't reached his limit yet. All ability values are above 1200, which is a level that can be upgraded for normal adventurers. You know, in addition to the great achievements of promotion, the upgrade conditions for ordinary adventurers only need to reach any one ability value. 500 already meets the conditions for upgrading. With a full ability value of 1200 or more, even the top adventurer can already upgrade. But now the little man tells her that this is not the limit. Who told you that Mr. Belle has reached his limit? Hestia recalled what she had said, and then replied angrily. She never said that this is the limit. You were the one who started talking about it when you saw Mr. Belle's data. I never said that this was Mr. Belle's limit. Loki looked at Belle, who had already started to put on his shirt with complicated eyes. This data is about to break through the sky, but it is not the limit. This boy's talent is simply outrageous. Now Loki can understand why Freya is staring at this boy. Don't let it go, that nymphomaniac has really high standards. Looking at Belle who was dressed, Loki couldn't help but ask, "Boy, are you ready to come out this time?" Belle, who was arranging his clothes, paused slightly, but shook his head slightly. "No, I didn't plan to just come out from behind. My previous plan to stand up was just to use the power of the Loki familia to make the adventurers in Orario think that I was just lucky enough to achieve greatness, so I hurriedly chose the upgrade. After all, my previous identity was as a maker of rune stones, just like the craftsman of the Hephaestus familia. In order to get the development ability of forging, I would think about upgrading, and just to make everyone think so, I planned to come out from behind the scenes when I returned from the expedition." Good guy. Loki's eyelids were jumping wildly when he heard this. This guy really used her thoroughly. "Boy, even now, someone will notice that you have only been an adventurer for half a year, right?" Belle smiled indifferently. "Even half a year is too fast to upgrade, right? So, what if I add some types of runestones?" Loki was stunned for a moment, then covered his face and laughed. "Is it true that upgrading is just to develop abilities?" If this was the case, any god who noticed it would guess that this was the case. This guy really has taken many situations into consideration. So, the abandonment of the original plan was also because of Freya. This made Belle's face flash with a little helplessness. "Indeed, it's because of God Freya. Originally, my plan was going to go smoothly, but God Freya's actions completely ruined my plan. All plans and calculations were completely in vain because of God Freya's choice." But even so, Belle did not have any surprises. This situation was actually predicted from the beginning. There are not many ways forward that he can choose. Naturally, there will inevitably be some unexpected surprises on this road. Although the previous plan was put on hold and God Freya entered the rear because she chose the guild, the situation still did not change too much. "Is this part of your plan?" 743. "No, after God Freya entered the guild, she completely deviated from my plan. But the only thing that surprised me was that I couldn't be affected by the God Freya. And this is now cause there is no fundamental reason for any change in momentum. That's it." Loki understood the meaning of this sentence. Freya's skill is indeed very good, but the fundamental reason has not been solved. Freya's surrender to the guild only solved the problem of not being able to find Belle. But there is nothing that can be done to affect this boy. Your kid is indeed awake. Loki finally understood that this boy would never pick up a fight. No matter what the nymphomaniac said, this boy would never pick her up. Unless the nymphomaniac did something extraordinary, otherwise, with this boy's your character will definitely not fall into the trap. It's exactly what you said. No matter what the nymphomaniac did, she would only choose this move when soft and hard methods had no effect. Now her hard and soft methods are of no use. As long as you don't accept her, that nymphomaniac won't be able to do anything good to you. It can be said that this is still Freya's disadvantage. After all, the nymphomaniac was a step late. If the nymphomaniac had been targeted by Belle when he first entered Orario, then things would have been different. So many things. Unfortunately, Freya took a step late. Naturally, this gap will be difficult to make up. Before you come back, Hermes has already come to lobby. Belle nodded slightly, but he was not surprised that such a bad thing was dumped on the god Hermes. As a neutral god, he is indeed the most suitable person to come and say these words. However, isn't Lord God angry? Now Belle is more doubtful whether God Hermes is still intact. Of course I'm angry. Hestia puffed her face and huffed. That guy Hermes actually came to my place and said that kind of thing. It's a good thing that I didn't kick him out. Belle thinks so. Hermes will definitely be kicked out if he does bad things. Although Freya's matter is irritating, given the current situation, there is no problem for you to meet Freya. Hephaestus was naturally worried, but that was before, and now she is not very worried. Even so, what Freya did was too much. Hestia is still brooding about what Freya did. Now even if she knows that Belle is not affected by Freya, it would be too thrilling to experience it. If Belle doesn't have the ability to resist Freya's power, what? So at this moment, Belle's will has been completely changed by Freya? Indeed so? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Belle is not a god, so he doesn't know how severe the problems he is experiencing are. But looking at the reactions of Hestia, Hephaestus, and Loki, you know, this is definitely not a small thing. But even so, I still have to go to Freya God's place. Hestia's face almost exploded, but she knew she had to go. Although she did not openly side with the guild and was almost in the same situation as Hermes, she still needed the guild to cover up Belle's situation. Therefore, the power of the guild is also necessary. And if Belle goes to the appointment, Freya might make the decision to forcibly expose Belle. This approach may not be beneficial, but as long as the person doing it is Freya, I always feel that there are more reasonable reasons. At least Hestia understood the rule of not trying to reason with Freya. Because Freya often doesn't do reasonable things unless Freya is at an absolute disadvantage. The matter with God Freya ends here for now. Belle let the topic stop here. God Freya's problem is difficult to analyze based on current thinking. Maybe our decision was also taken into consideration by God Freya. So I think it's better to look at God Freya's attitude first before considering it. Although she was very reluctant, Hestia also knew that this was the only way now. After stretching her muscles a little, Belle had just finished busy with the expedition. Belle was also a little tired now. He wanted to take a good rest. God Loki, please don't expose the information that I have left the dungeon. Before the expedition team comes back, I still hope to take advantage of these 2 days to make some preparations. Loki didn't refuse this request either. Freya will definitely not come to me to ask about anything. She has plotted against me before. She knows that I will definitely be careful about being plotted by her a second time. She will definitely not come to me at this time. She couldn't easily arrange for people to investigate the chaos in the dungeon. Besides, it's yours. Doesn't she know the style of work? Even if we go to investigate, we can't find it. Regarding the invitation, you can definitely wait until the 2.0 expedition team comes back to talk about it. Belle glanced at God Loki. It seemed that God Freya had really made a lot of efforts to find him. Even God Loki was involved in the scheme. But that's okay. That's good. Don't worry about your worries for the time being. Belle will definitely not be able to go to the dungeon in the past 2 days. After all, the hotbed function of the dungeon has not been restored, and it will take at least 2 days before it can be done. But Belle will not have nothing to do. In these 2 days, you can strengthen and absorb the gift matters. All gifts cannot be absorbed at the same time, so you should reasonably divide your time to absorb them. There are also many things that can be dealt with in these 2 days. The next morning, Belle woke up from his sleep. He glanced at Hestia and Hephaestus, who were sleeping beside him. The tiredness of the 2 goddesses could be seen on their sleeping faces, which made Belle somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was half a month after separation, so when we met again, we didn't have the usual restraint. The excessive excitement caused him not to sleep well all night yesterday, and the exercise all night also made Hestia and Hephaestus, who had been accompanying him all the time, so tired that they could not open their eyes. Even though they are goddesses, they have the same qualities as ordinary girls in the lower world after their divine power has been sealed. What's more, they exercised quite a lot yesterday night. The twisted space around Belle carried him to the bedside. This time Belle was sure that he didn't wake Hestia and Hephaestus. After quietly leaving the room, Belle subconsciously released his senses, and found Loki still lying in the room in a corner on the 2nd floor. Didn't you go back and prepare? This thought made Belle's thinking pause for a few seconds. Oh, by the way, it is safest if God Loki does not appear in the family now 16. Although he has not yet gone to Orario to confirm the specific situation, Belle can feel the strong aura of gunpowder in Orario from the words of the 3 goddesses. God Loki did not return to his family to prepare a ceremony to welcome the expedition team just in case. As long as God Loki does not appear inside the family base, the dark faction will not have a chance to take action. Those guys probably wouldn't take action casually in this situation. After Belle thought for a moment, he turned around and headed to the bath on the 1st floor of his home. After carefully washing away the odor of sweat from his body, Belle slowly sat in the bathtub filled with hot water. Looking at the empty bathtub, Belle felt only inexplicably peaceful. He pulled out the system's item bar and looked at the gifts placed in the row of 3-star gifts. Now is the time to absorb the gifts. Except for one, except for the 5-star heroic card and a 4-star gift card, the others are all 3-star gifts. Although there is no such thing as a guarantee, it still makes Belle heartbroken to see so many blue skies and white clouds in 10 consecutive games. Especially when using high-level card draw, 1 million once. Heartache. Why did my heart hurt when I drew cards before, but now that I am reborn, my heart hurts even more when faced with card draw. It is obvious that money comes faster now, but Belle just can't control the heartache. Emotion. After sighing slightly in his heart, Belle focused on the gift. The first is the genealogy of the golden tree, which enhances resistance to poisoning, curses, and burns. Belle remembered that this gift should weaken resistance, and it has become a resistance, and its function has been improved in many dimensions. Of course, the function has been improved a lot, but for him, the function is just the icing on the cake. The function of this gift is similar to the abnormal resistance of developing abilities. If it is 100% if you can be immune to poisoning, then no matter how much resistance this gift increases, it will be beneficial to a person who does not have abnormal resistance. Although Belle is always prepared with strategies against poisoning, burns, curses, etc., but it wouldn't be a bad thing if you could use gifts to increase some of your resistance. It costs 1 million Phyllis. Belle chose yes in his heart. The 5 gifts in front of me slowly merged together, and there were also some changes in the introduction. Genealogy of the Golden Tree increases resistance to poison, curses, and burns by 50%. 50%? So tall? Even Belle was a little surprised that the resistance increased by this gift was so high. He originally thought it would be the same as the original gift by 30%, but this can also be said to be an unexpected surprise. At that time, we can test to see what the 50% resistance level is. However, this can be tested later. For now, it is better to absorb it first. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Absorb. The torn ceremonial dress turned into bits of white light and slowly integrated into Belle's body. The boiling blood made Belle frown slightly, and his fair skin turned pink due to the boiling blood, and even began to turn towards a ripe red color. Call. Exhaling softly, I saw a white mist even in a place with a very high temperature like the bathtub. 30 minutes passed before Belle's hot skin slowly returned from hot red to a healthy pink. The effect of absorbing the resistance-increasing gifts is greater than I imagined. Because increased resistance to poisoning, curses, and burning actually increases the possibilities in the genes. That's why it hurt me so much in the process. Then, increasing my recovery of magic power and physical strength is probably directly related to my cell vitality. It seems that some pain is indispensable, but if it's still at this level, Belle can still resist. At the same time, I was also glad that I attached great importance to absorbing the gifts. If I absorbed a dozen of them together like the first time I absorbed the gifts, maybe I would definitely pass. But just because he saw that absorbing the gift required preparations accordingly, Belle felt that he still needed to postpone the matter of absorbing the gift. Absorbing 4 in one day is absolutely not acceptable. Judging from the current situation, we can only absorb 2 at most every day, otherwise the impact on the body will be too great. Now that he knows this, Belle is not in a hurry to collect 500 other gifts. Other gifts are also enhanced. It won't be enough to absorb, but it will be enough to strengthen it now. I took a quick glance at the other costumes. All other gifts have been doubled. An increase from 1% to 2% is indeed a doubling. Maybe the increase percentage is not very high, but you must know that this is the increase of one of the gifts. Just the gift that Belle has drawn now has already increased the physical recovery by 4% and the magic power recovery by 6% per minute. This percentage is not small. Even if you don't take into account the recovery speed of Belle's physical strength and magic power, just looking at this value is terrifying enough. This means that it takes 25 minutes for Belle to fully recover his physical strength and 17 minutes for his magic power to recover. If you include Belle's own recovery power, perhaps it only takes a few minutes to restore physical strength and magic power from 0 to full recovery. This greatly enhanced Belle's ability to continue fighting. In addition, the basic consumption of most of Belle's magic that requires magic support is not very large. Without increasing the magic output, this kind of recovery power can almost maintain Belle's combat status for a long time. Therefore, these gifts are still very useful. 2 days passed quickly. Although Orario seemed to be able to smell gunpowder everywhere, and even walking on the street felt that the sight of adventurers became sharper, Orario was not completely detonated under such circumstances. However, the reason why it was not completely detonated is probably because the Dark Faction has not taken action immediately, otherwise Orario would have exploded long ago. Today is also the day when the expedition teams of the Loki Familia and the Hephaestus Familia return. There were already many adventurers stopping at the entrance of the dungeon, but most of them were members of the Loki Familia, even God Loki himself. This scene also stopped many adventurers heading to the dungeon. Why is God Loki standing outside? Today should be the day the expedition team comes back, right? But today is really rare. Normally, I remember that God Loki greets him at the door of his house. Why are he here today? Could it be that the expedition team broke through to an unknown floor? The adventurers around were shocked, and then they felt more and more like this. If it is true, then isn't the future of the underground city being pushed forward again? No wonder God Loki came to greet him personally. The team on the last expedition stopped at the 58th floor. If they advanced this time, they must have broken through the 58th floor, or even the 59th floor. The voices of these adventurers were not suppressed. Naturally, God Loki, who was standing at the entrance of the dungeon, also heard them. Those surprised voices with surprise, exclamation, and praise made Loki's smile never stop. Loki did not refute this, because this is the fact. The fact that their children can complete the exploration of unknown areas is indeed the result of their efforts. I'm coming. Soon a lot of footsteps were heard at the entrance of the dungeon, and all the adventurers stared at the entrance. With Finn as the center, he led the team out of the entrance of the dungeon. Others also followed one after another. We followed each other out from behind. This time, we did not divide into one team and two teams as usual and walked back. Instead, we started the return journey together with the whole expedition team as our goal. As long as the surrounding adventurers felt a strong aura emanating from the expedition team, the Shura-like murderous aura made all the adventurers think that there was a huge red Shura behind the expedition team. The aura alone was enough to intimidate everyone present. The terrifying aura even made low-level adventurers stop breathing. High-level adventurers can't help but break out in cold sweat. Especially the 3 pillars of the Loki Familia who stood at the front of the expedition team. The aura exuded by those 3 was enough to turn the entire sky into blood red. Cough. A cough broke the silence of the scene, and also dispelled the Shura-like aura of the scene. Finn, how was this expedition? Loki walked forward with a smile on his face. The terrifying aura of the expedition team slowly dissipated, but Finn's slightly tired eyes, who were walking at the front, still shone with a strange light. It was a trial beyond imagination for us. Finn's slightly meaningful words made Loki scratch his face. Well, being able to survive this trial is also a very important experience for you. After being slightly embarrassed, Loki still explained to Finn with rare seriousness. As the Lord God, the help I can give you is to give you a trial that is enough to prove yourself. No matter what, you all used your wisdom, strength, and foundation to overcome this trial. This is an extremely valuable experience for any of you. Looking at such a serious Loki, Finn sighed slightly, but also spit out his previous resentment. Then there was a smile on his face. Yes, this is an incredibly valuable experience for all of us. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Although this trial has some unnecessary interference, overall it is extremely valuable to them. They took it out without knowing it at all. Face it with all their strength. Use all the means at their disposal. Cassandra's tips and Heroine's magic are the trump cards they used in this trial. It is precisely because with these two trump cards, they were able to pass that trial so smoothly. But the final victory was still a bit more dramatic. But Finn did not object to Loki's words. No matter what the outcome was, the process was an extremely valuable experience for them. In the end, the goods they received were not given by others, but were retrieved based on their ability. Fortunately, Finn wasn't very angry. Loki slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The welcome ceremony has been arranged at home, and a celebration banquet for Loki Familia, Hephaestus Familia, and Hestia Familia will be held tonight. After the break, there will be a grand banquet. This is a celebration of the return of all of you, and a celebration of your ability to push past limitations. Everyone in the expedition team heard Loki's loud voice. Not only the members of the expedition team, but also the surrounding adventurers heard it clearly. Finn paused slightly and asked in a low voice. Mr. Bell also accepted the invitation. Loki raised his head slightly with satisfaction. Of course. However, after feeling proud, he laughed with the mentality of eating melon. This time, the boy put himself in it. In addition to celebrating your success, this banquet is also a very important day for that boy. This time, in addition to our three familia, Freya Familia, Hermes Familia, and Ganesha Familia will also be participating, are they? Freya Familia. Finn was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Freya Familia would be invited this time. But after inviting Freya Familia, can he also invite Hestia Familia? Finn didn't think Belle would be in such a situation. Accept the invitation under the circumstances. Loki obviously saw what Finn was thinking, and she laughed mischievously. That's why I said that boy put himself in it. But Loki didn't say anything else. After all, this is not a place to talk. You should also prepare. There is still half a day for you to rest. You have to attend the banquet tonight. I see. Finn has already thought that there are a lot of things hidden here, so the things in this banquet are not small at all. The news of the return of the Loki Familia expedition team spread almost throughout Orario. Even God Loki personally went to the entrance of the dungeon to greet them. It can be said to be quite eye-catching. The gods soon learned about the return of the Loki children with victory, and the guild quickly verified the news brought back by the expedition team, about the fact that the fairy clone existed on the 59th floor and was conquered by the expedition team. After confirming the news, the guild directly announced the relevant information to the entire Orario. A fairy clone close to level 8 appeared on the 59th floor. The children of the Loki family also attacked the fairy clones head-on. This news is considered to be a major piece of information among the gods. Are the dark factions also involved? Even the large amount of energy that allowed the fairy clone to grow was provided by the dark faction through collecting magic stones. It even provides a way for fairy clones to self-destruct in a short period of time to increase their strength. What do those crazy people want to do? Good guy, now the dark faction has completely stung the hornet's nest. The dark faction's teasing of the black dragon has already disgusted the gods enough, and now it actually cooperates directly with the contaminated fairies in the dungeon, and even it was obvious what they wanted to do by providing those things to the fairies. 263 Those lunatics are simply completely crazy. It's not the first time those lunatics have done something like this. The gods are not surprised by the behavior of those madmen, but facing the current situation, the gods gnash their teeth as soon as they talk about it. Those madmen are really not human beings. The fun that the gods originally wanted to find is not very much. Those madmen, they also plan to turn the beautiful lower realm into the chaos of the past. Those madmen don't just want to turn the lower realm into chaos. They want the gods to completely return to chaos. The gods discussed a lot at the meeting, but only the gods of the dark faction looked confused. LV.8. Can fairy clones reach 1v.8? Almost all the gods of the dark faction don't know about this part. There is also self-destructive promotion. How to gain strength. Is there really such a thing? This is also a big question. Obviously, this LV.8 fairy clone is the result of increased strength. If you want to increase your strength in a short time, you have to even increase it so much. With so many levels, can ordinary methods really work? However, the idea of self-destructive methods to improve strength is quite in line with the style of their dark faction. After all, this is what they usually do. Join their children and take the initiative to. Most of the dead children are not very strong in frontal combat. If you want those dead children to be effective, then you can only let those children self-destruct. However, it can also be used on fairy clones. Is this a method? No, it should be said that they are all very willing to see this scene, but will the fairy side agree? This is one question. As for another question, why is the fairy clone whose strength has been upgraded to level 8? Didn't you kill the Loki children? Ganesha coughed lightly in the center of the gathering of gods, attracting the attention of all the gods. Regarding the guild's judgment on the level of the fairy clones, part of the battle scenes were also taken over with the help of the Loki Familia. After the judgment of several gods, the fairy clone on the 59th floor indeed has the strength of level 8. Several of the gods include me, Uranus, Loki, Freya and Hermes. Good guy, I've found both neutral and opposing ones. As soon as the list of judged members came out, all the gods became uneasy. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Ganesha is the best among the gods. A funny one, but he also took over the safety protection work of Orario from the Astrea family, and he can be regarded as a fair god. Loki and Freya are the two kings of Orario, and their respective families are in Europe. Lale all have fame, power, and strength. Auranos does not belong to any party, he represents a more neutral guild. Hermes, well, a proper, neutral person. Among the gods there is no more neutral guy than him. All the gods know the character of Hermes. This guy is a famous fun-loving person. He is a model in the heavens who does not provoke anyone or get close to anyone. These 5 gods rarely make unfair judgments, except for Loki who will add personal elements. But isn't this because Freya is confronting Loki? It can be said that this judgment will definitely not be unconvincing. Except for the gods of the Dark faction. Who knows if the 5 of you are colluding with each other? All the gods from the Dark sect have come up with this idea invariably. Unfortunately, this idea did not last long, especially after what Ganesha said later. Regarding the battle scenes received by the guild, it was also allowed by Loki to release part of the judgment on the strength of the fairy clones. In view of the fact that the remaining parts contained secrets of Loki's family, Loki refused to release them. The guild also considered that the affairs of the Dark faction were very serious now, and the god Auranos also agreed to Loki's request, but only released some clips of the battle. The screen was quickly projected. The picture was when the expedition team led by Finn rushed towards the elf clone of the upper body human and lower body monster. The fairy clone suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura, even through the screen. The gods felt a real, it's really LV.8. I couldn't hold back the surprise in my heart. Many gods jumped up. Those crazy people really can? They also prepared the necessary magic stones for the fairy clones, and even researched ways to self-destruct to increase their strength. What do those guys want? You really want to have a fight, right? Now all the gods believe the information released by the guild. Maybe a lot of the information can be faked, but the strength that actually reaches level 8 is definitely not fake. This also makes it still only in the play stage. The gods are completely serious. Because the gods all know that once the Dark faction succeeds, they will go back to the heaven to live a boring life. If they had been in the heaven all the time, the gods would not be so big. Opinion. But they have already tasted the sweetness of the lower world, and the gods are unwilling to return to that lifeless and uninteresting heaven. Therefore, what the Dark faction is doing now is to let them die, which has the same result. Since the Dark faction the factions have already done so well, so we can no longer continue to make trouble with them. Then we must drive all the Dark faction factions on the ground back to the heaven. The lower world does not need those madmen. The gods the fire was ignited, but the gods of the Dark sect were all stunned. At this moment, all the gods of the Dark faction have a row of question marks on their foreheads. It's not that it feels wrong, it's really LV.8. They can also judge from the momentum just now. It has definitely surpassed the level of LV.7 and reached the peak of LV.8. Although they were also questioning why the fairy clones had already reached level 8, why they didn't kill all the children of the Loki family. But the thing in front of me is obviously much more serious. If there is no doubt that the fairy clone has reached level 8, then this is obviously the work of their Dark faction. But who did this? Even if they have the intention to do this, will the fairy be so cooperative with them? It's obviously unrealistic. Even if some of them can find a self-destructive method to increase their strength, the immortals will never let them use it as a self-destruction tool. And obviously the fairy side did not do this at all. No matter how ferocious the Loki children are, the level 8 bomb can definitely take away all the Loki children once it explodes. But now, none of them died. This was the result of the immortal spirit not decisively self-destructing. But who did this? They helped the fairies collect the magic stones, but they were not involved in the method of improving their strength. And it's not easy for even them to find a way to deal with this. If their gods were really that awesome, wouldn't they have overthrown Orario long ago? But the current situation really seems to be the work of their Dark faction, so what's going on? It can't be Loki's doing, right? This idea was quickly abandoned by the gods of the Dark faction. Even if Loki has this intention, she is definitely not a god with this ability. And she has the ability to guarantee that her children will have the conditions to win against the level 8 fairies? No one can guarantee this kind of thing, unless their gods directly unlock the seal of divine power. But would Loki do such a thankless thing? Obviously not. As long as the divine power seal is not released, no god is confident enough that his child can survive the level 8 fairy spirit. It's just that it's obvious that explanation won't work. It's really because the hostility towards the Dark factions among the gods is too strong now. At this time, once you explain, you will be suspected of being the god of the Dark faction. And was this really not done by their insiders? This is too much like the style of their Dark faction. I always feel that the person who did this must be from their side. If this is the case, if the Dark faction masters this method, why don't they attack Orario directly? Suddenly a god asked such a question in the meeting. Suddenly the eyes of the gods focused on the speaking god. Dionysus, are you from the Dark faction? I'm just making a reasonable guess. If the Dark faction really mastered that method, it would be easy for them to destroy Orario. Therefore, I think it is an uncertain method, and I simply want to show that it is a method that has not yet been mastered. The god Dionysus, who was slandered as a leader of the Dark faction, sighed and shook his head slightly, then listened to his unhurried explanation. The biggest problem for the Dark factions now is whether they have completely mastered this self-destructive method of improving their strength. If they do get it, then we need to be prepared accordingly. If they don't have full control, it becomes necessary to capture them alive. We will soon face a war with the Dark faction, which is also a very necessary situation. Also, I think we gods need to pay more attention to our own safety issues. The biggest worry now is that those guys use suicide attacks. And once we are all captured, it is equivalent to Orario being captured. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Maybe it was the gods and the children from the lower world who formed Orario. But once the children from the lower world lose the assistance of the gods, then the children from the lower world will completely lose their control. The power has changed its direction and destroyed the power to protect Orario. When everyone heard this, they all fell into thinking. Indeed, just as Dionysus said, the current situation is still unstable. Regardless of the darkness whether the sect has mastered that part of the technology, it still needs to be treated as if those bastards have mastered that part of the technology. After all, the case of the fairy spirit is already considered a success. At this moment, Freya suddenly raised her hand. Oh, does Freya have anything to add? Ganesha saw that Freya wanted to speak and asked directly. But Freya smiled slightly and continued the topic of Dionysus just now. Indeed, the current situation is exactly as Dionysus said. If the dark faction really mastered that technology, then Orario would never be alive anymore. I even suspect that there is another force acting among the dark faction. Oh, Freya, do you have any basis for saying that? The basis? I naturally wouldn't have it. After all, I'm not a member of the dark faction. However, I think there should be gods among the dark factions who like to play around. Otherwise, how could these technologies be invented? The smile on Freya's face became brighter and brighter. However, the gods of the dark faction were filled with a sense of unease, and it was not difficult to hear from Freya's words that the dark faction had been penetrated into the interior. As for that kind of technology. Freya paused for a moment before speaking. She lightly tapped her lips with her fingers, but just such an action caused the gods to turn their eyes without knowing where to turn. It's probably still unsettled. Otherwise, the fairies had already reached level 8, and they would have allowed the Loki children to leave alive. If it could really be controlled, the level 8 fairy would completely tear apart the Loki children almost instantly. This made the gods who heard it tremble all over and looked at Loki involuntarily. Soon they discovered that Loki's face turned completely dark with shock, and even blue veins could be seen on his forehead. Hello, nymphomaniac, whose child do you think will be torn apart? The black-faced Loki jumped up from his seat, his face full of acting skills already filled with anger. Also, don't underestimate my children. From now on, you won't be the only one with level 7 in Orario. I have one at home too, and there are 3 of them. The big exposure at the god meeting directly brought the Loki familia to the top. 3 level 7s suddenly appeared within the family, which directly raised Orario's upper limit. And this news also made the gods of the dark faction very uncomfortable. But the gods of the dark faction have nothing to do about it. Their resistance measures have been taken, even the level 8 fairy clones have been created, but they still haven't stopped the growth of the Loki familia. Isn't this nonsense? As for Loki, who made a big splash at the gathering, he returned home after the gathering. It was at this time that Loki had time to update his children's data. Yes, Loki boasted at the god meeting, but the official data update was after the god meeting ended. To put it simply, Loki deceived all the gods in the Council of Gods. Of course, Loki didn't really care about this. After experiencing a real trial, her children must have achieved a great career that matches them. Loki had already felt this when he welcomed Finn and the others home. Even though the data has not been updated, the aura of her children has been completely changed. Loki knew that this was due to the growth he gained after seeing the wider world. Therefore, Loki felt relieved and told the advanced news that his child had grown to level 7 without any panic. Finn, I'm back. Loki was surprisingly energetic when he returned home. Even his voice was raised an octave, making it easy to hear that Loki was in high spirits. Lord Loki. Oh, Haruheim. Looking at this perverted fox, Loki couldn't help but want to get closer. There was no way. Who made Haruhi grow up so well? And she is essentially a lady, with the temperament of a young lady, which is completely in line with Loki's interest. As soon as Loki got close to him, he noticed that Haruheim didn't dodge, and even her usual weakness had disappeared. If the smell of the fox hadn't still been there, Loki would have been suspicious. Has the perverted fox been disguised by someone? The weak perverted fox has also grown up. Loki also has mixed feelings in his heart. Haruheim, Finn, and the others are staying at home, right? Chun-Ji also nodded very honestly. The leader and the others have been waiting in Lord Loki's room. Looking at the grown-up lustful fox, Loki teased with a wicked smile. Haruheim, it seems that you are completely serious about that boy. Lord Loki. Haruhi, who had been calm when faced with Loki's approach just now, immediately blushed with embarrassment. Hey, I'm sorry. Loki smiled evilly and hugged Haruhi, who was standing next to him, but soon sighed helplessly. Tell me, it's not good who you like, but you have to like that boy. Only now Loki can understand the bumpy love life of the perverted fox. Not to mention that the boy himself has a love relationship with the dwarf, and now that boy is also being targeted by Freya. The perverted fox chose this one. The road was so difficult that Loki felt distressed just looking at it. There are a lot of minds around that kid. There are only 2 minds right now. Freya, that nymphomaniac, also had her eye on that boy, and as a result, you also fell in love with that boy. If you look at it, unless that little dwarf accepts you out of mercy, there is absolutely no way you can stand by that kid's side. In this regard, Haruhi did not have any emotional fluctuations. She knew from the beginning that her love was on a rugged road of no return. Lord Loki, that lord helped me when I was in the most critical moment. Regardless of whether he has some calculations, he is also a hero in my heart. I can't suppress my admiration for that adult, even if I know that this kind of love may not have any results in the end. If you want to read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Looking at his silly child still smiling with no regrets, Loki now feels his back molars itching. That boy, he deserves to die. There are obviously so many good men, but how could a simple child like Haruhi fall in love with that old bastard? Although Loki kept sighing in her heart, she could only watch this child go into the abyss. Because this child is in Moth's Fly to Flames. From the very beginning, Haruhi knew that boy was a ball of fire, but she just couldn't control herself. So, Loki was very sour at the moment. I hope Isai won't fall for it either. Now Loki can only pray in his heart. It's just that Loki didn't know whether Ace would fall into the trap or not. It's really because the child Ace cares about her parents very much. Now in order to prove to her parents that she can survive, even her past impatience has completely changed. I'm a good boy. Loki never thought that Isai could change her personality before, but who knew that a big split would completely change everything? Of course, this was also thanks to the help of that boy. Loki's face stiffened and twitched when he thought about this. She was now wondering if that boy did it on purpose. Just to attract Isai's attention, she chose to use such extreme means. Now it has completely changed. Ace returned to her former calm self, but Loki also knew why. If it weren't for the fact that she only had one chance to prove to her parents, Ace would never have suddenly become less impatient. Because I realized my shortcomings. Because I realized that I need help from my peers. Ace gradually became gregarious from being unsociable in the past. Especially in the past he only cares about his own growth and does not consider the growth of those around him at all. But now Isai started to think about the growth of those around her after knowing that she would not grow up quickly. Perhaps this is a forced change, but the effect is beyond expectations. In order to prove to her parents, Isai can even change her 5.6 personality. If she were looking for a companion who could help her prove it, Ace might do something even more outrageous. Hiss. Loki felt chills running down his spine when he thought of such a possibility. No, I need to pay attention to Aishin's situation these days, lest she really sells herself to herself. Lord Loki. Chun-Ji watched Loki-sama's expression change unpredictably from the side, which made her curious as to what exactly Loki-sama had thought of to cause such a change of expression. Fine. Now Loki no longer hugged Haruhi, and walked quickly to his room with his own worries. I need to check on Ace Carbon now. Bang. Bumping on the door as usual. Ace Carbon. After hitting the door, she rushed towards herself as if she was going crazy as usual. Looking at Loki like a hungry tiger pouncing on food, Ace tilted her head and dodged past lightly. But because Ace's location was too big he was close to the wall. After he dodged, Loki faced the wall directly. He only heard a sound. Boom. It felt like the wall shook 3 times. Loki's whole body seemed to be embedded in the wall, with a large font lying on the wall, which made people think of geckos and lizards. Why did Izadin avoid it? After sticking to the wall for 30 seconds, Loki finally recovered, but her red heart had been broken into dregs. But even so, there was still some vigilance in Ace's eyes. Because Loki will touch everywhere. Well, these words choked Loki so much. The most important thing is that if she really pounces on Ace, then she will really use her hands to truly feel the fruit that she has been watching 19 grow in the past. This made the embarrassed Loki stop pretending to be pitiful. He coughed lightly and changed the topic back. Okay, let's get to the point first. Seeing that Loki became more serious, all the members sitting in the room also became more serious. This time, all the trouble caused by that boy Bell was blamed on the dark faction, but it was not unfair to them. Loki's narrowed eyes flashed with strong malice. It is true that those guys helped the fairy to collect magic stones, and it has been investigated which family member did it. Since they are the scapegoat thrown by the other party, don't be too polite to them. Those who dare to take action against their own children should stop staying in the lower realm and go back to the heaven. Finn, you will send the investigation information to the guild in 2 days. However, there are some things you need to do yourself. Finn met Loki's gaze and responded solemnly. I know. He has already made a decision in his mind about killing gods. Loki, can you tell us about Mr. Bell? This sentence directly aroused the interest of everyone present. That boy. To be honest, the last thing Loki wanted to mention right now was that kid. What should I say? Loki scratched his face in embarrassment. What do you want to know? Isai immediately stood up and said one word. Strength. Izadin, you are too direct. Loki's whole face was filled with bitterness. The last thing she wanted Ice to know now was that boy's strength. And that boy's strength was not suitable to be spoken out. This made Loki directly cross his hands and show his rejection. Posture. But I promised not to tell anyone about that boy's strength, so even if Izadin wanted to know, he couldn't. Looking at Loki's resolute attitude, even Isai chose to keep it a secret. Obviously, this is a big secret. But sometimes the reason why a secret is to ensure that the people who need to keep the secret don't know the secret. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Obviously, this statement is not suitable for the current Loki. So it's Belkun's abilities that are a secret, or Belkun's skills that are secret. I see. Seeing that Loki didn't give any answer at all, Finn knew the problem. All abilities and skills were secret. Well, the following is not what Loki said, but my personal guess about the current intelligence. Mr. Bell has special skills that allow him to grow up the fastest. Riverla, and I guess that LV4 reaches this height in half a year. This should be directly related to Mr. Bell's special skills. Then there's Belkun's character. He's not the kind of person who would give up his potential for the sake of rank. Therefore, Mr. Bell must have raised his ability value to the limit before upgrading his level. Finn's speculation finally explained his and Riveria's speculations. Finn was still a little hesitant about skills and ability values before, but through Loki, he was completely confirmed. As for Mr. Bell's ability value, Finn looked at Loki's face, but Loki didn't say anything at all. He just turned his head and started whistling. I think all ability values are at least S level. This conclusion is almost incomprehensible. No adventurer would have thought that the same person would have so many qualities that can be called abnormal. He has skills that can quickly accumulate ability points, and all ability points are also reached the limit of S, and even reached LV.4 in less than half a year. What is this? This situation is abnormal anywhere, and these abnormalities are concentrated in one person. This is the anomaly among anomalies. Seeing that Finn had almost analyzed it, Loki did not continue to pretend to be dumb. In short, these are all your own speculations, I have never said anything about them. There are some things that cannot be said. Naturally, Loki 597 will not say them. Now Loki has not said a word about that boy Bell. Although this is the result of your own speculation, you should also be careful. If you talk nonsense outside, in the end, even if I didn't say it, I will be the one who takes the blame. Obviously, everyone here understands this truth, so no one will say such things casually. Of course, no one will believe such things if they are said. Okay, next is your upgrade issue. After talking about those topics that don't need to be discussed, Loki must turn to the topic. Finn, you come first, then Riveria and you. Everyone knows the process of data update. Finn and others are already prepared and have taken off their shirts. After all, they are all men. Even if they are seen, it is not a big deal. The key is that the girls do not. It was so suitable. But as soon as Finn took off his shirt, Shin's eyes were already straight, and a little sparkling water flowed from the corners of his mouth. Finn could naturally feel the piercing gaze, so he quickly turned his back to sit down with Loki and try to update the data as soon as possible. But at this moment, something big happened in the Freya family. Today, the Freya family will attend the celebration banquet held by the Loki family. It is also for this reason that Freya needs to choose a dress for the banquet. This was a common thing in the past, but today it is a little different from usual. Freya was particularly serious today, so as members of the Freya familia, all the important members sat in a row. So, the guy who haunts Lady Freya also wants to attend this banquet. Everyone has a lot of dissatisfaction on their faces. The competition for God Freya's favor within the Freya family is already very fierce. As a result, there are people outside to attract God Freya's attention. This makes them. How can the competitors be so happy? Especially when they know that God Freya is very clearly interested in the guy outside. They can look good because they have dedicated themselves to God Freya. Loyalty. After putting aside that loyalty, their dissatisfaction with outsiders is engraved in their bones. Not to mention being obsessed with him, he just used some means to attract the attention of God Freya. As one of the 4 Yanjin warriors, the second son Du Hualin had a face full of displeasure. He could not control who Lady Freya fell in love with, and he was not qualified to say anything as he was loyal to Lady Freya. But he will still be upset when he should be upset. He is not unhappy with Freya-sama's decision, but he is unhappy with the person who attracted Freya-sama's attention. Play hard to get. Definitely playing hard to get. This must be the case, otherwise why would Lady Freya suddenly become interested in a guy who was hiding around? The third male Bellin and the fourth male Gear also echoed. For them, there is definitely a reason for Lady Freya's transference. Since the problem is not with Lady Freya, then the biggest problem is it's the guy who attracted Lady Freya's attention. By the way, wasn't Freya-sama the one who first became interested in that person? That person seems to always explain things in simple terms. As the eldest son, Alfric still said something fair. During the process of investigating the intelligence, he also paid attention to that person. The information that could be investigated was very rare. It can be said that the other party did not want to be exposed from the beginning. His own intention. Therefore, except for some of the information that was obtained at the beginning, other information was almost impossible to find. Alfric felt that that person did not seem to be attracting Lady Freya at all, but was hiding from everyone. God's gaze. Alfric, shut up. *3. It's just that these fair words obviously stung the fragile hearts of the 3 brothers. Yes, you just don't want to admit it. Alfric sighed helplessly. He was really too much for the goddess's character. It's clear. It should be said that everyone present is too clear, so they are sighing here. Because no one can stop what the goddess wants to do. Although the adult usually shows interest in some people, is the interest this time too great? Catman Alan Flomo's ears were shaking frequently, and his face was full of displeasure like the 3 little humans who had just complained. Freya was full of contradictions, and everyone hoped to win over Freya. Lady Freya's favor was too much to compete with internally. As a result, Lady Freya's attention was attracted by people from outside. Who would be happy when such a thing happens? It is precisely because the interest is so great that Freya-sama will carefully choose a dress to attend the celebration banquet of the Loki familia. In normal times, have you ever seen Lady Freya deliberately choose a dress? With just one sentence from the blonde male elf Hayden Sirland, the scene was completely silenced. Lady Freya has always been very strict when facing banquets, but this rigor is just the corresponding rigor. See for exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. However, choosing a dress to attend a banquet is different from usual rigor, because most of the dresses used by Lady Freya in different banquets are fixed. Participating in God usually, a black deep V dress is worn. When attending banquets held by the gods, white deep V dresses are usually worn. Originally, for a celebration banquet hosted by god Loki like today, you can choose a white dress without thinking. But today, Freya-sama has chosen a dress again. This is a big change. Normally, Freya-sama would only choose a dress again when attending more formal occasions. Tisk. How did that sneaky guy do it? At this moment, Alan really wants to know how the mouse-like guy can attract Lady Freya. If he can attract Lady Freya just by being a mouse, he may even want to give up his identity as a cat person. And shouted that I don't want to be a cat person? Of course, no one will know about this kind of thing. Almost everyone has this idea. But when this idea came up, everyone's eyes turned to the only muscular man among them, Ota. Ota, you usually occupy the most time of that adult, you should know that, right? That is to protect Lady Freya's safety, not to occupy her. Ota corrected this statement expressionlessly, but this statement made the Catman feel the veins on his forehead beating wildly. If you, a dead pig, hadn't taken up a lot of that adult's time, I would have taken on the responsibility of protecting that adult. Damn cat, this is not what you should say. When they heard that they were responsible for protecting Lady Freya, the 4 Yanjin warriors immediately jumped up. Li Qinhao, that's right, a dead cat still dares to take the responsibility of protecting that adult. Who do you think you are, dead cat? We 4 brothers can do the same, dead cat. The 4 brothers of the small human race were killing cats one by one. This made Alan's face darken instantly. Seeing that the situation was about to turn to a worse direction, Heading knocked on the table to interrupt the quarrel. Is now the time to discuss arguments. The 2 sides glared at each other unhappily, but soon both sides temporarily put away their desire to fight. It's okay to want to fight, but now is not the time to fight. Seeing that Ai Lu and the 4 brothers calmed down, he pushed his glasses slightly, and then expressed his dissatisfaction in his own way. So, dead pig, you should know the reason. That call of a dead pig also caused some cracks in Ota's Iron Tower-like state of mind. If he hadn't been attending the Loki Familia banquet tonight, he would have given these bastards a good beating right now. Lady Freya believes that Belkrani is the person she is looking for in the lower world. This sentence was even more exciting than what the Catman had just said, and it immediately aroused all the guys vying for the goddess favor. This is not to compete for the goddess favor, but to move the goddess away entirely? The 4 brothers, the cat, and the little human, who had been so hostile just now, instantly put aside their previous grudges. After all, their fight can be postponed to later. What needs to be done now is to communicate unanimously to the outside world. The male elf, who still had reason in his brain, calmed down and asked a key question. I remember that person was not from the Hestia Familia? Lady Freya, can you snatch that person away? Huh? You are doubting the charm of that adult. Damn cat, you want to show off your intelligence as you please, but please don't twist my meaning. Hayden has never doubted the charm of Lady Freya. As long as that lady is a little more attentive, no one can resist the charm of that lady. Does Lady Freya need to use such troublesome methods if she wants to be alone? 743 Now Lady Freya is using the most laborious method, but does Lady Freya need to use this method? Especially considering Freya-sama's charm. Yes. The brains of everyone present have calmed down. If Freya wants to be alone, does she need to use such troublesome methods? Just the charm of Freya can solve all the problems. Everyone who raised the question unconsciously turned their attention to Aota. No doubt, this dead pig definitely knew. When he noticed that everyone's eyes were turning to him, Aota added calmly and dissatisfied. Road. That person has the ability to fool Freya-sama. Real or fake? Everyone has a look of disbelief. As we all know, Lady Freya has a pair of eyes that can see through the color of the soul. It is precisely because of Lady Freya's eyesight that she can find them one by one and train them. Room inside, Freya is carefully choosing the dress to wear today. How about this one? Freya is looking forward to today's banquet. After all, today is the first official meeting between her and the child. This also made Freya think of the last scene she saw in the soul world. The mist like black ink blocked everything from entering, and the wall of sighs blocked everything out. Freya was sure that behind the wall of sighs was the protected soul of the child. That is, when she saw the scene, Freya was sure that the child was the one she was really looking for, the child she needed to meet in the lower world. What would that kid think of me? The more she looks forward to it, the more curious Freya is about what the child thinks of her. The god of beauty is not a god with a good reputation in the lower world. Apart from Aphrodite, the outspoken idiot, the god of beauty has the widest social circle. Puff. That's right, the 4 children seemed to be heartbroken at that time. Thinking about Freya, she remembered the cold and heartbroken look of Alfric and the others at the beginning. It turns out that those children were indeed not the people she was looking for, although Freya had already prepared her mind. However, when she saw the desperate faces of the 4 children, she made it clear that they were not the people she was looking for. The 4 children were already good enough, but they still did not have the qualities of the person she was looking for. Quality. So, what will happen this time? How will that child look at me? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Thinking like this, Freya smiled like a girl, and then carefully selected the dress she would wear at the banquet today. Soon. Night has fallen in Orario. Today's Orario is as lively as usual, perhaps even more lively than usual. Perhaps it has nothing to do with most of the adventurers in Orario, but the matter of the Loki familia has still become the biggest topic of conversation among all the adventurers at the wine table at this moment. Just like the hostess Fangfu, who is still very lively today, many adventurers who come to drink and eat talk about the Loki familia. Things. The expedition team of the Loki familia not only conquered the 59th floor, but even defeated the filthy fairy. Fairies. I didn't expect that the fairies who were once the clones of gods would become our biggest enemies. Who says it isn't? All adventurers know the reason why the filthy fairy was born. That was to be swallowed by the monsters in the dungeon. But because of the special nature of the fairy itself, it was reversed and became the filthy fairy. But Loki familia is still awesome. Yes. He was clearly facing a powerful filthy fairy, but he actually won in the end. That's it. I heard Lord God say that the filthy fairy the expedition team faced had even reached level 8. I don't know how the Loki familia managed to defeat the filthy fairy beyond 2 levels. This is a question that many adventurers are curious about. I think that should be the hidden trump card of the Loki familia. You must know that the Loki familia and the Freya familia are the twin kings of Orario. It is understandable that there is a trump card in the Loki familia that can reverse the situation. If you put it this way, I can understand it. Although people are still curious about what the Loki familia's trump card is, at least they can be sure that there is absolutely no reason why the Loki familia can stand side by side with the twin kings of Freya. Also because of the reasons that many people are spreading, the fertile female the waiters working in the master also know these things. Ace. Indeed, the Loki familia is the only one in Orario that can compete with the Freya familia. It would be understandable if the Loki familia hides such a trump card, although the female elf shopkeeper Lio had never heard anything about the Loki familia's trump card during her time as an adventurer. Since it was a trump card for reversal, she would not reveal it easily. The reason why it was revealed this time was probably it was also because the enemies she faced were too bad. But she also sighed in her heart. If we had such a trump card back then, maybe we wouldn't have. Web novels. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. American Comics, The Girl Next Door is Spider-Gwen. Chapter 463. Chevron _left. Previous. Next. Chevron _right. Nights _stay. At this moment, the Loki family holding a celebration banquet has become more lively than before. It started to get busy before it was dark, and the Dusk Pavilion also began to welcome the families and gods who were invited to the banquet. Hermes arrived at the banquet early with her leader and several children. This is really lively. Hermes couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the lively scene inside the Twilight Pavilion. Lord Hermes, today's promotion of the Loki familia is a big event. Why wouldn't God Loki want to make it more lively? Asfi fully understands God Loki's desire to show off. It's just that she lowered her skirt a little uncomfortably as she spoke. To be honest, she's really not used to wearing this kind of dress. Really, why is the main god always so willful? Asife really wants to change the main god, at least to someone who will not torment her. Unfortunately, Yasife, who is well aware of the urinary nature of her main god, understands that her hope can only be in her head. It was just an imagination. Hermes couldn't help laughing when he saw Yasfi's discomfort. Then he closed the palm of his right hand and gently raised a gust of wind. Seeing that her skirt was about to be lifted up, Yasife quickly held it down with her hands, then blushed and looked at the pervert who did this. Please stop in moderation. But facing the cute and shy red-faced Hermes of his captain, he was not afraid at all, and still looked at him with a smile. Yasife, today is a banquet, you have to learn how to make everyone happy. Yasife, who was being teased, rolled her eyes fiercely, lowered the hem of her skirt with her hands, and then kicked the perverted god away with the greatest movement. Abnormal. Usually, this pervert is just a little too much. Do you really think she won't be angry if she does this in such a formal occasion? But even if she is really angry, Yasife will not be able to control her power. Otherwise, a shameful and angry kick from level 4 would be enough to send the god who had sealed his divine power directly back to the heaven. However, even so, Hermes, who was kicked out, still hit the wall hard. Lord Hermes, are you okay? Well, Asife is really getting more and more angry. Hermes, who was being lifted up by Lulun, covered his face and breathed cold air. The feeling of close contact between his face and the wall was not good at all. But these words made Lulun feel contemptuous. It's not your fault that you have to lift up the captain's skirt on such an occasion. This made Hermes immediately respond seriously. It's precisely because it's a time like this that you have to do this. Asife has always been out of touch with others, so she needs to show more emotions on a daily basis. Although the words were so precise, and they sounded like I am doing this for your own good, Lulun could tell that only the last sentence was true. Lord Hermes, you just want to see the shy expression of the leader. Hermes was silent for 2 seconds, and then shifted his gaze. Oh, Hephaestus has arrived too. So, this is the truest thought in your heart. Although Lulun is usually not smart, she has become smart at this time, and she understands the hidden meaning of Hermes' words very well. Although she knows in her heart yes, but the Lord God's face still needs to be given. Where? Lulun simply let go of the previous topic and went to find the location of god Hephaestus. Following the gaze of god Hermes, Lulun soon found one of Orario's famous craftsmen, god Hephaestus. Today, god Hephaestus is wearing a red dress, which sets off his blood-red hair and eyes, but also shows off his snow-white skin to an even greater extent. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. The mask on half of the face slightly reduces the beauty, but it has a different kind of charm and gives people a cool feeling. And Lu Run was also quickly attracted to the people around god Hephaestus. As one of the protagonists of this banquet and one of the characters who broke through from LV.5 to LV.6, Tsubaki co-brand. Today's Tsubaki does not wrap her body with a bra as usual, but wears a very formal white dress. Although her skin is wheat-colored, the white dress fits unexpectedly. It's just Tsubaki wearing a white dress. People are not used to it. Lord Hephaestus, I am really not used to wearing such a dress. Chun was not used to wearing such inappropriate clothes. She shook her body from side to side and looked at the fluttering dress. Chun couldn't help but sigh. Stop complaining, today is also your celebration party. Hearing Lord Hephaestus say this, Chun became even more powerless. She didn't like this kind of banquets and entertainment before. She was obviously more suitable for working in the back, so why did she have to attend such banquets just to level up? Lord Hephaestus, can't I just forge at home? No, at least not today. The request was rejected, and Chun lowered her head helplessly. This fluttering dress was like the biggest restraint for her, but she couldn't really turn around and leave in this situation. She could only try to make herself think of something interesting. I hope today's time can pass quickly. By the way, Lord Hephaestus, Betsy, are you still planning to hide behind? Chun has doubts about Belle's strength. At least she doesn't think that LV.1 adventurers can create such unscientific substitute scarecrows with their own abilities and magic. This is his habit. Hestia is the only dependent of Hestia, and if he jumps out at this time, it will definitely cause trouble. In this case, it would be better to hide behind it all the time. Hephaestus didn't hide it like he did in the past, but said it directly. That's true. Chun also felt that Baizi shouldn't jump out at this time. It's too early. You know Euler, the first adventurer REI upgraded in the past, was the swordswoman of the Loki familia. If someone were to upgrade within half a year, they would soon become a favorite in the eyes of the gods. In addition to timing is also a big problem. You must know that Orario is full of dangers now. After all, the troubles with the dark factions are no longer just behind the scenes, but have been directly put on the table. At this time, once a talented person jumps out, then it will definitely become the target of the dark faction. I am Ganesha. Hephaestus was just about to turn around to see if Hestia had arrived when he heard such a voice, but fortunately, she had long been used to this guy as she often attended divine meetings. This guy really never gets tired of it every time. As long as it was the guy at the banquet, he especially liked to be the host. But soon Ganesha was pulled down by his group leader. Lord Ganesha, today is a celebration banquet for the Loki family, not a banquet for the gods. As the leader of the Ganesha family, Shakti Pharma is pulling his main god from the central position to the side. They were invited to participate in the celebration banquet today, not to let Lord Ganesha steal the protagonist of the banquet. Identity. If Lord Ganesha who was invited really did this, then maybe no god would invite Lord Ganesha to the banquet in the future. Lord Ganesha 873, please clarify today's theme. God Loki invites everyone to the banquet today to celebrate Finn and others' promotion to level 7. Don't take away God Loki's seat today. Well, I just want to make the party more lively. Ganesha, who was taught a lesson, squatted in the corner and counted mushrooms without any pressure from the gods. Shakti naturally knew that Lord Ganesha was not essentially trying to dominate the guests, but such an occasion was indeed not suitable. In this regard, Shakti sighed slightly. Lord Ganesha, please exercise restraint today. In response, Shakti whispered a little bit. God Loki has been preparing for today's banquet for a long time, and don't forget that today's banquet is also a deterrent to the dark faction. Yes, today's banquet has been given other meanings. Orario has 3 more LV.7s, which is a good thing for the entire group of Orario adventurers. It can completely suppress the darkness. It is not the ability of words, but the purest force. In the era of God Zeus and God Hera, the dark factions who were suppressed by pure power had to choose to stay dormant. This has shown that enough force will produce superpower. A strong deterrent, even if the target is a dark sect. Maybe the Loki familia only added 3 level 7s, and it is unrealistic to achieve the great achievements of the era of God Zeus and God Hera. The 3 additional LV.7s at least give the labyrinth city of Orario 3 more truly top combat powers. Therefore, the protagonist of today's banquet must be God Loki. Shakti also knows this, so he pulled God Ganesha down. Looking at Ganesha growing mushrooms over there, Hephaestus could already imagine Shakti's hard work. That guy likes to be lively and separate the occasion a little bit. Chun was watching from the side and could feel some of the thoughts in God Hephaestus' mind. God Ganesha really likes banquets. This is the character of that guy, he is always restless. Although he is a good guy, sometimes his noisiness can make people feel troublesome. Hephaestus does not deny that Ganesha is a good god. Not only what he does, but also his essence is a good god. But sometimes his behavior is very troublesome to other gods. Well, especially the fact that he likes to be lively. Lord Hephaestus. Welf. Hephaestus was a little surprised when he suddenly heard a familiar voice, especially since the owner of this voice was a newcomer in her family, and he was also a newcomer who was not very gregarious. Are you here for the banquet too? Yes. Welf stared at Lord Hephaestus with sparkling eyes. He suddenly felt that attending this banquet would not be a disadvantage. At least it allowed him to see the appearance of Lord Hephaestus's dress. He was demented for a few seconds. After that, Welf talked about the reason why he came to this banquet. The main reason is that I thought that by attending this banquet, I might be able to find a few buyers for weapons and equipment and broaden my sales channels. The inability to sell weapons and equipment is definitely the biggest problem Welf faces now. Welf is still confident in his craftsmanship. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Maybe now he can't compare with some of the outstanding craftsmen in the clan, but the problem is that the weapons and equipment he sells are relatively cheap. Broaden your channels, and go directly to the Loki children. Hephaestus didn't even know how to persuade this child's naive thoughts. In fact, Chun next to him also felt a headache after hearing this. Welf, haven't you given up yet? I wanted to give it a try one last time. Actually, Welf is not a stubborn person. He joined the expedition team, saw a broader world, and realized how self-righteous his thoughts were in the past. The magic sword is not a kind of life, but a kind of weapon. There is nothing wrong with making a magic sword, and there is nothing wrong with using a magic sword. Yes, after seeing the harsh environment in the depths, Welf finally understood why so many adventurers wanted to buy the magic sword from him. In the past, he thought that a weapon should stay with its owner, rather than break into pieces after being used a certain number of times like a magic sword. But now after seeing the deep and dangerous environment, Welf understood why so many adventurers wanted the magic sword he made. Compared to one's own life, the loss of one or two weapons is nothing. Therefore, Welf also put aside his past self-righteous thoughts. This time he wanted to give it a last try. If it still doesn't work this time, I think I will still forge the magic sword. Welf sighed in his heart. He knew that apart from forging the magic sword, he was just an unknown craftsman, so he didn't have any right to choose. Moreover, the family members had already taken good care of him. If he can generate revenue, he will have to find materials by himself if he wants to forge weapons in the future. Welf has already understood the difficulty of the world from his own economy and reality, so he understands that what is needed at this time is not persistence. Because if you continue to persist, you may be the result of a crash. That's right, Weize, you should learn to be more flexible. Chun 2.7 breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. In fact, she still thinks highly of Welf, but this newcomer is probably very talented. Sometimes he can't turn around simple problems. If possible, I really don't want to learn to be flexible. Welf felt secretly uncomfortable in his heart. But now he can only say the final result. If he continues to be stubborn, he may not even be able to sell the magic sword. Now Arario is starting to become ordinary. The must-have weapon for adventurers is not the magic sword, but the runestones sold by the Hephaestus Familia. Its function is similar to that of the magic sword. Although each runestone is disposable, it is more powerful than the magic sword. And it's not expensive. This situation also speeds up the time when Welf has to make a choice. Although Hephaestus also went to talk about Welf's matter, the result was little effect. Now Welf himself can figure out that this is actually the best situation. As a craftsman, it is of course okay to cherish the weapons you forge, even if you treat the weapons you forge as your own children. But as a craftsman, you must first consider the person who uses the weapon. If you blindly put yourself first, you will never be able to become a unique craftsman. Hephaestus would not say this. She would only give her children choices instead of interfering. If the person involved can figure it out, then he will be qualified to become a unique craftsman in the future. If the person concerned never understands it, it means that his qualifications as a craftsman are only to this extent. Hephaestus. Seeing Hermes walking over with his captain, Hephaestus couldn't help but smile and joked. Hermes, is being beaten an addiction? No, I don't have that special interest. Hermes strongly denied that being beaten was an interest. Although he knew that there were people among the gods who had such an interest, he himself was indifferent to it. Seeing how weak your hands were, I thought you just had that kind of interest. Hephaestus's complaint made Hermes not sure how to refute it. Fortunately, he was relatively thick-skinned, so he didn't have to worry about questions he couldn't answer at this time. Hey, Hestia and Belkun haven't come yet. This is a really tough topic to change, but at this time Hephaestus was too lazy to argue with Hermes so much. Loki and Hestia were still arguing about the dress, and they wouldn't come over until the argument was over. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't look like Loki will win. Hermes can't imagine Loki winning. Loki often quarreled with Hestia in the past, but the final result was it's a shame for yourself. After all, Loki's poor figure is a serious flaw. Therefore, Hestia used to specifically attack Loki's shortcomings in this area, which is definitely a real injury. Loki, I just told you not to compare yourself with me with your weak figure. You will never be my opponent. Just when Hermes was determining the outcome of the two in his mind, he heard Hestia's voice. When he turned his eyes, he saw that Hestia looked different from the previous pour. Instead, she was wearing a gorgeous blue dress, and her grace and elegance finally showed her grace as a goddess at this moment. Hestia held her head high like a victorious phoenix, and behind her it was Loki who was wearing a red dress, but he looked as depressed as a prodigal dog. His eyes were like seeing the enemy who killed his father, staring at Hestia in front of him who had just humiliated him, and his mouth was even lower. Spit out curse-like words. Damn big cow, you wait for me, I curse you to seg sooner or later. It's really a very vicious curse. For any woman, this is an extremely vicious curse. Unfortunately, this time the person Loki cursed was Hestia, who is also a god. Hey, God Loki, I must remind you that as gods, you and Lord God are not capable of growth. Naturally, without the ability to grow, you and Master Shangshan also do not have the ability to age. Use your words. Loki is about to cry at this moment. As a god, she does not have the ability to grow or age. It can be said that all the gods have not changed in appearance since the moment they were born. Loki naturally knows this. The curse on the dwarf is just a mouthful. But even if it is true, Loki does not want anyone to reveal this fact. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Are you here specifically to target me? But Bell was very innocent about this. He just stated the facts. It's just that God Loki was unwilling to accept this fact. This is not my fault, I am just stating the facts to you. Isn't that just targeting me? Loki thought in his mind very unhappily. Also, please control your emotions. Today is a banquet for the Loki familia. As the host, you cannot be so depressed. Although he knew that God Loki was very angry at the moment, Bell still hoped that God Loki could control his mood and not be angry yet. Loki felt extremely frustrated at the moment. When he was changing his clothes just now, he wanted to ridicule the dwarf. In the end, he was ridiculed by the little dwarf. Looking back now, Loki felt that he had made a mistake in his brain and wanted to ridicule the dwarf. He knew that his body was his biggest weakness, but in the end he still stupidly handing over my weaknesses to others to laugh at me. Am I out of my mind? Or am I overjoyed that Finn and the others have upgraded? At this moment, Loki regretted why he went to find Xiao trouble. Dwarf, isn't this causing trouble for yourself? But no matter how much you regret this situation, you have to endure it. Hephaestus. With a good mood and wearing a blue dress, Hestia had already stepped on blue high heels and came to Hephaestus' side. I'm really going to die laughing? Those 360 idiots from Loki are actually planning to laugh at me. Huh, she didn't even look at her barren figure. What thoughts gave her the confidence to laugh at me? Hephaestus glanced at Loki's face, which was full of darkness. It's really hard to imagine what kind of mistake Loki had made to laugh at you. Yo Hestia. Hermes. Hestia, who was still smiling just now, immediately stopped her smile when she saw Hermes, and turned into looking at Hermes with squinted eyes like a thief. You are here too. Do you need to be like this? Hermes couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He knew that he was going to be hated by Hestia, but he didn't expect to be guarded by Hestia as if he were a thief. Hestia, I didn't come here to trouble you on Freya's behalf. But Freya was brought in by you. Because of this matter, Hestia must remember Hermes for at least 30 years, otherwise she will be sorry for what Hermes did. When talking about this matter, Hestia couldn't help but look at her. He glanced around, looking for another troublesome figure. At this time, there was a commotion outside. God Freya, welcome your arrival. God Freya, welcome your arrival. The person who greets you outside the door is naturally not Finn, but Raoul, who usually does hard work. Today Raoul is also wearing a serious dress. After all, he is also a part of today's banquet. From level 4 to level 5 is also a matter of joy. While he was excited, Raoul was also observing the situation of the Freya family. Most of them were here. Raoul glanced at the famous Freya visible to the naked eye. The members have all arrived, but Raoul also knows that these people are definitely not just here to attend the banquet. But he didn't dare to look at God Freya. Raoul knows the charm of God Freya, and he might not be able to turn away after just one look. It opened my eyes. But Raoul's reaction made Freya couldn't help but laugh. Are you so afraid to look at me? As soon as Raoul said these words, he felt many pairs of eyes staring at him with murderous intent, but it scared him enough. No, you misunderstood. Raoul didn't dare to say yes, otherwise he would definitely be stared at by the guardian of God Freya. He tried hard to control his emotions, and then glanced at God Freya. Damn it. The moment he saw God Freya, Raoul couldn't help but blurt out the word F***ck. But after saying it, Raoul felt it was inappropriate and apologized quickly. I'm very sorry, God Freya, I didn't mean to scold you. Freya naturally knew that Raoul did not mean to insult her. In fact, her children were shocked when they saw her appearance today. Do not worry about it. Freya just smiled and let the matter pass. Has everyone else arrived yet? Raoul was temporarily paused because of God Freya's smile, but he quickly came back to his senses after feeling the piercing gaze. At this time, he really didn't dare to look at God Freya. Looking over there, he was afraid that he couldn't control it. Only after turning his head, Raoul's beating heart could calm down a little. The gods Hermes, Ganesha, and Hephaestus have all arrived. Freya wasn't surprised to know that Hestia hadn't arrived yet, and the child wouldn't be late with his methods. Freya didn't care too much and smiled. Now the child can no longer avoid her. This meeting is inevitable. Then if I go in, you won't stop me, right? No, it won't. Seeing Raoul lowering his head, obviously frightened, Freya smiled and stopped teasing the child. She walked into the Twilight Pavilion with her children. Although the banquet had not officially started yet, at dusk there were already many people in the pavilion. Freya glanced at the people in the courtyard. Hephaestus, Ganesha, and Hermes' children had all arrived. As Freya glanced around after that, his eyes were locked on a person, and the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. Didn't that child also arrive? Freya walked in that direction with a smile on her face. She looked at him walking towards her when Freya came over. Hestia's face looked unusually ugly. The person she least wanted to face now was Freya, because this woman was the only one who knew Belle's secret, and she had always been targeting Belle. Body. Freya. In the past, Hestia was least good at dealing with Freya, just like now she didn't want to run into Freya directly. However, after getting over her dislike, Hestia noticed that Freya's dress today was different from what she usually saw at the gathering. This different outfit also makes Freya feel completely different from the past. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Long time no see, Hestia. Well, Freya looked at Hestia, who looked wary but smiled generously, as if she didn't care about Hestia's wariness at all. After saying hello to Hestia, Freya also turned her attention to the child behind Hestia. This should be our first official meeting. Under the hood, Belle looked a little helpless. In fact, it would be best not to meet him now, otherwise he could continue to lurk. First meeting, God Freya. Even under the shadow of the hood, Freya could still see the slight helplessness on Belle's face, which made her depressed mood because she couldn't find clues instantly improve. You won't avoid me this time, right? What does God Freya want to say? I'm just following a cautious approach as an adventurer, and it's definitely not to avoid God Freya. Belle returned to his normal expression, as if facing a normal situation. He chose to tell the truth unceremoniously. Because people in the lower world cannot lie to the gods, and any god knows this. It's just that people in the lower world cannot lie to the gods. Freya did not throw away the question, but continued to speak more seriously. Real? You are different from ordinary children in the lower world. The gods can see through the lies of the children in the lower world, but the gods cannot see through your lies. I am not special, God Freya. I just told the truth honestly. So do you think I believe it? Freya didn't believe a word of those words just now. At least what the child said was true. It was definitely a lie. Even if she didn't see through the child's heart, there was no way to judge whether the child's words were true or false. Freya couldn't tell the truth. 100% sure. Lying to gods is a very serious sin. But I am also magnanimous enough not to care about the lies you just told. But Belle sighed helplessly and defended with a little weakness. God Freya, although I am deeply grateful for your generosity, I did not lie. Don't you admit it even so? Freya felt a little bit difficult. This child will not be seen through by the gods. This is the child's greatest weapon. But as a god, he also has the right to be a god. Okay, here, what Freya wants to show is her willfulness as a god. Then just pretend that you lied just now and now you need to answer a question of mine. Of course, you can also see it as my willfulness as a god. It is indeed willful. Belle couldn't help complaining in his heart. But being able to let God Freya say such willful words can be regarded as a manifestation of God Freya's uncompromising methods. Although this uncompromising method is a bit gentle. In that case, please ask God Freya. Freya smiled slightly. You have been avoiding me, is it because I am a lost flower, fallen woman? Belle looked carefully at God Freya today. Wearing a pale pink dress, although it is a bit different from Freya God's usual dressing style, this change also gives people the feeling of searching for him for thousands of times, but suddenly looking back, that person is in the dim light. We felt like old friends at first sight. First love at first sight. This is Belle's understanding of God Freya's biggest change today. Belle knew that this was the temperament that God Freya should have. Perhaps this was the god of love's interpretation of love. The current God Freya has nothing to do with the so-called ruined flowers and willows. Of course, even if he didn't look like this now, Belle knew that the term broken flowers and willows was not suitable to be applied to God Freya. After all, it is indeed a bit too much for a virgin goddess to be called a broken flower. Belle bowed slightly and replied with some incomprehension. God Freya, as a virgin goddess you are not suitable to be called a ruined flower. When Belle said this, he did not deliberately lower his voice, but said this in a normal voice. In fact, the atrium has been very quiet since the arrival of Freya. The quiet God Freya. The conversation with Belle could be heard by almost all the adventurers gathered in the atrium. Especially Belle's words about virginity directly shocked the gods and adventurers present. Even as a key member of the Freya familia, there is a phenomenon of pupil earthquake. Virgin. Hestia looked at Freya with a shocked look on her face, looking at Freya in an alternative and pure appearance today. No matter how much imagination she had, she could not imagine Freya looking like a virgin. Accident. It can't be considered an accident at all. Hephaestus was a little surprised, but not that shocked. I can only say that this result is in line with Freya's true character. Tisk. Loki was not surprised at all, because she was the one who saw through the nature of this woman in the first place. For Freya, who regards everything as everything in her mind, would there be a time when she would be submissive to others, unless this woman is willing? That nymphomaniac is just a nymphomaniac, she is not on the same level as that bastard Ishtar. Loki didn't control his voice at all, and almost everyone present heard it. Then everyone looked at God Freya with weird expressions. The beautiful goddess who is known as Orario's social master. Freya turned out to be a virgin goddess. So where did the rumors that Freya had surrendered to many male gods come from? Even if Freya would remain a virgin, those male gods who were attracted to her will he be so cooperative? But the person involved, Freya, smiled lightly and did not give any explanation. Instead, she looked curiously at the unusual child in front of her. How did you know? Freya did not deny that she was a virgin. She was very curious about how the child could tell. But Freya's words also proved that what Belle said was true. Freya, all the key members of the familia had their eyes wide open, and even Otis' almost expressionless face shone with surprise. Belle naturally had his own judgment on this issue. It's just my guess about power and my personal understanding of gods. Oh, come and listen. Yes. Freya was unexpectedly interested in this. Speculations on power and knowledge of gods? This is really the first time she has heard such a statement from a child in the lower world. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The gods descending from heaven need to seal themselves. This part of the seal refers to the seal of divine power. Divine power is the basic condition for using power, that is, the magic power in the magician's body. The seal in the god's body is very strict, and the sealing technique can block almost 99.99% of the god's divine power. Even if gods can use divine power, it is almost impossible to influence it on a large scale. Even so, the seal itself is blessed by the god's self-consciousness, BC, and the god can release the divine power at any time. But once the god does this, the repatriation spell included in the seal will immediately send the unsealed god back to heaven. It seems that she has indeed gone to understand it carefully. Freya did not expect that Belle, a child, would know so much about the seal of the gods, and even mentioned the details. It surprises me that you know so much about the self-sealing of the gods. Belle smiled slightly. Isn't it natural to prepare accordingly for unknown things in advance? Just a professional interest. With the help of Lord God, God Hephaestus, and God Loki, I also have a certain understanding of that part of the seal. They are not such smart people, Belle. But Freya did not break up the trouble. After all, it is better not to make some things too big. Now she does not want Belle to be targeted by so many gods. It will bring her some trouble. Then what? The seal of the gods shouldn't teach you how to see through my secrets, right? Nature. When Belle mentioned the self-sealing of gods, he naturally didn't want to explain it with this, but he wanted to use it as a condition to explain it. As the goddess of beauty and love, Freya is the goddess of love and lust. Your attractive temperament and appearance are also an intuitive manifestation of your power. Humans and subhumans in the lower world all have three basic desires: sleep, appetite and lust. In other words, the power you control almost covers the entire human range in the lower world. Your beauty serves as a trigger. I believe there is no one in the lower world who resist your charm. And the moment I am attracted to you is the moment I am affected by your power. So the people you influence, are the pictures they see really real? At least I don't think they, controlled by desire, can rely on their own abilities to resist power and do something wrong to you. Even if your divine power is sealed and you cannot use the full power of the power, just the part of the divine power you can control is enough for the humans in the lower world. Hearing such speculation, Freya couldn't help but applaud the child's intelligence. Bang bang bang. Your guess is indeed pretty good. However, even so, you still can't explain whether I am that kind of god. Belle naturally knows this, but he just explained that Freya has the greatest qualifications as a virgin goddess, and then there is speculation about Freya's character as a god, as well as a very hard clue. Regarding this part, I have done my own research and speculation. Belle was actually curious at first whether god Freya was a virgin or not. In fact, this part of the fault was also hinted at, or even made explicit. But he just felt that there was something weird in it. After a crazy criticism, can a goddess who can even charm the entire Orario really be succeeded so easily? In fact, when speculating on this question, Belle felt that there was definitely something fishy about it. What I said before is a condition I speculated based on this aspect. Since god Freya can control humans in the lower world, will she be a god like god Ishtar? Originally I was also doubting this part of the matter, until god Hephaestus told me that the goddess's love is the only one, and god Loki mentioned that god Freya has been looking for someone. After combining these conditions, based on my previous speculation about power, god Freya is a dedicated goddess, and god Freya's lower world is just to find the person in your heart who meets your standards. Therefore, I also speculate that you, god Freya, are the virgin goddess. Although he is very scary when he is a Yandere, his stubborn character is the standard that gives the best judgment. Belle, who felt that there was something wrong with this early on, also made a guess at once. In fact, Belle came to the conclusion instantly after making assumptions based on his power. I see. Did you deduce this conclusion from what she did and the people she was looking for? Although Freya felt that this child had a certain element of gambling until now, but being able to do this has already made her happy. I was very surprised. Through some clues, a bridge can be laid to get the answer. Only the child in front of me can do such a thing. And the answer also made Freya very satisfied, and at the same time, she was sure in her heart that this child was the one she was looking for. That person. Your bold guesses and arguments force me to admit that your guess is correct. I am indeed a virgin as you guessed. In the past, I would occasionally give trials to other children who were favored by me, but those children seemed to have already made their judgments in their hearts. The four Yanjin brothers opened their mouths in disbelief and fell silent. The black and white elves couldn't help but lower their heads. Even the catmen looked remorseful. It was obvious that they all thought of the experiment given to them by Lady Freya, Lien, but they didn't seem to guess any of them correctly. Now they finally understand that it's not that Lady Freya didn't give them a chance. It was that she gave them a chance, and they didn't know how to grasp it. The only thing they have is a better attitude. It was Austria. He only had love and loyalty to Lady Freya in his heart and never considered the idea of monopolizing Lady Freya, so he never thought about this issue from the beginning. Even now, Austria, while being surprised, it finally understood the reasons for some of Lady Freya's past actions. That was the trial given to them by the goddess. However, none of them understood the information about this part of the trial, although it was a crime other than war. It's a pity that the trial is still a trial. At the same time, the key members of Freya's family also realized that this was the trial that Lady Freya gave to the boy in front of them. Just like the trial that God Freya once gave them. It's like refining. This is the guy in front of them who passed the test given by Lady Freya. At this moment, they really regretted why they didn't use their brains in the first place. It turns out that the emotion on Lady Freya's face that time meant this. At this moment, Alfric understood the complicated emotions on Lady Freya's face after she saved the 4 brothers. And he didn't know Lady Freya's divine intention at that time, so he actually missed the most critical trial. Why only this people can get such an answer? Alfric does not think that the test given to this boy by Lord Freya today is simple. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Maybe it is different from the silent test given to them, but Lady Freya's question is also a proposition. It is not easy to reach a conclusion even if you think carefully. So at this moment, Alfric is only jealous of this person. Freya is very happy to get this answer, and then laughs. He said, "So, do you object to the fact that you are avoiding me?" Facing this kind of surprise attack, Bel just bowed slightly and replied without any emotion on his face. God Freya, being cautious is my usual way of doing things. I also need to emphasize that I am not avoiding anyone. I'm just ready to bite the bullet and not let go. Freya also had a rare helpless emotion on her face. Therefore, there is no point in continuing to pursue this issue. Freya knows this very well. Got it. Well, just think of it as such. The smart goddess did not continue to struggle with this issue. Freya's eyes swept over Loki, and a smile appeared on her face that made Loki feel enchanting. This made Loki clearly aware of a problem. It's over, I was targeted by this woman. When Loki realized this problem, his face turned ugly instantly. She didn't think it was a good thing that this nympho was targeting her at all. But realizing it was a problem, but not being able to escape is another problem. At this time, Belle, who was in front just now, has taken a few steps back. Wearing a brand new black tight top, loose black pants and a white hooded jacket, he looked like a magician dressed lightly. Compared to the past, this outfit was much more eye-catching, but when Belle stepped back, he had already lost his trace in front of everyone. He slipped away. Freya sighed in her heart. She took a breath, but there was indeed no condition to continue talking today. She still remembered that today's theme was to celebrate the Loki children breaking through to level 7. Although it was a pity that there was no chance to continue talking, but with so many people staring at it's really hard to say in this situation. All the answers I want today have been obtained. If you want to go further, you still need to find other opportunities. After the farce here has passed, the celebration banquet will soon begin. Then welcome everyone to the celebration party for my child's promotion. Today's banquet is not for anything else, just to show off the excellence of my children. These words made all the adventurers present feel confused. They have seen many ostentatious banquets, but it is relatively rare for them to say that they are just showing off like this. Then I just want to say something to Freya, that nymphomaniac, stand up. Loki's face was filled with a wanton smile, making it easy for people to think that Loki was completely inflated. In fact, Loki's mentality was indeed a bit inflated. He even stared at Fleur with a very arrogant and provocative smile. It's a pity that Freya's response was just a slight shake of her head. Finn, I'll leave this to you. With that said, 617 Loki handed the microphone to Finn, and he quickly rushed to Freya's position. Finn, Grace, and Levi were left in a mess. Laya and the 3 of them sighed helplessly, and finally Finn took the microphone and continued talking. Thank you very much for coming to our promotion banquet. This expedition is an experience worth remembering for a lifetime for us. There are many things we want to say and people we want to thank. However, today, everyone still drinks. Finn didn't say many words, but he also expressed his deepest feelings. He wanted to say a lot, and there was also someone he wanted to thank, but that person liked to hide behind it, which made many of his words unclear. There was no way to say it. However, the atmosphere of the banquet would not affect these. However, just as Finn finished speaking, his microphone was snatched away. Looking at Shin, who snatched away his microphone, Finn was a little stunned. But looking at the bewildered smile on her face, Finn vaguely understood what she was going to say. Next, I also have something very important to announce. The group leader has officially proposed to me. From today on, the group leader and I are officially unmarried. Therefore, those women who are still staring at the group leader in the future, please restrain your gaze. Proposal? Everyone's eyes widened, and then they all focused on Finn. But as Finn covered his face and couldn't speak, they confirmed the authenticity of the matter. It's true? This everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that Shin was Finn's suitor. After all, it was not a secret. But Finn proposed to Shin, the suitor. This was really surprising to everyone. I don't know anymore. Loki walked to his seat and looked at Shin's declaration on the stage with interest. Sure enough, she has been looking for opportunities to prevent Finn from stepping down. But Loki is very happy to see this scene. Who makes your children always reluctant to take a step forward? Is this appropriate for you to say? Nymphomaniac. Freya's words made Loki turn his eyes away. Didn't you just go too far and lead to this situation? That's it. Belle is my child. The biggest problem is that you always stare at other children, Freya. Does Hestia need to be so hostile to me? Do you think I should smile and welcome you to snatch my child away? This question is indeed a bit serious. But Freya smiled politely and didn't take the seriousness to heart at all. My power has no effect on that child. Even if I could charm the world, I probably wouldn't care about that child. That child has always avoided contact with others, probably to guard against my attack. These words were like what Freya would do before saying them, which really made the gods around her break into a cold sweat. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Philu Novel Network. Hestia heard here, his eyes widened even more, pointing his finger at Freya, his voice filled with accusations and disbelief. Are you crazy? He was actually planning to use this method. It's really tiring to talk to her. Freya couldn't help but sigh in her heart. But she still continued the topic. Plans that can be stated can never be realized. That child never cares about other people's opinions. Even if I can change the Orario adventurer's perception of that child, I'm afraid I won't be able to have any impact on that child. Moreover, the child did not have too much contact with other people. If there is, it can be used as a means to blackmail the child. Why? But Freya finally sighed. Deep down and simple, this is the child's usual style of doing things. Even the clues that could be investigated were from several months ago, which was enough for Freya to realize that her methods were completely useless on the child. I really don't know if the kid knew I would do this, or if he was really cautious. Freya also began to speculate in her heart. It's just that the faces of the other gods who heard Freya's plan were not so pretty. Lady Freya, if you haven't noticed Mr. Bell's character and his ability not to be affected by power, then it will activate, Hermes. Freya smiled and answered the question that made Hermes sweat. If it's to get that child, it doesn't matter if the world is ruined. In fact, for me, this price is too light. Good guy? While Hermes was shedding cold sweat, he also understood to some extent how much Freya had paid for what she wanted. Even if he doesn't hesitate to bring down the whole world. Freya, you two, are too extreme. Ganesha is also a little dizzy now. This is the first time he feels how crazy Freya is, who is usually smiling. If in the past, Ganesha has always thought that the psychopaths of the dark faction are the craziest. But now comparing Freya with the gods of the dark faction, Ganesha feels that the gods of the dark faction are only at the second level at best. No one understands her thoughts and will not let Freya have it. Any disappointment, because this is the conclusion she has already reached. Ganesha, Hermes, this is how I do things. But soon a hint of helplessness appeared on Freya's determined face. But only that child was not affected. Freya felt that her biggest encounter in the lower world was that child, but her biggest trouble was also that child. OMG, luckily my Belle isn't affected. At this moment, Hestia was once again grateful that her child's specialness exceeded Freya's imagination, otherwise Freya's crazy criticism might have caused chaos in the lower world. At this moment, Hestia felt a little chill on her back. But if her Belle meets the conditions for Freya to activate her power, wouldn't her child switch to Freya? Just imagining that scene was completely unacceptable to Hestia. However, fortunately, even if Freya does this, the current situation will not have any impact. This gave Hestia a chance to ease her pounding heart. Fortunately. Gently patting the breast that made Loki shed tears of envy, Hestia was completely relieved now. As long as Freya's method is ineffective against Belle, then it won't be a big problem. Freya is just simple. He glanced at Hestia, but she didn't say that there was nothing she could do. This stupid thing hasn't reacted yet? Loki looked at Hestia as if she were an idiot. Loki didn't listen. You can understand the meaning of what the nymphomaniac just said. Naturally, and Hephaestus also understood. 11 Hestia, what Freya said was just hard tactics. She never said anything like letting go. If this woman would let go, she wouldn't have come over and said those words just now. Hephaestus lamented in his heart this woman's persistence, and at the same time he lamented Hestia's understanding. Hephaestus, didn't anyone tell you that it's immoral to disturb someone else's love life? Freya, is the love you are talking about a robbery? Hephaestus's high-profile statement that left no room for anything left Freya stunned. In her impression, Hephaestus would not interfere in other people's love affairs, even if she went a little too far. A little bit, but according to Hephaestus's character, it should be just a reminder to Hestia not to be stupid. How could he bump into it himself? Could it be? A strange feeling came to Freya's heart. She felt that Hephaestus looked a bit like her at the moment. This feeling made Freya a little dazed, and then she couldn't help but laugh. That's it. She finally understood why Hephaestus directly collided with her on this issue. It turns out you are too. No wonder your actions are completely different from your past actions, and you actually hit him head on. Ganesha is still confused, but Loki and Hermes, who are experienced drivers, have already understood. The two of them also looked at Hephaestus, who jumped out with strange expressions. In response to this, Hephaestus' toss did not continue to hide. Once a goddess's love begins, it will never stop. You should also know this. No way. Hermes stared at Hephaestus with disbelief. He didn't expect that besides Hestia, even Hephaestus would fall in love. I should have thought of it earlier, Hephaestus. Festus moved directly into Hestia's home, and she was definitely not unrelated. At this moment, Hermes realized that this was a result that should have been noticed a long time ago. Loki, well, she should know. When he thought of Hestia and Hephaestus jumping in, the first thing Hermes thought of was Loki. But as he glanced at it, he saw that the plane was even more determined than the cliff. The scene made Hermes wake up instantly. No one could be Loki. Holding Loki, isn't that the same as holding a Shota? Of course, this kind of thought must not be exposed. Hermes dared. He was sure that once he had such a thought on his face, Loki would definitely give him a flying kick. At this moment, Loki barely recovered from the shock that Hephaestus also liked that boy. She looked at Hephaestus at the moment when playing Festus. I couldn't help but say, if you want to read exciting novels, go to Phila Novel Network. No wonder you and Hestia always hang out together, and even live directly in that guy's house. You still have this kind of relationship. Suddenly, Loki remembered that he also lived there, and then quickly started to blame. Hey, you have feelings for that kid, but I have no interest in that kid at all. These words made the three goddesses present look at Loki, and the muscles on their faces twitched involuntarily. It was Freya who reacted first. Loki, of course I know you won't. The child's vision is not bad enough to want you. Freya couldn't help but press the muscles on her face, trying to control her face not to laugh directly. That's right, Loki, you will definitely not betray me. Hephaestus almost couldn't help laughing. Hestia also had a hard time enduring it. She really couldn't see that Loki would say such a thing. Who gave her this? So confident. Ahem, then again. Freya really had no intention of continuing to talk about Loki. Naturally, she didn't think that the child would fall in love with Loki, an unfeminine goddess. Her attention immediately focused on Hephaestus. So, that means Hephaestus can do it, but I can't. Hestia couldn't help but puff up her cheeks after saying this. In fact, even Hephaestus couldn't do it, but Hephaestus would have been one step ahead of her if he didn't practice martial ethics. How could she agree? Seeing Hestia's angry look, Freya finally reacted, and then looked at Hephaestus in surprise. So, did Hephaestus use some tricks? I really can't tell. Hephaestus usually has the best relationship with Hestia, but he didn't expect that he would also use tricks on that child. It's just a way for Hestia to understand. This is really. So, in the end, Hephaestus can do it, but I can't. Freya's sharp words directly hit the key to the problem. This made both Hestia and Hephaestus feel a little guilty and shift their attention to other places. But Freya's reaction to these two people was different. I understand a little bit. So, did Hephaestus attack the child first? This suddenly made Freya's eyes sharper. So, did Hestia accept it for this reason? In the end, it was not Hestia who made the first move, but Hephaestus. Won the top spot? When thinking of this, Freya felt as uncomfortable as a stone being pressed against her heart. We are not as dirty as you think. Us. That's what I meant. Hephaestus, who realized that he had said something wrong, calmly added the wrong meaning in his words. It is indeed the case. Freya now feels a sore toothache. Today is the day for Freya, a very special day. She officially met the child she wanted to meet most. For this day's meeting, Freya also specially chose the dress she would wear for the banquet, and even made many conscious simulations of the meeting in her mind. After the meeting, it was like a conscious simulation, and the child answered her questions with the best answer. Freya also officially confirmed that the child was the encounter she was looking for in the lower world. But then the problems that came were also very serious, especially when Hephaestus had a direct conflict with her, because of that child. Although Freya knew that the child was very attractive, but suddenly there was another Hephaestus. Philippine toss competition also gave Freya a headache. Especially after knowing that both Hephaestus and Hestia had taken the first bite of that child, the jealousy in Freya's heart was about to explode. OMG. Hermes inadvertently retreated some distance to a safe place in the fighting circle. Listening to the jealous conversation between the three goddesses, Hermes was not in the mood to enjoy the melon at all. Instead, he felt as if flames and gunpowder were about to explode in front of his eyes. If he didn't hide, he might be the target of fire later. After retreating to a safe area, Hermes carefully wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I have never felt so dangerous when facing Hera before. The quarrel between goddesses is indeed not something that ordinary people can handle. At this moment, Hermes couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mr. Bell, you are really brave. It's enough for ordinary people to provoke one goddess, but you directly provoke two goddesses, and even say, you even got two of them. If Zeus knew, he would laugh like crazy. Originally, he thought that even Zeus would be surprised when faced with this situation, but thinking of Zeus's character, Hermes felt that the old pervert would definitely laugh and say, that's my grandson. However, Hermes also knew that being caught between the three goddesses was not a good thing. If it was not handled well, the landmines inside would be stepped on and exploded at any time, and the result might be to pieces. After answering God Freya's question, Belle temporarily left the atrium of the banquet and came outside to sit and rest. What a hassle. Belle knew very well that God Freya's problems were not over yet. Unless God Freya gives up completely, will she really give up? In the original work, God Freya even used the means to charm the world. It is hard to imagine that God Freya could give up now. Now that God Freya has noticed it, it is unrealistic for him to give up his past obsessions. Also, the question God Freya asked him just now was obviously aimed at him. Although he could lie at that time, would it really work? He also needs to consider the situation where Freya was so stimulated. If God Freya doesn't respect martial ethics, things will be completely messed up. Maybe God Freya might not be able to catch him, but Belle could guarantee that God Freya would definitely make a mess of Orario. As for the question of whether God Freya would do this, Belle had no doubt that the Yandere god who could charm the world with his power could not do such a thing. We must not let things get to that point. Now in this situation, we can only find a way to stabilize God Freya first. If you want to read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. If the initial plan had gone well, it wouldn't have developed like this. Belle sighed in his heart. If everything goes as he originally planned, and God Freya doesn't do so many tricks, then at this moment he can always maintain a sense of mystery about God Freya and restrict her actions. The great achievement of promotion to level 5 has been achieved, and the next step is to increase the level 4 ability values to the limit. It can be said that after reaching level 5, even if God Freya really wants to do something, she has lost the initiative, and the initiative will always be in his hands. It's a pity that the plan can't keep up with the changes. The current situation is no longer something he can control casually. Although you can't control the future direction, you can still try to control the situation within an acceptable range. Then there is the trouble of the Freya familia. Belle sat on the bench outside the courtyard, crossing his legs and resting his chin on his hand, watching the actions of Freya's family. After he left the atrium of the inner courtyard, the Freya familia had already started taking action. Everyone, including Ota, searched for him in the Twilight Pavilion. It's really more troublesome than imagined. Belle sighed slightly, not knowing whether these people would continue to stare at him in the future. Tisk. The Catman searched almost the entire Twilight Hall, but could not find any trace of that boy. It was as if he had completely disappeared. He does not disappear, but is right under our noses. White Elf Hayden was very sure that Belkronai was within the range they were looking for, but they did not have the ability to capture him with their eyes. He gently pushed up his glasses. If it was in a dungeon, it might be easier to handle. This is the Loki familia, and they are still attending a banquet. It would be too difficult to find the boy without attracting the attention of insiders. If there is no one, Hayden can directly use magic to wash the floor, and even force the people out. Unfortunately, this is the third Loki familia. Their goddess was invited to the banquet. No matter what, they can't shame the goddess with their actions. What about attack magic? Doesn't perception-based magic work? The perception system, this is even rarer and rarer than the attack system. Moreover, you can't guarantee that the magic of the perception system can capture his position. TCH, he ran pretty fast. Alan and Hayden, who had not found anyone, looked a little confused, but they really had nothing to do in the face of such a target person who did not exist directly. Even if they knew in their hearts that Belkronai was definitely within the range of what they were looking for, they could not catching it with your eyes, and perception is also a problem. Nearly a month has passed since the Loki familia's celebration banquet. Perhaps because there was too much commotion during the previous expedition, even the dark factions chose to go into hibernation temporarily during this month. However, Belle felt that it was nonsense that the dark faction chose to lie dormant. Thinking about it, it was just because Orario's combat power had increased so much that the dark faction chose to temporarily stop the course of action they had taken in the past. Hibernating is just to get through this peaceful stage. It doesn't take long for the real big action to come. Call. The sharp punch drew a long twisted line in the air. Wearing a pair of loose trousers, Belle's upper body was bare and he maintained a fist-pumping posture. The rising heat could still be seen on the pink skin of his well-trained body. After the heat on his skin subsided a little, Belle took a deep breath and slowly returned to his standing posture. After absorbing the steel training ceremony, Belle's physical fitness did not increase in any way. Cognition and training of Spider-Gwen. Yanhui, who has already absorbed the pinnacle of skills, has also been of great help in mastering Spider-Gwen 967. The momentum of Spider-Gwen has also changed Belle's fighting posture. Looking back on the past, except for his fighting skills when holding a sharp blade, his physical strength is still far from adequate. This is experience. Belle, who is well aware that his fighting experience is shallow, also knows why he still has such strength. Many of his flaws were simply due to his lack of experience and the lack of someone to lead the way. Therefore, Belle spent a leisurely month correcting his bad habits. Physical correction is a very troublesome task. The process is also quite boring. However, it is rare to have time to calm down. Belle's mood did not become impatient because of the boring correction. On the contrary, it condensed his mood even more. Mr. Belle. Belle had just finished his work and was preparing to adjust and rest, when Hestia came over with a smile on his face. Hestia. Looking at the smile on the face of the childish and lovely goddess, the tiredness in Belle's heart was blown away by the breeze, and he suddenly felt a lot cooler. Don't pounce on me yet, I'm covered in sweat. It doesn't matter even if it's sweat. Forget it normally, just be a little more restrained after exercising. Belle smelled the smell of sweat on his body. At this time, he still didn't want Hestia to pounce directly on him. He continued to twist his body with small movements and continued to sit and warm up, so that the body that had just been exercised would not be exhausted. The child enters the cooling state. Hestia, have you found the information you were asking for? Speaking of getting serious, Hestia still couldn't help but look at Belle, and her face became serious. The entire Orario entered a rare period of calm after that banquet. There was almost no action from the Dark faction, and that was only after Loki's children captured and killed 2 gods. 3 days after the celebration banquet, the Loki Familia took action directly against the Modi Familia and the Mani Familia. All members of the Familia were completely annihilated, and even the 2 main gods were killed on the spot by Loki's children, directly sent back to heaven. This is the biggest thing that has happened to Orario in the past month. But after that, the actions of the Dark faction completely stopped, and all the family members seemed to be preventing the invasion of the Dark faction. Ganesha's side is also concerned about Orario's safety, and the children on his side are also very aggressive now. According to what I know from Ganesha, many members of the Dark faction reported by adventurers have been arrested, and their identities have been confirmed. Belle nodded slightly. It was almost the same as what he knew before. It seems that the Dark faction has been accumulating strength in this month. I have always thrown out some irrelevant people, probably to dispel Orario's wariness. Now they are waiting for an opportunity to officially take action. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The rats in the ditch are much easier to deal with than the snakes in the dark. Because the guild wanted to help cover up his existence, they put all the blame on the head of the Dark faction. After buckling it up, the side effects of this part also came. It's still too exciting for them. Hestia realized this. Belle also nodded helplessly. Yes, it is indeed too exciting for the Dark faction. They, the rats in the ditch, transformed into snakes in the darkness. I'm afraid it was because the guild wanted to hide my existence that they gave the blame to the Dark faction. Although they don't know what's going on, they also know that there is a 4th party force operating behind the scenes. But they probably don't know that the person who awakened the Black Dragon is an unknown adventurer like me. Mr. Belle is not an unknown adventurer. Hestia emphasized the obscurity. She knew about the low profile of her children. But even so, she didn't want Belle to think that he was an unknown adventurer. Belle was slightly startled and looked at Hestia. With his bulging face and the words he just argued for himself, he couldn't help but laugh. Hestia, I don't value things like reputation very much. Even if I am considered unknown, it doesn't matter. I even say that this is the best result for me. Praise from others is of no use to me. As long as Hestia, you and Hephaestus know about it, it is enough. Although Hestia didn't want her child to be unknown to others in Orario, she still knew that this was not Belle's forced statement, but Belle's true thoughts. She knew that Belle did not like to be noticed by many people. The person being stared at. Belle doesn't like the excitement, nor does he like the feeling of being stared at. It will only make Belle uneasy. This kind of situation where no one cares is actually what Belle likes the most. What he hopes for most is erase all traces of her existence. But Hestia always has a feeling that if Freya didn't stare at Belle, maybe Belle wouldn't have to hide himself so deliberately. Well, Hephaestus and I will definitely remember it. Everything Mr. Belle does is seen by us. You are the hero of Orario. Hero. Belle, who has long passed the age of dreaming, is no longer the child who enjoys and dreams at will. He knows that the road of a hero is a road of thorns, and knows that the road ahead of a hero is often tragedy, so Belle is no longer the child. I am a child who longs to be a hero and stand in the spotlight. But now I still feel emotional when I hear it name, Balcrony. Development ability. Hidden, B. Cognition, E. Space, E. Attributes. Strength, 1221169. Durability, 143618994. Dexterity, 13,481 to 759. Agile, 13,991 to 478. Magic, 193121010. Magic. 4-dimensional space. Storage. Royal Thunder. Quick attack magic. Royal Thunder. Skills. Personal training. Early maturity. Double the experience of fighting powerful enemies. Luck. High luck. Poor man's desire. Accumulation. Looking at his own data, Belle understood in his heart why do agility and magic grow so little. During this period of time, I have been correcting my bad physical habits at home. In addition to exercising, I have also honed my strength, endurance, and skills. Therefore, these 3 attributes are growing explosively, while the other 2 attributes that have not been exercised much have not increased much. That's what he said, but Belle also knew that he could grow at such a speed after reaching this value. He would probably scare everyone to death if he told it. But on the other hand, at this stage, there is still so much room for growth, which means that his ability value has not yet reached the highest point that can be achieved. There is still room for continued growth. Belle never thought of directly choosing to be promoted when his ability value reached this level. After all, he was targeting the limits of his own standards, not the limits of ordinary adventurers. Well, there is still a lot of room for growth in agility and strength. According to your growth rate, you only need to go to the dungeon and exercise hard to increase your ability value. Hestia is not worried about Belle's growth. What she needs to worry about is other things. Mr. Belle, Freya recently arranged for Hermes to come over and say that he needs to agree on a time to meet. Why? Didn't you see the banquet a month ago? Well, she said that the banquet was a banquet, and she was invited to the banquet, not an agreed meeting. Hestia's face looked a little angry and contorted when she talked about this matter. Freya's behavior was completely devoid of martial ethics. I think God Freya will not let go of such an opportunity. After all, we did make an agreement to meet before, and the banquet is not the agreed time to meet. Naturally, God Freya will not count the meeting at the banquet as the agreed meeting. As far as Belle knows, this is usually a method used by men who want to find women for a second date. However, generally if the woman agrees, it means that she does not hate the man who brings up the date. It is a two-way relationship, and each other gives each other an opportunity. But when it came to him, it felt like he was being targeted by a persistent Yandere. The woman might have the right to refuse, but he had no right to refuse the goddess's invitation. After all, the person Belle least wanted to irritate now was Leia. But God Freya will definitely not use strong methods. I know it too. Freya's strong tactics have been stated plainly. How could Hestia not know? So there is no need to worry so much. Belle said easily. But deep down in his heart, he still would not let go of Freya's god easily. At least he should not despise others before he has absolute strength. Considering that there is no way to stop things, even in his heart it was very uncomfortable, and Hestia couldn't say anything like not to go. Hephaestus hasn't come back yet. Well, the family's entrusted work has increased recently, and Hephaestus also needs to go back to handle some bill work. Oh, by the way, there is also the money earned from selling the runestones in the previous month. No need to take it out yet. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Belle stopped Hestia, who was about to take out the money from her space pocket. Please help me keep this money, Hestia. What about Loki? Loki? That guy usually comes back in the evening. Hey, this is a good time. Before Hestia fully understood the meaning of this sentence, Belle had already hugged Hestia horizontally. Why? I asked her to keep her distance just now, but now I picked her up directly. A weak and warm voice sounded in my ears. Hestia, I just exercised and my body smells heavy from sweat. I wonder if you could give me a back rub. This made Hestia tremble, and she suddenly understood why Belle asked Hephaestus and Loki just now. Her mind couldn't help but think of the scenes where they usually interacted. Hestia's face was very strange. A layer of red soon appeared. This was not the first time. Hestia blushed but agreed. Belle hugged Hestia and left the courtyard outside. It was late at night, and when the night fell in Orario again, it is also the time when Orario's tavern is open for business. The rich hostess's business is surprisingly good in the evening. Several female waiters are busy in the hotel, just to receive every night guest. Mia's mother, give me a glass of wine. Drinkers sit together to toast each other and drink, and then they can chat about everyday things in this free time. And the most popular topic recently is of course, brothers, I heard that you recently discovered a member of the dark faction. These words made people at the next few tables turn their attention. Hey, I found it, but when I wanted to catch the guy actually used a bomb to detonate it directly. The man who was asked had a melancholy look on his face. In his eyes, he could still see the crazy look of the dark sect leader before he died. That crazy look of fearlessness, and fearlessness makes people feel horrified just thinking about it, and they don't know what it is like. How on earth did this group of lunatics do it? But after being horrified, there was only a deep sense of regret. If that kid had reacted slower, he would have been caught. Yes, what a pity. The people next to him didn't show any pity at all, they were just full of gloating. But they still wanted to continue asking. Did you meet him in the dungeon before? Yes, I saw a few sneaky guys on the 11th floor. Out of curiosity, I went over and took a look, and it turned out to be those guys. The 11th floor is a bit deep. The 11th floor is really a bit in depth for level 1 adventurers. You must know that baby dragons will be produced on the 11th floor. Even if it is a young dragon, it is still a dragon after all, but a powerful monster at level 2 is not something that an adventurer at level 1 can easily face. Even if we now know that there are people from the dark faction on the 11th floor, level 1 adventurers still don't dare to wander around on the 11th floor casually. Brother, how high is the guild's bounty? You should know it after taking it, right? The minions at LV.1 have a bounty of 500,000 Ferris, LV.2 has a reward of 1 million Ferris, LV.3 has a reward of 5 million Ferris, LV.4 30 million Ferris, and LV.5 has a bounty of 100 million Ferris. Reese. Hiss. Everyone around us is benefiting from global warming. Everyone knows that the guild's bounty is very high, but they didn't expect that the LV.5 bounty has soared to 100 million Ferris. This number is a bit too big, and it is not easy for them to dream. Thinking about it, 100 million Ferris. The cat waitress's ears twitched instinctively when she heard this number. As a former bounty hunter, the money she had saved from doing so many tasks in the past was actually less than 100 million Ferris. As a result, she only needed to catch it now. A level 5 can get such a large amount of money from the guild. I have to say, she was moved. Don't think so much, silly girl. Mia's mother saw money symbols popping out of the little girl's eyes, and she snorted angrily. That's level 5, and it's level 5 of the dark faction. Do you think it's that easy to catch? Well, that's right. If it was so easy to catch, how could the guild give such a large bounty? Having given up the impulse, the cat girl's ears instantly drooped in disappointment. The 100 million Ferris, maybe they're waiting for someone to get it, but it is like the 280 posted on the black market. It's the same as the commission to destroy the Freya Familia. Some people dare to ask for the commission, but no one dares to take it. Isn't this nonsense? A LV.7 and a group of LV.6 familia can make adventures below LV.6. Do you accept the commission? You must know that Orario's level 6 adventurers are rare animals and are at the national treasure level. But there are 3 level 6 adventurers at the national treasure level among the Freya familia, and even one is Flame. The 4 level 5 combinations of the Golden 4 warriors can be compared to the level 6 bug. They are the 4th level 6 of the Freya familia. Just such a group of perverts plus a level 6 who stands at the top of Orario 7. No adventurer below LV.6 would choose to accept such a commission. This is not a commission, this is seeking death. In fact, there are many such quests in the black market, including the destruction of Luo. The Foundation Familia is a commission that was posted a long time ago. However, since the Loki Familia jumped 3 LV.7s a month ago, this commission has been considered to be a more outrageous commission than the destruction of the Freya Familia. ALV level 7 is already confusing. Facing 3 level 7s at the same time is really not as fast as committing suicide. A guest is coming, why don't you go and receive it quickly? Mia's eyes turned to the front seat of the bar where a customer had already appeared. Why? The cat lady looked at it, and sure enough, a young man wearing a white coat was sitting there. Was there someone sitting here just now? The cat lady's brain reaction was obviously bad, but she still acted very quickly. Is the guest visiting for the first time? The hostess? Do you want me to recommend some special dishes to you? No, this is my second time here. The second time? How come I don't have any impression at all? The cat waitress has no impression of this hooded boy at all. In addition, this time I came here just for an invitation from the goddess. It turned out to be this kid. Mia's mother immediately understood who this hooded boy in white was. An invitation from the goddess? What kind of goddess would invite people here for nothing? Could it be that God Loki invited you here? The cat waitress couldn't help but asked curiously. God Loki has recently been dealing with issues within the familia. The upgrades of Finn, Riveria, and Grace are unstable. Those 3 have recently wiped out the families of 2 dark factions and repatriated the 2 gods. The Loki Familia clan is now in a highly excited state, and God Loki is needed to stabilize the internal stability and not to escape casually. These remarks made the cat girl couldn't help but understand the situation within the Loki Familia. But soon she frowned. This was not information that outsiders could know. The instability within the Loki Familia is a big secret. Once someone catches the sore foot, he may be attacked immediately. So how does the person in front of him know this kind of information? And how can he tell it so directly? In fact, this question is also very simple. The current Loki Familia is definitely a familia that no force is willing to provoke. Why? The Loki Familia with level 7 and the Loki Familia with only level 6 are completely different things. Even a fool would know such a simple thing, so the dark faction will not act casually in the short term. Even if the Loki Familia reveals a flaw, they need to consider whether it is a flaw deliberately leaked by the Loki Familia. That's it. Catwoman finally understands why Orario has been so quiet since her 2 families were wiped out by Loki's family. Even the dark factions seem to be hiding. But why do you, the guest, know about such a thing? So, didn't I say that? I was also invited by a goddess, so naturally I can also know some inside information. But such information. Okay, silly girl. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Mia's mother directly interrupted the conversation, which shocked the cat lady. But Mia's mother did not say harsh words, but he pointed to the kitchen with his fingers as thick as a child's wrist. Go call Hill over. Oh. The cat girl went to the kitchen to call for someone with a confused look on her face. Mia's mother, on the other hand, locked her eyes on this person. But the boy had no intention of speaking, but quietly waited for the goddess arrived. Soon, a silver-haired girl wearing a green maid costume and a white apron came out of the kitchen. Mia's mother, are you looking for me? I'm not looking for you, it's a customer looking for you. Mia's mother pointed her finger at the boy sitting in the front seat of the bar. The moment she saw the boy, the color of the silver-haired girl's eyes changed slightly. The boy also stood up from his seat at this moment. Good night, God Freya so catch? Mia's mother glanced around, but none of the customers who were still in the store made any move, as if they didn't hear anything at all. The innocence and lively emotions that the silver-haired maid had just a moment ago were replaced by maturity and excitement. It seems you knew I was here from the beginning. The young man bowed slightly. It was only from the fluctuation of my soul that I felt that there was someone here whose soul fluctuation was similar to yours, and I determined that this place was the eyeliner of God Freya. But I never thought that someone with no ego could be loved by God Freya. Freya smiled slightly and placed her hands slightly on her chest. After all, this child is very lovable. Losing myself, escaping from myself, and becoming me is also this child's choice. But Freya soon focused her attention on the boy. So, you came to me this time to fulfill our agreement. No, I came here this time hoping that God Freya would give me half a month more preparation time. 1 month is just the time to complete the physical adjustment. It still takes half a month for me to adjust to the right condition. More half a month. Freya guessed that she came here to refuse to fulfill the agreement, but she didn't expect to set a time to meet. Half a month is not a long time. Freya smiled slightly. Then half a month. We must fulfill our agreement after half a month. Don't worry, half a month is enough. After the dungeon regained its character as a breeding ground for monsters, adventurers once again poured into the dungeon. It's just that most adventurers are still wandering around floors 1 to 15. Even the level 1 adventurers who sign up for warmth can only hunt monsters on these floors as safe as possible. Once they reach the depth of level 1, it's the biggest drag on them. Brush. On the safety floor of the 50th floor, a figure wrapped in lightning appeared on the central rock plane. I really didn't expect to come back so soon. Taking off the lightning-wrapped coat, Belle stood alone on the rock platform in a white coat. There is still a lot of life on the ground here, such as the bonfires buried in the sand and the pits on the ground. Cave, these are all traces of life. A month ago, the Loki family spent several unforgettable nights here. The next step is systematic exercise. The time is half a month, which should be considered long enough. It's time. After all, it's not just starting from scratch to train his abilities. The foundation itself is already high enough. What he completed in half a month is a phased completion. Belle did not waste time on the safe floor, but directly he threw himself into the realm of the 51st floor. This is the Dragon's Pond. Adventurers who enter it will be locked by the cannon dragon on the 58th floor and start attacking immediately. Belle did not hide his aura and directly entered the 51st floor. Here he comes. The feeling of being targeted by countless hunters also made the hairs on Belle's back stand up. After pausing for a few seconds at the entrance, Belle immediately walked forward. Boom. The pillar of high heat fire rose from behind, penetrated the partition between floors, and directly hit the entrance. Looking back, I saw that part of the penetrated ground had been melted by the high heat flame. Sure enough, the underground city is very important to me. An adventurer is a master. A little carelessness may lead to death and annihilation. Even with level 4 strength, Belle has never looked down upon the monsters in the dungeon. Even the elephants are the same. Will be swallowed by ants, not to mention that Belle thinks that he is not an ant. Now he is a real ant to those powerful monsters. Only ants will constantly seek a way out in danger, and will not stop. Step by step, he is on the road to strengthening himself. But what he, an ant, craves is not grouping, but self-mutation. Sensing the attacks from the lower levels of the ground, Belle carefully dodges, while also paying attention to the monsters on the 51st floor. No. Perhaps it's due to the special nature of Dragon's Widow, but most of the monsters on these floors are human shield-type monsters that are difficult to kill, as well as poisonous and containment monsters. For example, the spiders crawling on the walls. They are the largest apart from its size. Its only offensive ability is the ability to spit spider silk and spin webs, but this ability alone is enough to give adventurers a headache. Once the silk spun by the spider on the 51st floor sticks to the adventurer, then it is not so easy to separate. If a weak adventurer enters this layer, even if he is not killed by the cannon dragons, he will be captured and cannibalized by the spiders on this layer because of the spider silk. Although the spiders in this layer are not very aggressive, the mouthparts of the monsters cannot be underestimated. Even adventurers at level 5 cannot withstand the encroachment of dozens of spiders. Avoid the silk spinning of spiders in this layer. Attack is the key to survival. After dodging the spider's silk attack, the next thing to consider is the enemy-seeking bombardment of the cannon dragon. The attack that ignores the floor is shameless. Coupled with the inexplicable enemy-seeking ability, the cannon dragon possesses the ability to lock down adventurers at 8 levels. Boom. Once again, he avoided the pillar of fire rising from the ground. This time, because Belle was paying attention to his surroundings, he moved slower, allowing the rising pillar of fire to burn his face. The flames that could completely penetrate the rock formations burned Belle's face. It was also burned red. The burning pain distracted part of Belle's attention. Puff. But my ears listened carefully to the surrounding movements, and the sound of the spider spinning silk was also heard clearly. I predicted the landing point of the spider silk in advance, and left the shooting range earlier. Poof. Suddenly, the spiders hidden in the darkness of the palace were ordered to spin their silk and attack at the same time. Belle's eyes glanced and saw the shape of the spider silk. The fluctuations under the ground were already coming, which made him feel bad. The aura. The monsters here seem to be really well trained with the cannon dragon on the 58th floor. At this point, Belle no longer retains it. In addition to being highly concentrated, he also picked up all his speed. Before those spider threads stick to sneak out of the gap before it forms a web with other spider silks on the wall. Boom. Sure enough, while the spider silk formed a trap, the safe position reserved in the center was completely covered by the pillar of fire. It was indeed a trap that couldn't be more obvious. But before giving Belle any chance to breathe, a series of earthquake sounds came. The sound of earthquakes came along with the shaking of the ground. Turning around, Belle saw a group of rhinoceros creatures with 3/4 elephant size rushing towards him. The heavy sounds of earthquakes covered up many sounds. Belle felt inexplicably irritable. But because of this irritability, Belle entered a peaceful state. This is a taste that Belle has tasted very early, a taste called despair. His sensitive hearing is still it is to lock on to the subtle sounds made by the ground to judge the attack of the cannon dragon. Facing many monsters, what is needed without choosing to escape or using all the strength is more combat experience. Isin-san. This is a necessary condition. In addition, he is only one step short of reaching the realm of Mingjing Shisui, which is a necessary prerequisite for the ultimate skill. At this moment, Belle pulled out the 9 characters Kane Sata. At this moment when killing, it is also when crossing a desperate situation. Belle rushed towards the rhino group. Not to be outdone, the rhinoceros group used the sharpest rhino horns in their bodies to use the most commonly used attack of animals, charging. For small monsters, said, this kind of attack is naturally neither painful nor itchy, but for a large monster with an astonishing weight, a collision can really kill a person. But there is still a gap between a group of rhinos. After sprinting for a few steps, he jumped up high and he regained his posture in the air, and just when he was about to collide directly with the rhinoceros, he stepped on the rhinoceros head. Using the rhino's head as a plane, he used the force again. At this moment, the world in Belle's eyes once again turned grey and became shapeless. In the same posture, he slashed twice quickly, but the third slash was a step slower. Time turned again, and the overlapping space and time were restored. Puff. Two knives severely cut open the neck of a rhinoceros in the front row, and the blood sprayed directly into the sky like a high-pressure water spring. In an instant, the rhinoceros at the front lost its mobility, broke away during the sprint and fell to the ground. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. But the rhinoceros behind did not stop at all. It stepped on the fallen rhinoceros, almost knocking it to the ground with its weight. The rhinoceros was trampled directly into black ash. This meant that the rhinoceros didn't even have the magic stone left. Belle, who was stepping on his feet in the air, immediately stepped down and used the weak recoil of the air to turn his body quickly. Boom! A pillar of fire rose from the ground. If Belle hadn't made a prompt decision, he would have been hit directly with a full shot as he was unable to turn in the air just now. Oh, although the fire pillar was very dangerous, it also helped Belle kill 7 or 8 rhinos that had fallen behind. But watching the pillar of fire burn everything about the rhinoceros in an instant was so hard to laugh at. Even the human shield-type monsters can't withstand the breath of the cannon dragon. If the adventurer is hit, he won't be able to find a real scumbag. As soon as he landed, before he could take a breath, the sound of the earth shaking came again. Belle saw that the rhinos that were rushing past had turned around and charged towards him again with their horns on their heads. Even Belle felt a little depressed and uncomfortable in this situation. It is indeed the 51st floor. It was only at this time that Belle could understand how much tricks rune had been played in his hands. You know, before he conquered the 51st floor, he just walked down. This time it was for exercise, so there was no hidden aura. Who knew the welcome ceremony on the 51st floor would be so warm? The dungeon does not give adventurers a chance to breathe, and is always ready to deal a fatal blow to adventurers who are in desperate situations. If there weren't enough monsters on this floor, Belle felt that there might be a monster feast soon. Caca. Just when Belle was thinking this, the sound of the wall breaking came to his ears, which made Belle's face twitch. Damn it! You don't have martial ethics, dungeon? He glanced back from the corner of his eye. A large number of cracks appeared on the wall, and a group of brand new rhinos came out of the broken walls. The moment the eyes of the monster met the eyes of the monster, the rhino's eyes turned red, just like a cow that was stimulated by the color red. He quickly rushed towards Belle with all fours on the ground. Faced with attacks from the front and back, Belle could only repeat his old trick, stepping on the ground and jumping into the air. But this time, the rhinoceros rushing towards him was not stupid. When Belle jumped up, the leader in the front row, the rhinoceros, also jumped high. Even the rhinoceros born behind jumped up to fight. This scene of one after another caused Belle to be hit hard in the air. Bang! Like a stimulated hydrogen balloon, Belle, who was flying in the air, exploded. The airwaves generated by the shockwave caused the rhino that was attacking from the front and back to pause. At this moment, Belle, who had lost his white coat, held a Kyuji Kanseda, rushed towards the rhinos that collided with each other. He did not continue to pursue a one-hit kill, but faced these rhinos with one hit seriously injured. The light of the sword flickered in the dark corridor. Every time the light of the sword struck, the flash was followed by a shrill scream. Soon the ground on this level seemed to be covered with a layer of blood. The rhinos screamed shrilly, but none of them died immediately. Call. Belle, who had solved this wave of monster feasts, quickly took a breath. He had just held his breath and seriously injured all the rhinos. The strength disappeared in the breath, and the consumption of physical strength and energy also caused Belle's condition to slip a little. The red face also recovered a little when he exhaled, but there was also some obvious heat on Belle's face. I really don't talk about martial ethics. Without using any magic, just relying on skills and abilities, he almost wiped out 647 a wave of monster feasts in just 10 seconds. This is really Belle's current limit. He deliberately did not land a single blow on the rhinoceros. Kill. These rhinoceros whose necks were cut open spattered a lot of blood. If their strength was consumed a little bit, although they would not die immediately, they would lose the ability to charge again. Of course, the main reason for not killing with one hit is a serious injury requires relatively less physical strength and energy, and the rhino that does not die immediately can also slow down the birth of monsters in the dungeon. A slight sound made Belle retreat immediately. Boom! A pillar of fire rose directly where the rhinos were most. The high heat flames turned all the surrounding rhinos into ashes in an instant. Seeing this scene, Belle's ears suddenly heard more clicks, like the wall was broken. The sound made him twitch his face, and he ran away without making any stop. The welcome ceremony on the 51st floor really frightened him. He deliberately did not kill these rhinos, but the attack of the cannon dragon came to disturb him. Shit. As a result, after these rhinos were killed by the cannon dragon's attack, the next wave of monster feast came. This was simply the dungeon version of the deadly serial CA-11. The dungeon would really not give up until he was killed. He completely hid his aura, and then quickly left from the 51st floor. Once again, he turned into lightning and came to the safe area on the 50th floor. But this time, Belle came back looking a little embarrassed. He had always been wearing the white one. The coat has also been consumed. Belle stopped and felt the situation in the dungeon for a while. The excitement passed. I hid my breath and it became quiet. When I released my breath, it gave me the fatal chain CA11. Belle has experienced this feeling in the upper floors before, but the monsters in the upper floors were not particularly threatening to him, so it was relatively easy to deal with. However, the monsters on the 51st floor are almost all level 4 or even it is LV5. In addition, monsters are group existences. In the case of a siege, almost no adventurer can withstand the impact of the monster tide. What Belle experienced just now was the deep monster tide, and it was still a tide specifically for him. It was better not to do such things in the deep, otherwise you would really die if you were not strong enough. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Belle once again experienced the side effects of the liberation of his breath. Next time, maybe I need to control the level of breath release to trick the dungeon into releasing a corresponding level of monster feast. But I need to prepare a valve next time. In the following time, Belle did not completely release his aura again, but gradually and tentatively released some of his aura. In addition to allowing the monsters in the dungeon to directly look at him, it was just enough to avoid him. There is a risk of being targeted by the 58-layer cannon dragon or even targeted by the dungeon. The position of this valve is really subtle, like a girl holding a peepa with her face half covered, or a J-case infuriating balance point that can be seen but not seen. In order to find the limit value of this valve, Belle also tried for 5 days to find it. However, after finding this balance point, what Belle needs to face is not the deadly serial CA11 in the dungeon and the lockup like cannon dragon, but the problem of spiders and rhinos. Doing 2 things saves a lot of energy and physical strength compared to doing 3 things, and it also allows you to better enter the realm of Mingjing Shisui. During the 9 days, apart from the necessary 6 hours of sleep and 2 hours of eating, Belle devoted the rest of his time to technical training. The very high-load combat behavior allowed Belle to gain a lot of combat experience in a short period of time. It is different from the past behind closed doors, nor the past hard pressure with power, but a very pure exercise and effort using skills and personal abilities. It can be said that during these 9 days, Belle has been welcoming the underground city. As long as you let go of your breath a little, the welcome ceremony in the dungeon will follow. It was a feast of monsters directly delivered to the face, highlighting a hatred-filled one. Even with the naked eye, you can see that dungeon wants to kill Belle completely. It's a pity that every time the breath is released to trigger the monster feast, the breath disappears. Until this wave of monster feast is completely over, Belle's aura will disappear permanently. And this happens almost every 2 hours. Although the speed could be faster, in order to avoid irritating the dungeon too much, Belle would only stimulate the dungeon after the dungeon was repaired, allowing him to continue to have a feast of monsters. Under the erosion of such a tide of monsters, Belle's combat experience is constantly improving at a leaping speed. The field of vision is getting wider and wider. In addition to the front where the eyes are focused, the situation in other directions can also be confirmed through some subtle sounds. Discrimination and insight quickly adapt and improve when being besieged by monsters. The agreed time is coming soon, and Belle needs to calm down and return to the family as soon as possible. 14 days of training, with 1 day left for recovery and rest. Well, there is no problem this time. After a brief tidying up, Belle returned to the temporary stronghold on the 50th floor and returned to the family through the space coordinates set there. He passed through the cracks in space and returned to the ground. The feeling of home made Belle feel more at ease. Only here can you have that strong sense of peace of mind. It is this sense of peace of mind that allows Belle to let go of the tension in his muscles and nerves, so he needs a day of adjustment time. It lasted for nearly half a month. Staying in the dungeon will definitely improve your strength, but exercising day and night is also very damaging to the spirit. Therefore, Belle usually develops a sleep time of 6 hours, just to let himself the spirit can be relaxed to the maximum extent. However, it is not a good sleep in the dungeon. Even during sleeping time, you need to pay attention to the surrounding situation and beware of the evil tricks coming from the dungeon. Suck. Taking a deep breath, his body suddenly collapsed. Breathing in the spiritual energy produced by the elf tree in the courtyard is also very helpful for mental recovery. After relaxing for a while, Belle walked into the big tree house. When will Mr. Belle come back? I heard Hestia's words as soon as I entered the big tree house, which made Belle a little embarrassed. During this period, I didn't have any extra time to spend with Hestia and Hephaestus. But neither did Belle. There is no way, after all, there are too many problems hanging on my head, each one needs to be dealt with, and they are all very troublesome. No matter what, I still have to spend a day off with Hestia at home. Carefully control your steps. Sound. Belle walked into the interior of the big tree house little by little. He saw Hestia lying on the sofa boredly reading a book in her hands. Just notice Hestia's pupils and you can tell that I didn't put so much thought into the book. Hestia. Bang. Well, it hurts. Hestia heard the sound and suddenly retracted her hand, and the book she held in her hand came into close contact with her forehead. The pain made Hestia cover her head and look at the book on her lovely face. The book that fell on the ground had a thickened leather cover. It should be a very expensive book. If you hit your head with such a thickened book cover, you can imagine the sour feeling. Hestia's reckless look put the smile back on Belle's face. He often wouldn't feel bored when he saw Hestia's face. That face seemed to have a special kind of magic power, which was simply better than Zhao Li. The Zhao family wanted to give him that sense of peace of mind. Belle walked over slowly, knelt down, and carefully opened Hestia's covered forehead, lowered his head and kissed the red mark lightly. The red mark disappeared without a trace in an instant, along with the pain of being hit on the head. That is. The warmth on her forehead made the moisture in Hestia's eyes heavier. Feeling Belle's tenderness, Hestia couldn't bear it anymore. Mr. Bell, I'm back, Hestia. That simple sentence made all the words in Hestia's heart turn into one sentence. Welcome home, Mr. Bell. It's been a long time since the lovers saw each other. Now when we meet each other, all the words turned into overflowing love. Name, Belcrony. Development ability. Hidden, B. Cognition, Ed. Space, E. Attributes. Strength, 167919999. Durability, 189421885. Dexterity, 175919999. Agile, 147819999. Magic, 20102207. Magic, 4-dimensional space. Storage, Royal Thunder. Quick attack magic. Royal Lightning. Skills, personal training. Precocious. Maturity. Double the combat experience with powerful enemies. Luck, high luck. Poor man's desire. Accumulation. Watch Hestia printed out the data, especially the skybreaking endurance, made Belle once again realize the benefits of being strong. 1900 should be my limit in terms of strength, agility, and dexterity. Endurance and magic power can break through this limit and reach a higher level. Well, unlike the limit of ordinary adventurers, Mr. Bell's limit should be 1900. Hestia also observed the changes in Belle's 227 ability value. The highest attribute of LV.2 is only magic power, which reaches 1900, but there is no way to continue to improve it, especially with the blessing of your growth rate. At LV3, most of the attributes reached over 1800, but only the magic attribute exceeded 2100, while agility and dexterity stopped at the 1900 line. According to Mr. Bell's magic, what you are best at should be agility and dexterity, but these two attributes cannot break through the limit of 2000. This can also be seen in the LV.4 attributes now. This time, except for endurance and magic power, other attributes have reached 1999, but they have not broken through this limit. I think this should be Belkun's limit. But after finishing speaking, Hestia realized whether her last statement was a bit inappropriate, and quickly explained it carefully. I'm not saying that Mr. Bell can't break through this limit, I mean, this should be the real limit for Mr. Bell. Well, I should say. Hestia, I know what you mean. Listening to Hestia's panicked explanation, Belle couldn't help laughing, turned around and hugged Hestia from behind. I'm not mentally fragile enough to complain. Moreover, I also know the limits of my abilities, and being able to reach this point is enough to make me happy. Belle is not a dissatisfied person. People need to have a sufficient understanding of themselves. He is a person with special experiences, adventures, and perhaps a mission. This is directly reflected in his personal in terms of ability. Belle doesn't want to be a hero who saves the world, because he knows very well that heroes in stories usually don't have a good ending, so he hates being a hero. A hero needs to have good enough qualities, but he needs to have enough knowledge of himself. Belle doesn't think he has that quality. He prefers to be a shadow, not a hero. Also, thank you for taking my emotions into consideration, Hestia. Hestia felt a little happy when she heard this, and she was even more greedy for this comfort when she was being held, but she was also complaining happily. Idiot, you are my child, how could I not consider your emotions? Hestia has always been most concerned about Belle's affairs, but this has exceeded the love of ordinary gods for their own children. This emotion and atmosphere made Belle lower his head and kiss the goddess in his arms. I don't know how long passed, until a teasing voice came to their ears, and the two of them were awakened. Are you guys not done yet? The two people who were awakened finally let go and turned around to see Hephaestus looking at them with a smile on his face. Hestia buried her head in Belle's arms a little embarrassed, but Belle outside could clearly see the sourness and jealousy in Hephaestus's smile, which made Belle scratch his face in embarrassment. This idiot! Hephaestus couldn't help but feel some jealousy in his eyes when he looked at Hestia buried in Belle's arms. She strode over, not giving Belle any chance to speak, and pressed forward with Hestia in Belle's arms. Well, a very passionate kiss. Belle could clearly feel Hephaestus's passionate love, and he could also feel Hestia, who was pressed in the center. No, don't squeeze. Belle and Hephaestus were about the same height, but there was a big gap between Hestia and them. This made Hephaestus directly tell Hestia when he came over. Hephaestus must know that Hephaestus is a craftsman, and that is the profession of hammering iron. Even if his divine power is sealed, Hestia's own power is still there. Above elegance. At this moment, Hestia completely lost her ability to resist. When the two separated, Hestia immediately lost her strength and lay on the sofa. Ugh. Hephaestus, you did it on purpose. Hephaestus, who was being accused, naturally had no objection, she was just jealous. Who makes you always like this? It was like this last time, and it is like this again this time. Belle was with you before he went to the dungeon, but now it's you again when he comes back. Well, Hestia also objected to this matter. Thinking about the last time Belle came back, he exercised for a long time in the bathroom. As for this time, it seems that it also happened to be the time for Belle to go home. And then there's you, Belle. Hephaestus looked at the confused Belle with a hint of jealousy. She walked forcefully in front of Belle and reached out to hold Belle's face. Even if we have a relationship like this, we will still get jealous when we should be jealous. As a goddess, I also need comfort. That's it. Belle saw a trace of weakness in Hephaestus's eyes, as well as a strong jealousy of wanting to be loved. Think about the relationship between himself and Hestia, and then think about the relationship between himself and Hephaestus. It seems that the relationship between stores is indeed a bit different. Hephaestus. Reaching out his arms and hugging Hephaestus, Belle really didn't expect that his subconscious reaction would bring such great jealousy to Hephaestus. Sorry, I always thought of you as a very powerful goddess. I forgot that you and Hestia are the same. You still know. Hephaestus's bright red eyes held some anger, but there was still a little worry in his heart. Don't I look like a goddess in need of love? No. It's mainly a goddess that you usually see as very strong. Except for the first time, you are more proactive, so I thought you prefer taking the initiative. Is this the reason? Hephaestus almost lost his temper. She said why Belle never took the initiative with her, but was very proactive with Hestia. It turned out to be because Belle thought she liked to take the initiative. Belle, just because I like taking the initiative doesn't mean I don't like being passive. Okay, now Belle knows what Hephaestus means. After taking the initiative against Hephaestus, Hestia helped Belle prepare for promotion. After updating the data, I chose to advance, and when I saw LV.4 jump to LV.5, I officially entered Orario's strong field. In addition to resetting the ability value of the previous level to 0 and recalculating it, there is also the option of developing abilities. That's what Hestia thought, and after completing the promotion, she looked directly at developing abilities. But just like this, Hestia was completely stunned. Hephaestus, come here, take a look. Hephaestus leaned over and took a look, and then in addition to the development capabilities that he had developed before, a brand new direction appeared at the front. God killing. This development direction really made Hephaestus. I was shocked. I didn't expect that Belle's promotion this time would turn God killing into a development direction. But why is this development direction happening this time? I don't know about this either. Both Hephaestus and Hestia were a little confused as to why this promotion would include God killing in terms of developmental abilities. Normally, the criterion for the emergence of developmental abilities should be the direction of development in this area. But Belle he has never experienced killing gods, so how did he have this development direction? The two goddesses who had no direction looked at each other, and then looked at Belle. Mr. Belle, have you ever killed a god? Belle, who was asked, also had questions all over his head. He thought about whether he had killed gods before, but he really didn't remember such a thing. I have never had such an experience. After all, wanting to kill gods is not just talk. A lot of preparations and corresponding investigations are required. If I have to say it, Ishtar, the god who was sent back to heaven, is probably the god I want to kill the most. But God Ishtar also has the meaning of her existence. After all, using her to seduce god Loki is much more useful than killing her directly. That's definitely not the case. The two goddesses also felt something was wrong. Belle is a cautious person. How could he kill a god without making any preparations? And the two of them have been in Orario for so long. There is only one god who was discovered to be repatriated in the past 6 months, Ishtar, and the other gods are still alive. As for the real god killer, that is even more nonsense. If Orario really discovered this such a bad incident, then the entire Orario gods must have exploded a long time ago. How can there be such peace as now? Belle looked at the confused look of the two goddesses and asked subconsciously, is my development ability related to killing gods? Hestia and Hephaestus looked at each other and didn't hide anything. After all, the choice to develop abilities needs to be made by Belle himself, and they definitely can't help him choose. Yes, god killing appeared in the development ability after promotion. It's just that the ability to develop is a reflection of one's own in-depth development direction. If one has not killed a god, theoretically there should be no such ability to develop. Hestia has never heard of such a development ability, and Hephaestus has been in the lower world earlier than Hestia, and has seen more situations. That's just a theoretical possibility. In fact, the ability to develop like killing gods has never appeared so far, even after children from the lower world killed gods. Whether it is theory or reality, such a thing should not exist. This is because Hephaestus also knew that the killing he mentioned was not the death of the god in the true sense, but the triggering of the god's self-sealing. If you receive fatal damage, you will be forcibly sent back to heaven. Moreover, children from the lower world do not have the ability to kill gods. The killing of children from the nether world is nothing more than a form of repatriation. Therefore, no matter what the theory is, such a thing is impossible. Yes too. Hestia also thinks so. The killing of the children from the lower world only returns the gods to the heaven, and is not killing in the true sense. Therefore, if you want to achieve such a theoretical development direction, you must kill in the true sense. Just kill a god. The explanations of Hephaestus and Hestia also made Belle very sure that he had no experience in killing gods, but the development ability was not fake, which meant that he had really killed God. Could it be that one? Suddenly Belle had an answer in his mind, but the answer made the expression on his face a little weird. If it was really what he imagined, then he had really killed a god experience. It's just this matter. Belle's eyes flickered a few times, but he still resisted the embarrassment and raised his hands. If it means killing gods in another sense, I do know. In another sense. The two goddesses still didn't understand the meaning of Belle's words, so Belle had to bite the bullet and continue. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Philo Novel Network. I think I killed 2 virgins. Hestia and Hephaestus were stunned for a moment, and then they understood the definition of killing after the silence, which caused a layer of crimson to appear on the pretty faces of the 2 goddesses. As a former virgin goddess, this identity has indeed been killed, but the method of killing gods is slightly different from their original imagination. This is the one that kills? Hestia and Hephaestus were both screaming in their hearts. They had been thinking about it for a long time, but they didn't expect that the problem lay with them. If this is the case, they can understand it very well. After all, that process is really the process of killing the gods of the virgin goddess. Sharp weapon plus bleeding virgin goddess destroy. This equation is perfect. In other words, this is also a way to kill gods, but it is a method limited to the virgin goddess. If you think in this direction, then it would be reasonable for Belle to have the development ability of killing gods during his promotion. After all, that really happened. But as the 2 former virgin goddesses who were killed, Hestia and Hephaestus felt ashamed. At this moment, they can no longer face the word killing gods. Cough. Hestia, you, help Belle choose to develop his abilities. I'm going to the room first. Hephaestus immediately turned around and quickly left the atrium without giving Hestia a chance to retort. You and I. Hestia was left speechless for a long time. In the end, she could only blush and quietly give Belle the option of developing his abilities after promotion. Only this time Hestia went very quickly. After finishing, Hestia left the atrium as quickly as possible. For the time being, she didn't want to talk about killing gods, especially in front of Belle. In the end I was the only one left. Belle believed that Hestia and Hephaestus probably didn't want to meet him directly during this time. Well, he also admitted that the level of bloodshed of this god killing was really completely different from the imagined killing of gods. The main reason is that the difference in bleeding volume is quite large. Of course, Belle himself was actually quite embarrassed. He didn't expect to get enough power to kill gods in this way. In the future, when he thinks about where the power of killing gods comes from, Belle may not be able to say it directly. After all, this topic is too personal. Hestia must have focused on developing her abilities, but she didn't even notice that she had an additional skill. Name, Belkron I. Development ability. Hidden, B. Nose 047, D. Space, E. God killing, I. Attributes. Strength, 1999 I0. Durability, 2185 I0. Dexterity, 1999 I0. Agile, 1999 I0. Magic, 2207 I0. Magic. 4-dimensional space. Storage. Royal Thunder. Quick attack magic. Royal Thunder. Skills. Personal training. Precocious. Maturity double the experience of fighting powerful enemies. Luck. High luck. The desire of the poor. Accumulation. 7 deadly sins. Arrogance. Arrogance, that's what I say, is it me? Seeing the name of this skill and the following introduction of the skill, Belle immediately thought of the 2 major sins sealed in his 4-dimensional space, jealousy and greed. Jealousy and greed are also one of the 7 deadly sins. So, are these 2 things directly related to your skills? Belle couldn't help but think about it. Because of this association, Belle couldn't help but bring out the jealousy and greed sealed in the 4-dimensional space. Sure enough, the jealousy and greed that had always existed in the seal suddenly had a strong reaction on him. All the black mist that had been sealed in the bottle stuck to the place held by Belle's hand, as if longing to return to its origins. Is it because of that skill? If he is the embodiment of arrogance, why didn't jealousy and greed produce such a reaction in the beginning? Belle couldn't help but think of this question, but then his consciousness paused for a moment. Speaking of which, when I removed jealousy and greed, it seemed that they did not struggle too much. I thought Lu En's control was strong enough, but now it seems that's not the case. Jealousy was taken from Hephaestus's face, and the ferocious look on that half of his face was entirely a reaction to jealousy. Obviously, even the gods cannot eradicate jealousy, and they don't even have the corresponding means. If jealousy is really such a difficult thing, then he will definitely not be so stable when it comes to getting rid of it. If you think about it from this perspective, Belle feels that jealousy may have had a certain relationship with him from the beginning. The reason why jealousy didn't react like this when he was eradicated was probably because he didn't have the ability to awaken the 7 deadly sins at that time. Give it a try. Belle looked at the bottle with jealousy sealed in his hand, used runes to make himself a layer of insurance, and then unscrewed the bottle. The black mist sealed in the bottle flew out like a wild horse, but it did not escape, but hovered around Belle, like a wild cat that had found a home. It didn't give Belle any time to react, and soon it penetrated Belle's body. Rune has no effect. You know, the runes that Belle blessed on his body are very close to the seals on the bottles that seal jealousy. But the jealousy was well sealed in the bottle, but it penetrated into his body almost without any hindrance. This made Belle understand the reason no matter how stupid he was. Sure enough, jealousy has a lot to do with me. That's why it was willing to be plucked from Hephaestus's face and put into a bottle. Unexpectedly, this would happen. This fact is really a bit beyond Belle's imagination. It gave him a slight shock. At that time, he thought it was his own fault, and his feelings were due to this. If I guess correctly, Belle looked at the bottle in the other hand. Come back to. Sure enough, after hearing Belle's words, greed immediately penetrated the seal of the bottle and entered his body. This situation made Belle a little speechless. Should I thank them for taking such considerate care of me? Emotions? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. But just thinking about it, Belle felt that this matter was really weird. But the matter was already here, and there was no reason to think about it. Necessary. And instead of thinking about the strange nature of the problem, it is better to think about why this power is still external. Speaking of which, the jealousy on Hephaestus already existed on his face before the lower world. Even if it is connected to me, but it's too far away. After thinking for a while, Belle couldn't get the answer to this question right away. He could only take out the secret notebook stored in the four-dimensional space, and wrote this question on the blank page. He was worried that he would forget it. Moreover, the 7 deadly sins were a big question, and he didn't know if it involved something he didn't know about. No, to be precise, the 7 deadly sins, the things in the crime, definitely involve areas that he has no idea about. As far as power is concerned, there is no question of good or bad in 4.7. The question is whether there is any powerful relationship behind it. You need to pay special attention to it, just in case there is something behind it. There is something like a giant pit. Although Belle has strong doubts about this power, it does not prevent him from hoping to understand how to use this power. Only by knowing how to use this power, and this power only, then can we better judge whether there is any problem behind this power. It's just that he has just recovered from exercise and will definitely not continue to ponder new powers during this period. But during this period after it's over, you can spend part of your time on new powers. In addition, God Killer's development ability also needs to be developed. It's all a matter of course. Belle couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Well, when Hestia returned to the room, she buried her head under the quilt. Now thinking back to the look in Belle's eyes just now, Hestia couldn't help but feel sad. She and Hephaestus were still wondering how the God-killing development ability came about, but it turned out that they helped. Because he terminated the identity of the Virgin Goddess, he was considered to have killed the Virgin Goddess. When Hestia thought about the judgment of the favor system, she couldn't help but want to pry open the head of the guy who developed the favor system to see if his brain was occupied by a pig, so he could make such a judgment. Things to do. However, the development ability of God Killer will be of great help to Belle's future actions. It's just the right way to get this power, that's the way to get it. Hestia knew that what Belle needed most now was this power. As long as he has the power to kill gods, Belle will be qualified to truly kill gods. It is indeed very effective against some dark faction gods. If only the method of obtaining this power could be ignored. Blushing Hestia couldn't help but complain in her mind. The power he got and the time he got it were just right. Even Hestia admitted that it was the power that was most suitable for Belle. As long as you have the power to kill gods, it will be difficult for even gods to block Belle's path in the future. It would be nice if the way to gain strength didn't have to be so profound. Thinking of the god-killing Hestia, she couldn't help but think of the phantom pain that day. For the Virgin Goddess, this kind of pain is really the first time. But it was because of enough pain that Hestia was even more unforgettable. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. This is the case with Hestia, and this is naturally the case with Hephaestus. But compared to Hestia, who was blushing and speechless, Hephaestus was obviously much calmer, although her upturned feet were stamping her feet. Knock knock knock. Glancing at the door, Hephaestus's mouth curved slightly, but he quickly covered it up. Come in. The door opened, and the person who walked in was naturally Belle, who was allowed to enter the room at will. However, Hephaestus did not have any excitement. He simply glanced at Belle and then turned away. Come back. Still angry. Belle knows that Hephaestus will definitely not be in a good mood at the moment. In fact, if the god-killing thing hadn't stopped, Hephaestus would have been talking about those few things with Hestia just now. What happened last night? Noticing Belle's approach, Hephaestus still calmly shifted his gaze to other places, but the slight movement of his peripheral vision was still caught by Belle. This made Belle even more sure of himself. You should take the initiative. Belle came directly to Hephaestus and grabbed her hand in his hand without waiting for her to speak. Hephaestus glanced at the grasped hand and struggled a little. Seeing that there was no way to break free, she stopped trying to break free. After all, what if she really broke free? Hephaestus. What? There was a slight smell of gunpowder in the voice. Belle could hear that Hephaestus was still angry. Well, this matter can only be said to be his own problem. After all, the problem of being loved by two goddesses is definitely not the goddess problem. At least Hestia and Hephaestus will not have a problem. So attracting the two goddesses is the biggest problem for him. Of course, this is indeed the case. After all, it was his problem that he didn't take a proactive attitude towards Hephaestus because he felt that Hephaestus liked to take the initiative. If he had known from the beginning that Hephaestus liked to be active as well as passive, maybe he would have been able to take the initiative earlier. This time it's really my problem. You still know. Don't you know who you spend the most time in contact with between Hestia and me? When talking about Hephaestus's grudge, there was some jealousy. But Belle was slightly stunned when he saw the flame in Hephaestus's heart. Flame? Strange, how could I see Hephaestus? Is there a flame burning in Hephaestus's heart? Belle is sure that there is nothing wrong with his eyes, so the flame is real. His eyes are more focused on the flame, and he finds that the flame is pure black. It even grew a little bigger in Hephaestus's heart. What are you doing standing still? Belle was stunned for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he saw that the resentful flames in Hephaestus's eyes were heavier, but the black flames did not continue to expand. Ah, the previous one was indeed my problem. I should have gone to say goodbye to you first. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. That's good if you know. Hephaestus pursed his lips slightly. Although these words were spoken a little late, it did not prevent her from enjoying listening to them. Although she is the god of craftsmen and a representative of the goddess who appears to be strong and independent, this does not mean that she does not need to the nourishment of love. Listen to the sweet words of your lover, even a strong and independent goddess will fall. Although his face is still stiff, Hephaestus has decided to forgive Belle. Do you know you are wrong? If you know you're wrong, I can't forgive you. I didn't expect Hephaestus, who was usually calm and handsome, to have such a cute side. Seeing Hephaestus become a little twisted and cute, Belle couldn't help but sigh. I really knew I was wrong. It's not difficult for Belle to admit his mistakes. After all, it's really his problem. Although my reaction was a little slow, I will forgive you this time. After saying the last tough words, Hephaestus immediately shook off his tough look. His body was as soft as a water snake, and he turned his head and leaned on Belle's shoulder. And Belle took advantage of the situation and hugged him. Looking at Hephaestus, his eyes also saw the black flame at Hephaestus' heart slowly extinguishing, and even disappeared. But he also felt a trace of strange power being attracted to him. In the body. Is this jealousy? Belle really didn't expect that his newly awakened skills would be used at this time, and it would also unconsciously change Hephaestus's mood. This made Belle take a deep breath. He lowered his head and kissed Hephaestus for a while. He didn't stop until Hephaestus' breathing became rapid. Hephaestus, I seem to have discovered something extraordinary. Web novels. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. American Comics, The Girl Next Door is Spider-Gwen. Chapter 481. Chevron _left. Previous. Next. Chevron _right. Nights _stay. Are my emotions being controlled? Hephaestus looked at Belle in astonishment. She hoped to see a joke on Belle's face, but all she saw was seriousness. Faced with Hephaestus's questions, Belle didn't hide anything. Just now he did feel that he had unconsciously affected Hephaestus's emotions, and he also absorbed Hephaestus's emotions. Got it. Hephaestus, take a look at this first. Updated data. Hephaestus looked confused when he saw the paper with updated data handed over by Belle, but under Belle's eyes, she continued to read it. Then, Hephaestus found something different from usual on the paper. The 7 deadly sins? Is this your newly awakened skill? Why didn't you see it just now? This question made Belle scratch his face in embarrassment. Maybe it's because our attention was focused on killing gods just now. When mentioning this god-killing thing, Hephaestus's face turned a little crimson. She tried her best not to think about the development ability of god-killing, but instead focused on Belle's new skills. Cough. Belle, please tell me about this new skill first. Obviously Hephaestus doesn't want to mention the issue of killing gods for the time being, at least after this time. It's more important to hear about the new skills first. Hephaestus, take a look at the first description below the skill. Hearing Belle's reminder, Hephaestus continued to look at the description below the 7 deadly sins, the first ability description. Arrogant? Is that just a description? Hephaestus looked at the description under that skill with a look of astonishment. Looking at Belle's other skills, maybe the definitions are relatively broad, but at least the description is very complete, but under this skill there are only 2 arrogance words. Isn't this a complete lack of explanation? Belle did not give any explanation, but mentioned another matter. Hephaestus, do you remember that on your face? Of course I remember. That thing. Wait, you're not saying that your skills are related to the thing on my face, right? Hephaestus, who was half a beat too slow to react, finally came to his senses, and the answer he got was a slight nod from Belle. I think there must be a direct relationship. Belle raised his other hand, and black mist appeared in his hand like ink. The jealousy I plucked from your face before is absorbed by me. After acquiring that skill, jealousy actually actively wanted to get closer to me, and even the preparations I had laid out were of no use. This scene also made Hephaestus look stunned, and he couldn't help but ask. Belle, I remember that you sealed that thing before. Yes, I really thought it was sealed at the time. But then I realized that the so-called seal was just my wishful thinking. Jealousy and greed were not sealed by me, but deliberately left in the bottle because of my hope. Hephaestus' face was full of disbelief, but Belle also knew why she was in such a mood, because he was in the same mood when he faced reality just now. However, my situation was like this even when I was born. How could it have anything to do with your skills? Belle nodded slightly. He also had this idea. After all, Hephaestus has existed for hundreds of millions of years. No matter how you think about it, there shouldn't be a direct relationship with him. If it weren't for the fact that there is a relationship between me and the 7 deadly sins, then there is another possibility. The 7 deadly sins exist in themselves, and it happened that I bumped into them. It just so happens, it's too much of a coincidence. No, if it was this arrogant coincidence, maybe it really wasn't a coincidence. Looking at the sins he had committed, Belle couldn't help but increase the possibility of coincidence. As a reborn person, he has the quality of arrogance. Anyone who is reborn and comes to the world he once knew will inevitably feel arrogant inadvertently. The most direct one is the feeling that I am different from others. The 7 deadly sins themselves are not very special, there are many. The 7 deadly sins are often referenced in the story themes. It is obviously unrealistic to say that the 7 deadly sins do not really exist in this world. Otherwise, how could God Freya use lust to control people? The 7 deadly sins themselves do exist, but the 7 deadly sins are different from ordinary powers. Powers can be controlled by gods, but to gods, the 7 deadly sins are the same as poison that cannot be removed. The jealousy on half of Hephaestus's face is not, is it something like poison? And even divine power cannot remove it and can only compromise it. So, what God Freya uses is not lust, but a charm similar to lust. Is this really the case? Possibility. And I heard Hestia say that almost every goddess of love can master the power of charm, but each goddess masters it to a different extent, and the level of display is naturally different. Hephaestus was confused. When his eyes turned over, Bel had just finished brainstorming. There was some hesitation on his face. The difference between the chance of coincidence and being arranged was actually not very big, but the chance of coincidence was slightly higher. Although this coincidence is too coincidental, Hephaestus, do you know that someone can do anything behind your back? Hephaestus frowned and thought for a long time but couldn't get any answer. This made her only shake her head slightly. I also feel that the possibility of this being arranged behind the scenes is almost zero. Your, Wang Zhaozhao, identity is still a mystery to the entire Orario. It is impossible for Freya and Jacques to do such a thing. If they could do it, they would have snatched you away. Other gods must not be able to do it. Even the people who developed the favor system cannot do such a thing. The magic and skills awakened by each child have a certain relationship with that child. In other words, no skills and magic will be the same. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. But if you want to arrange a child from the lower world who awakens special magic and skills, this is impossible. After denying himself, Hephaestus also felt that it was more likely that this was a coincidence. Maybe it really looked like it was designed by someone, but in summary, it was not something that a god could do. Excluded after finding out the impossibility, naturally only the coincidence that is least likely to be the correct answer is more likely. Although the development of the ability to kill gods is embarrassing, Hestia doesn't want to see Bel in a short time. But they still had to meet in the evening. After all, Hestia was even more unhappy when Bel was left alone with Hephaestus. Therefore, even though he was still reluctant to meet Bel emotionally, his body still acted directly based on his own will. The next morning, caught between the two goddesses, Bel found the opportunity to slip out of the room. After quickly entering the bathroom to wash away the smell of sweat left after yesterday's evening exercise, Bel had a rest day today. In addition to needing to adjust at home, Bel, in addition, you should also spend time with Hestia and Hephaestus at home. If I have time tonight, I need to pay a visit to the hostess of Fengfu. The meeting place should be over there. He will definitely not go to the Freya Familia to meet with God Freya, and God Freya himself knows this very well. Therefore, the only place God Freya could choose to meet was the hostess of Fertility's tavern. However, even if 970 is to meet, we need to make corresponding preparations. There must be a lot of preparations that can be made for not meeting Freya Familia, which is a good thing for Bel. However, it will take some time to prepare for the hostess's tavern. Visit the location in advance and make some corresponding preparations. When he thought of this, Bel stood up from the bath. Isn't now the best time? There won't be so many adventurers on the streets in Orario early in the morning. The hostess is the tavern, and the serious business hours are after 5 o'clock at night, that is, doing night business. This kind of tavern will close very late at night, so naturally the waitresses inside will also go to bed very late. It was because of this night's sleep that the tavern would not start work so early in the morning. Bel figured it out and walked out of the bathroom immediately. Although taking a bath is his relaxing time in the morning, some things also need to be done in time. You can take a bath or something later, but the key now is still the meeting with God Freya tomorrow. After being dressed, Bel immediately went out to the rich mistress. Only this time, Bel did not travel directly through space, but moved forward on foot. Of course, this is done while concealing one's own aura. Because it was early in the morning, even so early, there was a rare layer of thick fog in the air, making the surrounding sight very close. This phenomenon will not change until at least the sky officially lights up, otherwise this layer of thick fog will continue forever. That's not a bad thing for Bel. The thicker fog will not hinder his movements. Instead, he can use the thick fog to obscure his figure, making his breath even harder to detect. Is that bitch crazy? Bel's footsteps paused, and his eyes penetrated countless walls, locking on a dark corner 200 meters away from a rich mistress. Although he was thousands of meters away from the source of the sound, the other party, the pure malice on his body, has been easily captured by him along with the voice. Adventurer? The momentum is amazing, at least level 5. And he is not an ordinary adventurer. The smell of blood is very strong, and there is also very strong malice. For Bel's judgment on strength is constantly improving as his strength increases. Because he has seen enough adventurers, he has an accurate judgment on the strength below LV6. Because of this, Bel can judge this. The woman hiding in the darkness made an accurate judgment. As for malice, Bel can actually feel malice, but it is malice directed at herself. But this time, the malice Bel feels is not directed at herself, but stems from the malice that naturally exudes from that woman. In the past, Belle could judge whether the other person was malicious through their eyes, behavior, heartbeat, and breathing. However, this method of judgment also had distortions. After all, most of the adventurers' acting skills are pretty good. But this time, Belle really felt strong malice. Perhaps it was because of the newly awakened 7 deadly sins, plus the impact of absorbing jealousy and greed. The perception of sin and malice is obviously much stronger. Just like Belle can absorb jealousy unconsciously, he can also almost instinctively sense the malice around him under the influence of the 7 deadly sins. You know, many sins are caused by malice. It is formed under circumstances. Therefore, malice is a condition for the formation of sin. Sometimes malice is subject to subjective and objective judgments. Just like animals are more sensitive to malice, because this is the survival instinct of animals, and this instinct is also because it does not have subjective malice towards any existence. Just because it does not exist, it is more sensitive. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Philo Novel Network. And Belle belongs to the one who is deeply involved in it and masters it. Power, but not affected by this, will be affected by this power and enhance the perception of malice. This also made Belle focus on the woman. With a gentle step under his feet, the power drove the body to jump up quickly. Then he stepped on the roof, exerting a slight force, and the body moved quickly and silently. The distance of 1,000 meters had been crossed in just 3 steps. Belle stood next to from the rooftop of the store. He looked at the malicious woman in the alley. She was wearing a cloak and a hood on her head, as if he was deliberately hiding his appearance. This look instantly made Belle improve. Attention. He often looks like this, and no one knows better than him why he wears this outfit. Although there are often people who dress like this among adventurers with level 5 strength who still do this are not much more. Not to mention the current Orario. You must know that since the Dark Faction leader was pulled out to take the blame, people who dress like this in Orario can hardly see it. Because everyone knows this dress. Just to deceive others, so who in Orario needs to deceive others? Obviously, the only answer is the Dark Faction. Any adventurer dressed like this will be watched, and either they will be subdued together, or they will be secretly reported to the guild. After all, most people who dress like this are members of the Dark Faction. This is Ferris walking in Orario, and no adventurer wants to miss it. Dark Faction? After ruling out the possible possibilities, the identity of this woman is naturally obvious, and the only possibility is that she is a member of the Dark Faction. But this answer also made Belle couldn't help but frown. Although the answer is obviously the Dark Faction, why do the top leaders of the Dark Faction appear here at this time? At this moment, Orario is really at the point where everyone in the Dark Faction wants to beat her up. Even if there is even a slight tendency towards the Dark Faction, adventurers will go directly to the guild to report it. It can be said that this is the worst situation for the Dark Faction. Belle could imagine that the Dark Faction was secretly preparing for revenge against Orario, but he could not imagine the Dark Faction's decision to suddenly come to the light. Therefore, Belle was ready to listen to what was going on here. The woman below withdrew her gaze. It was obvious that she knew her purpose this time and the danger in this area. At this moment, women are facing a very serious problem. Want to take action? A few days ago, a voice from the people below reached the ears of the Dark Faction. This is also very shocking news. 3 days later, God Freya will meet a man at the Mistress of Abundance. This news is really good news for the Dark Factions that have suffered successive defeats. Even though the current heroes of Orario's Loki Familia, 9 Demon Queens, and Concha have all been promoted to level 7, their strength and intimidation are still far less powerful than those of the fierce ones. Now Orario has once again shown her strength to completely crush the Dark Faction, which has almost crushed the Dark Faction, which has experienced constant twists and turns. If Ennio, the guy behind the scenes, hadn't still existed, the pressure the Dark Faction would have endured would have been beyond imagination. But now there has been a huge turn of events. Freya is going to a tavern to face a man. There is no doubt that this is very important news, especially since the information is directly related to Freya. The strength of the Freya Familia is undoubtedly the strongest in Orario. Even the Loki Familia at this moment has stood up and has the same level 7 as the Freya Familia. But even if they are at the same level, there is still a clear gap between the beginner and the peak. In particular, the fierce warrior himself is the most comprehensive adventurer with almost no flaws to speak of. This is something that the Loki Familia cannot compare to. And besides the fierce ones, there are a lot of troublesome guys in the Freya Familia. With such troublesome Freya Familia and the rise of Loki Familia, the Dark Faction is also in a very difficult position. 4 level 7s are not something they can fight with just being tough. But now a great opportunity has arisen. A good way to completely eliminate the Freya Familia. The core of the Freya Familia is not any member of the family, but God Freya as the main god. Therefore, if you want to completely destroy the Freya Familia, the best way is to send God Freya back to the heaven. Therefore, at this moment, Freya goes out to the tavern to meet a man. This is the best opportunity for the Dark Faction leader. But will that bitch really come forward? But the woman still doubted in her heart whether Freya would really come as the intelligence said. Moreover, even if that bitch really comes, there won't be even a guard around him. Those guys will definitely stay by that bitch's side and won't let him go. But there is no doubt that this is indeed a good opportunity. As long as that bitch really comes, it will undoubtedly be a good opportunity for them. Moreover, there was intelligence before that showed that that bitch often left the family behind his back. If it was the same this time, then this would be a good opportunity. Today is the last day to make a decision, and tomorrow will be 3 days later in the intelligence. If you want to seize the opportunity, you have to make a decision today. The woman was silent for a long time, still unable to make a decision. Still haven't made a decision. The voice behind her made the woman's face under the hood become even more irritated. Nonsense. That bitch is definitely not easy to deal with, and I don't think that bitch will automatically jump into the trap. Indeed, I thought so too. So, tomorrow's plan is asking for flowers. Women have no interest in plans that are uncertain. Although the outside world calls her the killing emperor, she is not an idiot. She personally would not do such an act of committing suicide. Even though she was surprisingly confident in her own strength, she didn't think she could deal with several level 6s and a man standing at the top of level 7. No, to be precise, the plan will continue tomorrow. The woman frowned and turned around to look at the guy wearing a red and black mask behind her. If this guy wasn't a companion, she would have punched him down. After a moment of silence, the woman suddenly spoke. Give me a reason. The man wearing the mask nodded slightly and continued. This is the same information I know. But even if that bitch doesn't say anything, do you think her family members will just leave it alone? Meeting. According to our information, Freya went down to the lower world to find her own encounter. If Freya gives an order not to allow her family members to approach, then there will be at least 1 minute during this meeting to carry out the assassination. If you combine it with your barrier, you should be able to increase the time. The woman was silent for a moment, and finally gave an estimate of the longest time she could take. 30 seconds should be my limit. The time that barrier magic can be blocked is not very long. 30 seconds is almost the limit. So, are you confident that you can resolve the battle in 30 seconds? Facing the problem of the mask, the woman had a confident smile on her face. As long as you are not facing someone of the same level, 30 seconds is enough. Mask is not surprised by this answer, because this is the answer he has confirmed. So, do you want to carry out the plan tomorrow? This time it was the mask's turn to ask the woman, but the woman burst into laughter. Of course yes. The woman and the masked man left from the darkness after determining the necessary action, and the scene happened to be watched by Belle on the eaves. The top leaders of the dark faction actually know about God Freya's meeting with me tomorrow? Until that time, the only person involved in the matter, apart from the selfless person, was the God Freya. The waitress would definitely not spread such a thing without permission. After all, it has a direct impact on the safety of God Freya. Moreover, the waitress named Hill is the shadow of God Freya, and she will not commit such a betrayal. After Belle's face twitched a few times, his brain instantly figured out who the person who dumped the information was. The person who can disregard the safety of God Freya and accurately submit the information to the dark faction, probably only God Freya himself can do it. God Freya, you played a little too big this time. If the person who sent this information was God Freya herself, then you can guess the reason why God Freya did this. But this reason gave Belle a slight headache. Belle could almost imagine what kind of bloody scene it would be when he met God Freya tomorrow. He wasn't someone who couldn't accept that kind of scene. But God Freya's operation was really too much. She used herself as bait just to see how good he was. In fact, hasn't God Freya already guessed it? If my guess is correct, God Freya should give an order to everyone above level 5 not to move tomorrow, right? No, if it goes too far, God Freya will even prohibit those people from leaving the family's base. Just thinking about that kind of scene, Belle felt like he was being severely plotted. He is a weak and helpless ordinary adventurer. Why must he be allowed to show his strength? Belle took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly, letting out his depressed emotions along with his breath. But whether it can be exposed or it should not be exposed. The Rich Hostess is not a tavern that does not open its doors to the public, and people will pass by even in the morning. And if the God Freya appears inside the tavern without concealment, the possibility of being stopped is too high. If he shows his strength here, then Belle can imagine that the situation he will face in the future may be the shocking news that Hestia's child killed level 5. Belle is still very opposed to standing in the spotlight. Once he becomes famous, many things will be targeted, and he prefers to do his own things behind the scenes. In that case, it still needs to be arranged properly. The key lies in the layout around the Rich Hostess's tavern. If you want to solve the problem without showing your strength, you should use the method you are best at. Sometimes a reckless display of strength turns out to be careless behavior. Don't let others get your information easily. This is what a prudent person must observe. Belle stopped and thought for a moment, then after a few dodgers, he arrived in front of the hostess's pub, which was 1,000 meters away. It looks like a 2-story building from the outside. However, the tavern is only on the first floor, and the waitress's accommodation is on the second floor. The external shape and scale are quite exquisite, and it should have been built by the Gubanu family. In fact, there are not many families in Orario who can build high-end buildings. Gubanu is considered to be the most cost-effective and practical. Of course, the Gubanu family's asking price is also the highest. But you get what you pay for. Although the charges are very high, the work efficiency of the Gubanu family is also very high. Belle also knows this very well. At the beginning of the establishment of the Familia, when Belle got the first pot of gold, what he thought of was to ask the Gubanu Familia to build the Familia. Later, considering that the internal situation of the Familia was not suitable for others to control, Belle finally used Rune to carry out the construction. Maybe the appearance is a bit different, but using runes gives the family a somewhat original and natural feel. In a sense, they are no worse than the Gobanu family. Belle's eyes scanned the surrounding situation. The tavern is also surrounded by serious taverns, as well as many jewelry shops and snack bars. There is a bit of a night market atmosphere around here. The location is great, the location is simply the best. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The rich hostess is located at the corner of Deadless Street. You must know that less than 2 kilometers to the left of the tavern is Deadless Square, that is, it's the entrance to the dungeon. A few minutes walk to the right of this tavern is the location of Orario's guild. It can be said that as long as adventurers coming out of the dungeon, as long as they don't deliberately change the route like Belle, they will almost pass by the Mistress of Plenty. Because of this, the hostess of Fengshao has a good flow of people every day, and there are many adventurers visiting even at noon. There are a lot more troubles to deal with. Although Belle felt a slight headache, he was still trying to find a way to deal with it. Just wanting to deal with this issue is not just the specific space in which the hostess of abundance is included. The layout requires some space. The other party is using barrier magic, so the scale will definitely include the entire tavern, so my layout needs to be wider than the space covered by barrier magic. With this in mind, what needs to be done is to expand the scope that needs to be included. At the same time, corresponding illusions are also arranged around it, and adventurers need to reduce the number of arrangements. Belle needs to take the situation completely into his own hands, avoid drawing too much attention to himself, and face Freya's interest. After thinking about it, Belle started to take action. Rune quickly started setting up. In order to avoid being noticed by others, Belle also placed rune inside the wall this time. When arranging the runes, Belle also paid attention to the surrounding situation. The flow of people began to increase gradually, so Belle first arranged the runes on the street, and then began to decorate the surrounding areas. In nearly half a day, the basics of the arrangement had been laid out. Belle also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Then we just have to wait for tomorrow. Time soon came to the next day. Today is the day that Goddess Freya and Belle meet. Maybe they have not agreed on where to meet, but they both already understand that there is only one place to meet. Mistress of Abundance. This is Freya's eyeliner in Orario, and here is Freya's other pair of eyes. So, this is the perfect place to meet. At noon, Freya left her residence in the Tower of Babel alone. He only wore some basic coverings, and just put on his cloak and headed to the place where they agreed to meet. However, Freya's slightly concealed appearance also attracted the attention of many adventurers. Men are all lustful animals, and it is not easy to control their eyes when they see a woman with a good figure. Even though the face cannot be seen, the figure hidden by the cloak can still be seen, which makes the adventurers who see it drool. Could this woman be from a dark faction? The man who asked this 23rd question was drooling. Unfortunately, he was responded to by contemptuous looks from around him. If you dare to go up, you can try it. People from the dark faction still dare to walk on the street so blatantly? This woman came down from the Tower of Babel. Damn it, dude, how do you know so much? Nonsense, I followed you all the way here, wouldn't I know? This sentence directly attracted the disdainful and appreciative glances of the men around her. But since she is someone who came down from the Tower of Babel, then this woman will definitely not be a member of the dark sect, and may even be with the goddess. The guild has a direct relationship. Although we don't know the identity of this person, it's better not to touch him casually. What if it is a goddess? You must know that there is only one goddess living on the Tower of Babel. After being reminded, all the men around him couldn't help but swallow their saliva. If it is the beauty god, if these people do something inappropriate, even if the goddess does not punish them, I am afraid that the members of Freya's family will we must kill them too. When I think of this, the men around me are even more afraid to do something excessive, and even their eyes are more respectful. But all the men's eyes are still on that woman. And facing the attention of so many eyes, Freya's expression did not change at all while walking on the road. She was too familiar with the lustful and possessive eyes of children from the lower world. But these eyes were not disgusting. Freya clearly heard the voices of all the children, and she still had a strong sense of awe before lust. Ordinary. Freya had long been accustomed to such eyes, and was also used to the excessive treatment of her by the opposite sex. Thoughts. Therefore, she has always regarded these things as playthings for fun. The children affected by her are not qualified to be looked upon by her, including gods. That child is different. In Freya's heart, faintly looking forward to meeting the child this time. At the same time, she was also looking forward to it. This time she caused some little trouble to the child, and she didn't know what the child would do. The expectation in her heart made Florya speeded up her pace slightly. At the same time, in a dark corner nearly 3,000 meters away from Freya, a woman in a white cloak stood there, carefully concealing her breath, while paying attention to the guards who may appear around Freya. This bitch is truly crazy. The woman carefully observed the surroundings and used the usually precious perception-type props to confirm that there was no one above level 5 around. This investigation also made the woman completely silent. Although she also guessed the reliability of the intelligence, but seeing this situation, she felt that this woman Freya was really crazy. She actually put herself in such a dangerous situation for a man she wanted to meet. But the woman also felt even more this is a huge trap. Although the woman often calls bitches and bitches, she is very cautious about Freya. That woman may be a bitch, but she is definitely a particularly difficult goddess. Even if she is now the main god, also reminded her not to underestimate Freya. This abnormal situation gave her a very bad feeling in her heart. But should she really retreat now? There was some hesitation in the woman's heart. If it was an obvious trap, then she should retreat quickly. Even if she had enough strength, she would not be so stubborn that she would directly run into the trap prepared by others. But besides being an obvious trap, there is also a big bait, enough for her to jump out and bite the bait. Although the woman now knows that this is a trap, but after weighing the pros and cons, the woman has a plan in mind. Do it? Maybe this trap in front of her is for she was prepared, but what if she could kill that bitch? As long as no one else came to cause trouble, she was confident enough to kill the bitch directly. The woman who made the decision had already decided in her heart to complete this task quickly, to avoid some unnecessary changes. I need to start getting closer. My magic needs to anchor the range, and chanting also takes time. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The woman lowered herself 813. The hood, the big sword hidden behind the cloak, makes the woman unexpectedly conspicuous. If she wants to act casually during the day, she needs to avoid a lot of sight, otherwise this operation will be completely bankrupt, so she needs to act more carefully. Freya, who did not conceal her whereabouts, has arrived at the promised hostess, and the waiter inside has already been prepared. After all, a god like Freya must have made a reservation to use the tavern. Otherwise this meeting would have attracted too much attention. Freya had cleared out all the other guests in the tavern. Freya took her date very seriously and did not want to be affected by the eyes of other children. Gave her a rare date. Lady Freya. The first person to step forward to greet her was the rich hostess and the waitress in this tavern, Hilfaro. As a very popular waitress in this tavern, she also has this special hidden identity. She also the most suitable person to welcome Freya. Freya looked at 11er and smiled, and this smile made the other waitresses standing behind feel their hearts beating faster. Appreciation of beauty is for both men and women. Similarly, people who are affected by charm also the same applies to both men and women. The goddess of beauty, Freya. As one of the hostesses of abundance, the female elf can often be seen haunting the tavern. Among them, the god who visits the tavern the most is Loki. However, this god of beauty was not a god who would come to such a tavern casually. She had only seen him before when attending a banquet with the main god. This goddess is still the same as before, always giving people the feeling of being at a glance for thousands of years. The female elf subconsciously turned away her eyes. Not looking directly at the goddess of beauty was the easiest way to avoid the risk of charm. The beauty's charm will shake people's minds. If you look at it for a long time, you will be confused by this charm. This charm can be promoted to the point of affecting the mind. In a sense, this charm is also a kind of poison. This poison called charm is not inferior to the real poison at all. It is even colorless and odorless. Only the highest level abnormal resistance can compete with this poison. It's a pity that no adventurer has the highest level of abnormal resistance since the time of the god's lower realm. Naturally, there is no one who can compete with the charm of the god of beauty. But why did this Lord God come down from the Tower of Babel today, and still dressed like this? Looking at how God Freya was dressed today, wearing a very common cloak and simple casual clothes on her body and face, it was difficult to tell at a glance that this was God Freya. Obviously, this is the way to go out privately. Obviously the atmosphere between Orario and the Dark Faction is so hot now. Why are you still secretly coming down from the Tower of Babel at this juncture? Could it be that he was using it as bait to attract all the Dark Faction members? But after thinking about it, the female elf really didn't think that the Dark Factions couldn't see such an obvious trap. Anyone with a little bit of brains can see such an obvious trap, and the female elf in such a straightforward trap doesn't think anyone would step into it like a fool. Isn't that child here yet? Suddenly the female elf heard the goddess Freya suddenly say such a sentence, which made the female elf slightly stunned. At the same time, she also realized something. Is Freya preparing to meet someone? The female elf hasn't waited for her. After reacting, I saw the goddess slowly turning her head. Sorry, God Freya. The space that the goddess was looking at was torn apart, and a figure in a white cloak slowly walked out of the torn space. Gilla was awakened by the sound of swallowing saliva. Only when the female elf came back to her senses was she lucky enough to see this scene in front of her. A scene of space being torn apart. The torn space behind that person was like a demon tearing a hole in the space, filled with creepy ferocity. What is that dark space with no boundaries visible at all? How dangerous it is, you can feel it just through your skin. But what makes people feel even more weird is the person tearing apart the space. Almost no one has space magic. It is a magic buried deep in the ranks of ultra rare. But is this method of tearing space really magic? The female elf couldn't help but ask questions in her heart. In her long career as an adventurer, she has never seen anyone who has used space magic, and she has never seen anyone in a place. I feel such a strong sense of crisis in my magic. I originally thought it would take some time for you to come over. Hearing God Freya's words, the female elf was immediately shocked and temporarily suppressed the strong sense of crisis just now. Obviously, this person is the main person who came down from the Tower of Babel this time. Reason. Hestia and Hephaestus weren't clamoring to come over. Ahem, God Hephaestus is not so childish. God is also tolerant to a certain extent. Hestia's tolerance, she has always had a particularly broad mind. I'm talking about the physical and psychological aspects. I know what you mean. God Hestia and God Hephaestus are also related to this person? The female elf looked at this person carefully, but she didn't remember such a person. On the one hand, it was because her face was covered by the hood. She could see it clearly. On the other hand, she really didn't remember such an adventurer with space magic. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. In Orario, this kind of ability is extraordinary. Most adventurers with talents will be very outstanding. That is to say, because of their outstanding talents, they are often awarded various titles by the gods. And most of the adventurers who have received titles will be awarded by Orario. However, the female elf could not remember that there was such an adventurer with space magic. According to her understanding, most adventurers with special talents will soon show their talents as soon as they are discovered, in front of the entire Orario. But why doesn't she remember such a person? In fact, the female elf is not the only one who has such doubts. Several other people standing around her are also looking for such a person in their memories. People, sit down first. There's a lot more I want to say. So, sorry. Facing the invitation of God Freya, Belle did not show any pretense and sat directly opposite God Freya. Looking at Belle sitting opposite, Freya smiled and pulled down the hood on her head, clearly revealed a beautiful and depraved face. Even a calm Belle was amazed by the beautiful face of God Freya. Belle, I've already taken off my hat, are you just looking at me like this? These words made Belle pause for a moment, and then he sighed slightly, raised his hand and took off his hat. His face was still full of youthfulness, but if you look closely, you can't remember the specific appearance of this face. As if there was an extra layer of fog on her face. Freya looked at it with some amazement. I didn't expect you could use it to this extent. However, it's not polite for you to do this. In this regard, Belle was a little helpless and erased the cognitive impairment on his face. Please forgive my caution, God Freya. Personally, I have been accustomed to being cautious since I entered Orario. In such a public situation, I am even more unsuitable to show others with a straight face. You kid are really too careful in this regard. Other children in the lower world became adventurers for fame, women, and money, Lise, but the child in front of her was not for these things. After Freya shook her head slightly, she asked with interest. Belle, other people come to Orario for fame and fortune, but why did you come to Orario? Me. Belle thought about it carefully. It seems that he didn't come to Orario for any special reason. But if I have to say it, there seems to be one. I first came to Orario because of my grandfather's death. Although the grandfather who raised me was an old pervert, he was also a good man. But one day when he was farming outside the village, he was attacked by a vicious bear. When I heard the news, I was stunned and realized how fragile human life is. Recalling the memories, Belle couldn't help but talk about his most intuitive feeling at the time. The lecherous old man died suddenly. Perhaps it was because of that stimulation that he remembered the memories of his previous life. Human beings are very fragile. Belle sighed with emotion again, and then slowly lowered his eyes. Having nothing left, I left the village and went to Orario, which my grandfather had mentioned. However, what I am looking for is not the so-called encounter. I just hope not to be caught by fate. I wanted strength, at least the strength to protect myself. The idea at the beginning was really simple, for power. Other adventurers did it for fame, profit, or even money and women, but Belle's idea was very simple. He came to Orario, the center of the world, just to get strength. Strength? Well, it is true that there are many children who become adventurers for the sake of power. But most of those adventurers who want power will choose to abandon their own principles and abandon everything just for pure power. Freya has seen many children give up everything for power, even the most important human nature. People who give up everything for power do exist, but just because I want power doesn't mean I will give up everything like those people. Perhaps giving up everything for power is the choice of all living beings. Because ordinary people at the bottom can only get what they desire by choosing to give up everything. This is the fate that ordinary people have to accept. But Belle is one of the lucky ones among all living beings. The abnormality system that rebirth possesses as a reborn person. That is, because of the system, Belle can gain power without giving up everything about himself. By just spending ordinary people's efforts, he can gain power that is difficult for ordinary people to obtain. This it has to be said that it is an abnormality. That is to say, because he knows his abnormality, Belle never thinks that he can obtain this power because of his own efforts. Maybe everyone can obtain the same power when they reach his position, but he is just it's only natural that he's become stronger. In addition, because power is so easy to obtain, I also know the importance of keeping a low profile. Bale knows exactly what will happen if someone is jealous. That's why you always choose to live this way. Yes. Looking at the completely unshakable will in Belle's eyes, Freya knew that this child's temper was completely ingrained. This way of acting was not something that anyone could easily shake. I'm afraid even Hestia couldn't make this child live. There has been a change in this regard. You are really a strange child. Freya sighed slightly. In her opinion, this child doesn't have much desire. But it's because he doesn't have any extra desires. He hopes to get power but won't give everything for it, because it's too easy for this child to get power. It has reached LV.4 in less than half a year. Freya even thinks that Belle has reached LV.5 after the expedition. He has improved from 0 to LV.5 in half a year. This can really be said to be strength. It is too easy to obtain. Although the simplicity of obtaining power can make people feel arrogant and make some irrational choices. But Freya saw that Bel has always maintained his bottom line, and has always maintained a low profile, act in a cautious manner with almost no hint of frivolity, thirsting for power yet acting so cautiously. If you could desire more power, maybe you could be my child. Freya did not hide her possessiveness towards Bel, but faced with this possessiveness, Bel only felt troubled. God Freya. Yes, you will not leave Hestia, I know this very clearly. Freya interrupted Bel's words slightly unhappy. She knew that what Bel would say later was nothing more than rejection. So Freya also knew that there was no way to get this child through normal methods, and Hestia and Hephaestus still did things to the extreme, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. Now that you know, why do you continue to test? Bel couldn't understand the thoughts of God Freya. Knowing that he would not choose Hestia and Hephaestus immediately, he also chose to use various methods to test. Even the power of power was used, just to get an answer from him? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Unable to be understood, Freya leaned on the table with her hands crossed, and her legs under the table were shaking gently. Isn't that what gods are? Moreover, in the lower world for so long, the only encounter that I should find appeared. How could I let it go so easily? Even if there is an answer, will not change. Freya smiled and shook her head, and revealed the nature of the gods. Gods are not beings that can be changed from the beginning to the end, so we gods look for transformations that allow us to change ourselves. That's why Hephaestus tells you that the goddess's love is unique. Because there is only one person who can change the goddess. It seems that there is really no way to change God Freya's mind. Bel once again felt helpless in his heart. I am not the material that can cause the goddess to deteriorate, God Freya. Allah, if you are, then Hestia will be the first to jump up. But at least you and Loki won't have an overreaction. God Loki. If you still have an overreaction in the face of God Loki, it really requires a certain degree of difficulty. After all, once God Loki comes into contact, it will be difficult for him to treat God Loki as a person of the opposite sex. Relatively speaking, it would be more appropriate to treat God Loki as a person of the same sex with whom he can talk. Personally, I still prefer goddesses with more feminine charm. Freya looked down at her chest, she was very proud of it. If Loki heard these words, she would definitely go berserk. Flat chest, this is the biggest taboo in Loki's life. What Loki hates most is his barren figure, because it is because of this identity that Hestia always catches him in pain, and he doesn't even have room to refute. This also made Freya couldn't help but tease Bel about this topic. Well, I don't mean that God Loki doesn't have the charm of the goddess. It's just that God Loki's charm requires more careful discovery. Bel coughed twice quickly and changed the topic. Even Bel didn't want such a topic to reach Loki's ears, otherwise he would definitely be stared at with resentment by Loki. Even if this was said, Loki would definitely be furious. Freya seemed to be able to see Loki jumping, and she couldn't help but smile. Here, I still ask God Freya to be noble. I still have a lot of deals with God Loki, but I don't want to offend her on this issue. Bel had a bitter look on his face. He really didn't want these sounds to fall into the ears of God Loki, otherwise he would definitely be resented by God Loki. His eyes were always locked. Bel always had a depressed face. There is a special magic that can attract Freya's interest, letting her chin hang on the back of the hand holding the table, as if doing so can better appreciate the pain. When he was in heaven, Loki had a bad temper that could be triggered at any time. But as long as there are some things that surpass her, she can still talk to people well. You can see that he has a bad temper. God-sama often said that Loki often caused wars between the gods up there. That guy just liked to see war and blood, but he always laughed next to him after causing farce. Like a madman. Well, Hestia is right. Freya agreed with Hestia's conclusion. In fact, Loki was really sick in heaven, but she could also understand why Loki was like that. After all, the gods have lived for too long, and it seems a bit abnormal that there are no crazy gods for such a long time. Although the gods were omniscient and omnipotent in the heaven, it was just a huge cage. It's like someone raising a group of canaries in a confined space for a certain purpose. After a long time, those canaries will go crazy one by one. But those canaries who are not crazy seem so different in front of a group of crazy people. It turns out that God Freya has always known this. Bel realized that the goddess in front of him had always known it. Freya just smiled flatly. I've actually gone crazy too. Among those guys, only Hestia seemed normal. Will not be affected by external conditions, just like the power she controls. Therefore, I placed my heart on a person who should not be there. Only by doing this, my spirit will not go completely crazy before leaving that cage. She has also gone completely crazy a long time ago. Her calmness is based on putting the paranoia and madness in her heart on the illusory other half, which allows her to get through that difficult period. So, everyone went completely crazy when they found out that they could go down to the next world. However, after everyone came down, the crazy personality before was restrained a lot. At the same time, we also have a special thought in our hearts. It's like a fixed mission. Looking at the ridicule in God Freya's eyes, Bel knew what kind of mission the gods were instilled with. In fact, such a mission is really ridiculous. Why would the gods have such thoughts? Maybe they have been taught it from the beginning. It's destined to end well. A fixed destiny. God Freya, this shouldn't be absolutely mandatory, right? Well, it's not absolutely mandatory, it's just an influence on consciousness. They probably didn't notice it. However, some gods also discovered this phenomenon, and it was this phenomenon that prompted the gods to seal themselves. It seems that it is absolutely mandatory. Yes, absolutely mandatory. Only gods who have independently sealed their divine power can go to the lower realm through the barrier of heaven, and form a mark with the barrier of heaven. As long as the seal is lifted, they will be sent back to heaven. As long as they are fatally injured, they will be sent back to heaven. It is very harsh. Lower bound condition. Yuen thought that it was because Freya noticed that slight influence that she paid more attention when she was in the lower world. But just such an attention made her know so many things. But just because she knew, so Freya tested the bottom line of the seal very well. After putting away her divergent thinking, Freya looked at Belle with a meaningful smile. As an ordinary adventurer, you know a lot of secrets. These words made Belle's face twitch for a few times, and then he quickly returned to his normal state and nodded very shamelessly. Please give me flowers. Yes, as an ordinary adventurer, I know too much. Therefore, I usually walk more carefully in the dangerous city of Orario. This is also why I don't show my true colors to others. Freya couldn't help but sigh. This child would really do this under any circumstances. He would hide himself completely unmoved, completely hiding himself, just to prevent himself from being exposed. Read Bao's Huang novels, just go to Filu Novel Network. Let's not talk about that topic for now. Anyway, this child will definitely not be exposed on his own, and it is not suitable to continue talking about this topic. But if you come to Orario for power. Just as the conversation was progressing, a strong magic suddenly enveloped the entire tavern. This sudden interruption caused a cold light to flash in Freya's eyes, but the emotion in her eyes was quickly suppressed. Lady Freya. The catman who had been standing among the waitresses immediately rushed in front of Freya. Several other waitresses also made a fighting stance. Don't underestimate the 4 waitresses. The rich hostess of this family. None of the waitresses in the tavern are easy to bully. As the store manager, Mia's mother is at level 6. The other 4 key waitresses are also at level 4, but they only serve as signboards. My mother, 11ER, is the one with the weakest strength. The inside of the tavern wrapped in magic power seemed to be dyed with a strange layer of red, and everyone felt that their bodies were under heavy pressure, and their movements were greatly affected. Restrictions. At this moment, a figure quickly flew in from outside the tavern. Before the 4 waitresses could react, the blade with the bloody wind had already arrived in front of Freya. Even if it was a LV.4 adventure, no one could react quickly. Naturally, as a god, Freya couldn't react immediately. But at this moment, Freya could clearly see the blade, and also saw who was coming, but she still smiled looking at the child across from Yu Yingying. What would you do? As expected, there was no one from the Freya family. When reciting the chant, the woman also paid special attention to the surrounding situation. She was very sure that there was no one from Freya's family nearby, even if it's a trap. As long as I can kill that bitch quickly, what if I stepped on a trap? Can you kill me with just a few level 4 tricks? After the woman recited the last chant, a red barrier completely enveloped the rich mistress. At the same time, the woman paused for a moment, and after waiting for a few seconds, she found that no one was rushing out. At this time, the woman no longer hesitated, and immediately rushed out of the alley as fast as possible, completely ignoring the people on the street, and rushed into the barrier. Internal. Entering the barrier, the woman immediately noticed that those level 4 little girls 160 had gathered around that bitch. Is that useful? The woman sneered disdainfully in her heart, completely ignoring those little girls who had been hindered by the barrier operation. Her biggest problem now is not to face these level 4s but to kill this bitch Freya quickly. As long as Freya is killed and forced to return to the heaven, the members of Freya's family will temporarily lose their power because they have lost the favor of the gods. Women know this is a trap. But there was a bait that was too big in this trap, so she had no choice but to refuse. And the biggest way to solve this trap is to kill Freya. As long as her speed is fast enough, it doesn't make any sense even if those LV.6 and LV.7 are hidden around her. So, this is the decisive blow. As long as Freya is killed with one sword, it will be her victory. He grabbed the big sword on his back, used his own speed to accelerate, and quickly drew the sword to slash. Completely ignoring those level 4 brats, he headed straight for Freya. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. At this moment of crisis related to her own survival, Freya never turned her gaze to the attacker. Her beautiful eyes were always staring at Belle. But Belle was the one who felt the passage of time the most, but his eyes were also fixed on God Freya. Just when the big sword was about to touch Freya, the woman's body suddenly stopped moving. The woman discovered the problem, but her willpower lost control of her body. Her body was completely still in midair, and she even maintained the posture of slashing down with the sword. Before the woman could figure out what was going on, she heard a sigh. Are you using yourself as bait to prompt the dark sect to jump into the trap just to see my reaction? It's not a good thing to risk your life in a place like this. Freya, who was just being lectured, looked at Belle with smiling eyes without caring. So, you already knew it. No, I just came to this pub before the appointed day out of habitual safety considerations. Then I arranged a suitable barrier very habitually. After all, I have to leave some escape routes for myself. This is my habit. This is indeed Belle's habit. Out of a cautious way of thinking and acting, Belle will often leave himself some leeway before taking action, so as not to leave himself with no way out after the action fails. So, yesterday he came to visit the spot. It was also to prepare for this. But when I went out to prepare yesterday, I happened to bump into a conversation between the dark faction leaders, and I happened to know a series of operations behind the scenes by God Freya. Of course, even if I didn't touch it yesterday when people from the dark sect talked about God Freya, Belle was also preparing to arrange a series of barriers around the rich mistress. This time it was a collision. It was originally just an insurance preparation, but who knew that we could actually see such a big fish? However, God Freya, please don't play such a dangerous game next time. If I hadn't made certain preparations, this sneak attack would definitely send you back to heaven. Yes, I know. If you want to read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Faced with Belle's lesson, Freya just tried to deal with it with a helpless expression. This child definitely knew in advance that the dark sect would come. It was arranged this way on purpose. Freya was very sure that today's preparation was definitely not an accident. She was indeed the one who brought the dark faction, but she didn't know who the dark faction came from. But Belle's preparation was as if he knew the opponent's abilities and made the most suitable preparations. Just listen to the fact that there is absolutely no commotion outside. She didn't even hear any noise. The pedestrians on the road seemed to have no idea what was going on. Is this normal? Obviously, this was Belle's special preparation, specifically for the coming dark faction. It can be said that this date was really a failure. I didn't see what I wanted to see, and the topic we just talked about came to an abrupt end. It's just that the atmosphere has been destroyed, and this date can't continue. What's more, isn't there one more person? Freya looked at the woman fixed in midair, the chill in her eyes rising little by little. She was not angry about the woman's sneak attack, she was angry about the timing of the woman's sneak attack. Useless things can't even be grasped by opportunities. Freya couldn't help but sternly condemn the incompetence of the dark faction in her heart. She had never been so angry with someone. However, she needs to calm down her emotions quickly after she is angry, and she still needs to maintain her perfect image. The 5 waitresses had all reacted at this moment and quickly came to Freya's side, looking at the assassin who was frozen in midair with vigilant eyes. Space has been frozen. The characteristics of the barrier are used to partially freeze space and time within a certain range, thereby limiting the party's ability to move. Although there is a time limit that must be prepared in advance, the effect is still very good. What magicians are best at is not close combat. Although Belle is very good at close combat, he will only show his side as a magician when it is not necessary. And magicians don't just stand there and recite chants. It's just one kind. Magicians are also very good at arranging terrain that makes them more advantageous, so that they can change some immobile dangers in certain places. Although this arrangement has a strong control effect on people because space and time are fixed within a certain range, it is impossible to cause disabling damage to this person. This is absolute control. The solidification of space is not only for the enemy, but also has the same restrictions on himself. However, Belle was also prepared when he arranged it, and he also thought about how to paralyze him in this state. Enemy. So, Belle took out a small bottle from his arms, which was filled with purple-black liquid. It had been tested on the Minotaur before, and it could poison the Minotaur to death in 1.5 minutes. To be honest, Belle actually feels that this time is a bit long. Other poisons will not take such a long time. However, after deeply understanding how terrifying this poison is, Belle will not simply think that Sudella's poison is such a simple thing. After unscrewing the stopper on the bottle, Belle directly sprinkled the purple-black liquid inside on the woman's body. Soon, the poison exposed to the air slowly penetrated into the woman's body. Middle. 23. Freya, who can see the color of the soul, immediately saw that the souls of the members of this dark faction were dyed with a layer of purple-black, and this layer of purple-black was still spreading to the normal part of the soul. This is it, poison? Freya has never seen such an outrageous poison that can actually affect the soul. She clearly saw that the places contaminated by the poison had penetrated into the depths of the soul, and the speed of diffusion was not very fast. But it is indeed spreading. As for Belle, he naturally watched with interest as he was the first experimental subject to discover the truth. Snapped. With a snap of her fingers, the frozen space around her instantly thawed. The woman who was frozen in midair also fell to the ground from the air while maintaining her posture. The female elf quietly pulled 11 down behind her, and pushed herself in front to prevent this assassin. Sudden outbreak. What a pity. The caution of the female elf was only greeted by a fierce wail from the woman. The woman whose body fell to the ground was rolling in pain. She had no endurance as an adventurer and was just like an ordinary person. In this regard, Belle but he recorded the woman's reaction very calmly. Looking back at the Minotaur's reaction, it should be that the poison of Hydra had caused the Minotaur's death before it had its intended effect. Perhaps at that time if the experiment on Minio dilutes the poison, it will better reflect the effect of Hydra's poison. After being poisoned, there were no obvious traces of poisoning on the body. Reaching out to grab the woman's hand that could no longer hold the sword, Belle could feel the muscles in her arm trembling irregularly. Although he was trying hard to build up strength, he eventually lost the ability to accumulate strength due to the severe pain. After being poisoned for 20 seconds, the body gradually loses its ability to resist, and the muscles throughout the body are unable to form effective force feedback. Poisoned for 30 seconds, the poisoning symptoms are mild, and the highly toxic reaction is strong. Soul poisoning confirmed. After a brief examination of the woman's body, Belle found that the symptoms of poisoning in the woman's body were not very serious and spread very slowly, but it was as difficult to cure as a gangrene on the bone. After 40 seconds of poisoning, the body's poisoning reaction begins to spread. It is not fatal and stimulates the pain nerves to intensify. The soul poisoning reaction is obvious, and it is confirmed once again that there is no cure. After recording this, Belle did not continue. It was enough to confirm the situation at this stage. A soundproof barrier was arranged around the woman, and Belle stood up and looked at Godfreya. Godfreya, the assassin has become powerless. If she hadn't been incapacitated, I think she should still be able to get some information from her mouth, but now, that might not be possible. Although Belle didn't say it clearly, Freya could tell from the woman's reaction that no matter how powerful the woman is, if the symptoms of poisoning at the soul level are not resolved, she will always be a useless person. It's a shame you can find that special poison. Poisons that act on the soul are really rare. The only poison Freya knows that can act on the soul is the poison of desire. Poisons that produce such a reaction have indeed never been seen in her life as a god. Pass. This is a knife I found while exercising in a dungeon a few days ago. This poison is the poison on the knife. Do dungeons still produce such things? This was really the first time Freya heard this. Belle didn't refute this and directly took out the short knife from the four-dimensional space. This knife is a product of the underground city. Although I got it by accident, apart from its normal sharpness, this knife is only particularly eye-catching due to its poison. Freya took a closer look and saw a hint of the concept of poison. 440. This gave her some clarity. Although it was just a hint of concept, it can indeed be called a part of the rules of the world. This Freya looked at Belle more like she was looking at rare animals. Conceptual products are actually rule-based products. Concepts are almost equivalent to world rules. Conceptual products are almost invisible until now, at least on the ground. In the history of, there is no record of anyone obtaining a conceptual product, whether the owner knows it or not. And this is why Freya does not doubt that this is something Belle got from the dungeon. Because only the dungeon can, it is possible that such weird things will appear. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Now we know that the three major commissions are the trials given by the world to all creatures in the world, including the gods. So is the dungeon, isn't it? Therefore, there is a connection between the dungeon and the world. Therefore, the dungeon will sometimes produce something beyond the imagination of the gods. Especially the person who gets the thing is Belle, who is designated by the world as the turning point of fate. Here are the results said. This seems to be the inevitable result for Freya. Several waitresses didn't quite understand the conversation between Belle and Freya, which made them unconsciously turn their eyes to the woman lying on the ground wailing. Although the woman's wailing voice could no longer be heard, looking at the woman's mouth that was always open under the hood, it was obvious that the woman at this moment was experiencing pain that was worse than death. The waitress 11er glanced at the woman, and then took the initiative to ask, "Excuse me, does it not matter if this person is like this? You won't get poisoned and die here, right? This is nothing to worry about. Considering that this is a place where people come and go, I won't let people die in the tavern. So, I used diluted poison. If my calculations are correct, the adventurers with abnormal resistance can last longer." The 5 waitresses didn't know why they felt they understood. Support? In other words, she can't get better. One of the cat people couldn't help but ask. Of course it's not that it can't be cured, it's just that this kind of poison is quite stubborn. I also tried using antidotes to detoxify the poison, but it didn't have any effect. Perhaps the magic mastered by the battlefield saint can remove this poison. Belle's way of speaking was still very strict about the parts that had not been tested. Maybe the saint really has the ability to eliminate poison? After speaking, Belle then bowed slightly to Godfreya. It's such a pity, Godfreya, that this rare day of meeting was completely disrupted by someone from the dark faction. Yes, it is indeed a pity. Freya sighed slightly, but she also understood that the appearance of the dark faction made it impossible for this meeting to proceed. She also needed to consider safety issues. After all, everyone in Orario knew about her methods. Once if those kids take advantage of her, she can't be the first to strike first. The next opportunity to meet should come soon. But I probably won't be asked to wait so long next time, right? Belle knew what Godfreya meant, but he really didn't need to delay the next meeting. Nature. Godfreya and I will have many opportunities to meet in the future, and I won't let Godfreya wait too long. So that's it for today. Godfreya, do you need me to call them for you? Before leaving, Belle still asked a very considerate question. Godfreya's initiative to become a bait today must have restricted those fanatical suitors in Freya's family from following behind. However, this also makes the current situation more complicated. It was embarrassing, especially when the real combat power was not around at all. Freya glanced at Belle strangely. I thought you were going to send me back. Please stop joking, Godfreya. Belle's voice was full of helplessness. Please don't think of me as someone the dark faction doesn't dare to mess with, okay? The reason I was able to control one was by making arrangements in advance and having the poison on hand that could be used. If I were to send you back under the pressure of the dark faction, I'm afraid I'd be targeted by the dark faction's self-destruct soldiers as soon as I stepped out. Are you still afraid of self-destruction? Freya almost couldn't help but spit out these words. If she hadn't bit her lip quickly, I'm afraid she couldn't control it now. Only then did she change her mind. Tone of voice. I mean space. Aren't you good at opening up space? Belle then realized what God Freya said, and he was a little sorry for this. I'm good at space, but unless I locate it with my eyes, the space I open is one I've been to before. However, I have never been to the Tower of Babel where Freya is, and I have no way of locating that space. So that's it. Freya now knew that Belle had not been to the Tower of Babel, but this surprised her. I thought you even visited where I live in order to investigate information. So, is there anything about God Freya that I need to investigate? We are not on opposite sides, and God Freya has never made any threats, so I will not investigate your information. What's the truth? That place is too dangerous. Belle has often passed by the Tower of Babel before, but he has never walked up to it. He can detect that the internal structure is very special, and there is also a very thick barrier on the outside, which is completely aimed at stabilizing the space system. It is difficult for people to locate the internal space. That is, because he was not sure whether there were other pitfalls inside, Belle decisively chose to give up. Sometimes, having power is not an excuse to be unscrupulous in front of authority. What's more, when you have control over yourself when the power cannot shake the authority. Hey, you are really, very ill. Freya didn't know what to say. Obviously, if the Tower of Babel wasn't dangerous, this child would have definitely walked inside. As a god who lives on the Tower of Babel, she naturally knows something about Babel, the secret of the tower. The interior was arranged together with sages with mysterious development abilities during construction. In addition to the amazing scale of the construction, many of the internal structures are also very terrifying. In short, if you want to break through the Tower of Babel from the outside, maybe it would be easier to attack Orario directly. Today she can be sure of one thing. The child Belle is very ill. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. She is sure that Belle is definitely not incapable of going there. Investigate the Tower of Babel, but he was not sure whether he would be discovered during the investigation, so he chose to give up. I can already see how Hestia and Hephaestus usually have a headache when facing you. Bei, Qian Zhaozhao, couldn't help complaining about this. I'm just being careful and prudent. Do you need to say that to me? Then I heard God Freya say, Belle, please help me call Ota and the others over. Belle will definitely not give this child to her. It is better to call the children at home. And Freya also knows that those children are probably squatting in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and looking here. I see. Then, Belle lit the prepared fireworks. Call out. Bang. The rare fireworks in Orario were set off in the morning, and a line of words appeared as the fireworks took off. Help me? Just when the surrounding adventurers did not understand the meaning of these two words, several figures piercing the sky rushed directly from the upper level of the Tower of Babel to the bottom of the fireworks. In almost a moment, the entire Freya family, who had been temporarily waiting at the Tower of Babel, arrived in front of the rich mistress with lightning speed. Such a posture made the onlookers who had just been thinking about what this firework was about come back to their senses. That person just now was really God Freya. The men who were still in a daze came to their senses in an instant. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and then all the men's names were filled with fear and regret. I should have known that I would have looked more. Now, the men who were watching were really regretful and regretted not taking a few more glances. However, after regretting, all the men were thankful that they were sensible at the time instead of rushing directly to do some irrational behavior. Lady Freya. The most nervous cat man, Alan, was the first to arrive. After landing, he couldn't help but rushed into the tavern by calling the Lord God's name. Bang! The outer door of the tavern was directly knocked open. Alan, who was looking anxious, slowly felt relieved when he saw the situation inside and that Lady Freya was safe and sound. He glanced at the woman who was rolling and twisting on the ground. Alan almost couldn't hold back his men's movements, and wanted to leave 2 holes in this woman's body. Needless to say, this woman is the dark faction leader who attacked Lady Freya. Alan's single 150 knees kneel down. Lady Freya. Freya nodded slightly, then looked at the woman rolling around in the place. A chill flashed in her eyes. But in the end she held back. Alan, send this woman to the guild. There is no need to kill her, but she only has 1 month left to live, so just let her enjoy the rest of her life. Yes. Alan's closed eyes opened slightly and he looked at the woman on the ground with some murderous intent. However, he still obeyed Lady Freya's request and did not kill the woman. He stood up and came to the woman's side. Grabbing, he took the clothes off the back of the woman's neck and almost dragged the woman away from Lady Freya. This was a way for Alan to control his murderous intention. In fact, attacking Lady Freya was the greatest disrespect. If Lady Freya hadn't been prepared to let him do it, he would have to pierce this woman's heart here. When Alan dragged the woman's body out of the tavern, Ota and others finally arrived. At this moment Freya also walked out of the tavern. This scene made the men watching outside look straight in their eyes. The slim and plump figure, the beautiful face, and the unattainable temperament all attracted the attention of men. Elements of, what a nice view. This is an unconscious compliment, and it is also the compliment that a man can make a woman happiest. Unfortunately, Freya, who heard this compliment, has become accustomed to this compliment, and is obsessed with the praise of her child who has an impure heart. That's just a kind of irony. Because those children would give the same compliments even if they saw prostitutes walking by the roadside. And Freya never took such worthless compliments seriously. Go back, Ota. Yes, Lady Freya. On the other hand, Belle also returned to the family early after handling the sneak attack by the dark faction. But after he returned home, he was greeted by Hestia and Hephaestus, both goddesses with a cold face. Belle felt a little chill down his spine. Came back. Back. I have an inexplicable feeling that Hestia is a little cold today. It seems that meeting God Freya has a great impact on Hestia. Belle, who understands this in his heart, does not beat around the bush. If he continues to seduce the two, what the goddess wants to know is that he will sleep in the living room in the next 2 days. In fact, nothing unnecessary happened during today's meeting with God Freya. The meeting place was at the stronghold of the God Freya on the street, the Mistress of Abundance. In addition, when I visited the site the day before, I discovered that the Dark Faction knew God Freya's action plan in advance. How did those people know the day before? She was the one who spread the word. Just when Hestia was wondering how this kind of thing spread, she suddenly realized who the person who spread the news was. This made Hestia's eyes widen. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novels net. Isn't she using herself as bait to find out something from you? Belle smiled bitterly and nodded. I think God Freya wanted to determine my current strength, so she deliberately exposed all her action plans. That person still likes to play tricks. Hestia pursed her lips. What she didn't like to use the most was these tricks, so she said that the person she didn't like to face the most was Freya. After all, it is lust. Such is the power held by God Freya. Plus, God Freya's personality seems to be similar to mine. About the same as you. Hestia and Hephaestus were stunned for a few seconds and still didn't come back to their senses. Only then did Belle helplessly remind. I mean the cautious part. But these words made Hestia feel very unbelievable. You said Freya is as sick as you. Hestia, please don't mistake my caution for illness. I just habitually reserve some leeway for myself when doing things. This is not a disease, but just a precaution. Facing Belle's strong correction, Hestia felt helpless and had a serious expression on her face. So, Mr. Belle, how did you tell that she is the same as you? The expression on Belle's face became much more serious. I noticed that God Freya herself exposed so much information about her actions, but she went to the meeting place without caring about the risk of being targeted. This is undoubtedly a foolish move. However, I noticed it when the key members of the Dark Faction made a sneak attack. God Freya has indeed captured the opponent's actions and has been waiting to see my actions. So, what does this mean? Hestia fell into thinking, but Hephaestus frowned but already got the answer. Freya can control the opponent's actions. Perhaps the action of exposing herself this time seems very dangerous, but Freya has always controlled the risk within an acceptable range. Yes, that's it. But that's exactly what it is. This is the biggest problem in Belle's mind. God Freya's control of power is not comparable to Ishtar's level. Maybe she holds a trump card that we don't know, and this may be why God Freya can be so unscrupulous. Mr. Belle. Here Hestia raised her hand. What if Freya just knew that you would stop it? Instead of having the ability to control the situation, does she have the ability to see through people's hearts? These words silenced Belle. If this is the case, then God Freya will become even more troublesome. The story is already halfway through, or even more than halfway through. Belle relaxed in his room, allowing himself to come down from the actions and plans of the past few days. The story now has progressed to an unimaginable level. His own strength reached level 5. He remembered that the record in the light novel was that he had just reached level 4 and had not yet upgraded to level 5. The strength exceeds the height in the story, but the order of the story also has a big deviation. How will the story develop next? I'm afraid the main theme will be the war between Orario and the Dark Factions and Fallen Fairies. This situation is not difficult to understand. The purpose of the Fallen Fairies is to completely defeat Orario. Just like how they helped the adventurers conquer the dungeon, now they have completely become the minions of the dungeon. Belle shook his head slightly. This is also a world problem that everyone must overcome. There are too many obstacles on the road to conquering the Black Dragon. Only by clearing all obstacles can one grow strong enough. The difficulties ahead can be turned into one of one's own nutrients as long as one is strong enough. However, we can no longer continue to predict the future. This is a big problem that will make the road ahead different from what was visible to the naked eye in the past, requiring us to cross the river by feeling for the stones. Therefore, we need to continue to enrich our own strength. Although I don't know how much this skill can help me collect the 7 deadly sins, it's not a problem to collect them along the way. The tone for subsequent growth was set by Belle. The current level 5 actually only solves his own safety problem. As long as he has the ability to protect himself, God Freya can reduce some unnecessary thoughts. The next growth is to truly face the world crisis. A girl wearing a white coat and a white top hat stood in the guild prison with a frown on her head. No, Ahmed. Another girl in fresh and light clothes was standing over there. Her eyebrows were slightly curved, which put some softness on her serious face. Her plump legs were so shining against the shorts. No, the poison on this person's body is very weird. I have used magic, but I can't completely remove the poison from her body. The top hat girl also became deeply interested in the poison on this assassin. I really can't understand where the poison in this person is stored. There is only a weak reaction to the poison in the body, but the symptoms of being poisoned are stronger than those of anyone who has been poisoned. The antidote and my magic can remove the weak poison from her body. However, as long as 3 minutes pass after the toxic reaction disappears, the toxic reaction will reappear. The girl in the top hat reached out and pointed directly at the woman's eyes. There was light shining in those eyes. The person who was poisoned was conscious. Although her voice was muffled, she could clearly feel the severe pain. In fact, more than a dozen thick leather strips were used on this hospital bed to secure the woman firmly to the bed. Those leather strips are not there to trap women, but to fix the pain of women. The body is constantly rolling. As for trapping this woman, to put it bluntly, level 5 adventurers cannot be easily trapped. And this woman's state is not worth wasting time and so much effort. It is unimaginable that this person's spirit is not completely crazy. I think this should be the special arrangement given to this person by the person who poisoned him. The other girl glanced at the woman on the hospital bed and sighed slightly. It seems there is no way to inquire. It's a pity that I can't help you solve the problem. No, that's enough. Even if the poison in her body is removed, she may not be able to tell the story. Obviously, she also understands how hard-mouthed the backbone members of the dark faction are. Now only the mouths are particularly hard. She knows who is behind the scenes, so even in the face of such a situation, she has no words. None of them were disappointed. Seeing the murderer of the dark sect could only wait for death on the hospital bed like a pitiful creature, perhaps this was also a comfort to her sister who was once killed by the dark sect. Please give me flowers. Ahmed, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Won't. The top hat girl named Amide shook her head slightly. She didn't think there was any trouble, and even said she was very interested in it. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Shakti, can I take some of her blood? I'm very interested in the poison she was poisoned with. It can be so stubborn that it cannot be eliminated by antidote and magic. Such poison will be a good thing to kill some adventurers in one hit. The girl named Shakti obviously hesitated for a moment. Even LV.5 adventurers with abnormal resistance cannot withstand such poison, and adventurers of other levels may not be able to withstand it either. Ahmed, you don't want to use this blood for testing, do you? No, it would be too troublesome once such a poison spreads out. I just want to try to find a cure for this poison. Shakti thought for a moment and nodded. If this is the case, you can take some blood samples. However, you need to pay attention to safety when doing research. If this kind of poison can cause secondary damage, you will be in trouble once it is stained. Of course I know. Amide naturally knows the danger of secondary injuries, so she also knows that she needs to protect herself during the research process. Amide quickly took out the syringe and sealed blood bag from the bag beside her, and put the syringe and blood bag connect, insert the needle into the woman's arm, and take out a large amount of blood. After taking the blood, Ahmed seals the blood bag thoroughly. After confirming that there is nothing wrong, he seals the needle tube and syringe. Take out these props that contain blood also need to be completely sealed. Until we don't know whether the burning of flames can remove the poison, burning them will not work. Well, I'll go first. Well, I'm with you. Shakti left the prison with Ahmed. She also needed to return to her family to report to God Ganesha. When they walked out of the guild door, the two left separately. It failed. Indeed, this is a very regrettable thing, but Sanatos is just a little regretful that the most useful chess piece in his hand is useless. That woman Freya surely prepared a trap for us to jump into. Such a result was not unexpected by Sanatos. In fact, he told Valletta that this time was most likely a trap prepared by Freya. But in the end, Valletta chose to take the risk. Although Sanatos SI felt that Valletta's idea was unreliable from the beginning, and that the probability of failure was extremely high, but who made it Valletta's own choice? Lord then Atos, then we are now. Don't worry about Orario's affairs for the time being. Then Natos didn't think that 257 would continue to fight against Orario at this juncture. Now that we are weak, it is not suitable to directly confront Orario. As a small person with a small power, all he needs to do to completely overthrow Orario is some corresponding small-scale actions. Defeat Orario one by one in a guerrilla manner. Once he completely stands on his own in front of Orario, the entire Orario becomes one subject, and Orario is not easy to overthrow. 12 years ago, their dark faction led to level 7 to besiege Orario, but they were still defeated. Orario's unity counterattacked. Although Sanatos also knew the other reasons, it was indeed a fact that he was suppressed. It was only from that year that their dark faction completely fell silent in Orario. It took more than 10 years. The efforts and accumulation are for the next counterattack against Orario. However, after the recent series of blows, the situation needs to be reorganized, otherwise the result of the siege of Orario will not be much better than that of more than 10 years ago. Big difference. Even more miserable than the final result more than 10 years ago. Who is behind this to put all the problems on us? Has that matter been investigated? All we know now is that it was done by us, but it was done by unknown members. Then Atos did not refute this. In fact, when he first learned about this matter, even he felt that it was done by someone from their side. It is already known to everyone that the internal members of the dark faction are mixed. Fact. The siege of Orario 12 years ago was a very typical example. But this time, Sanatos should be the work of some fools with some brain problems. But the Black Dragon is a taboo and cannot be visited casually. At this point, Sanatos is sure that no child of his is so courageous. Is it really Ennio? That madman has never revealed his true identity until now, and not even Sanatos can. I am sure that the other party must be one of the fellow gods. But Sanatos can feel that the madman is planning some crazy plans behind the scenes. If I insist on saying that the madman has planned something that wants to turn the world into chaos, Sanatos suspected that the madman Ennio might have actually planned it. Therefore, he would never touch such a taboo as the Black Dragon. Thanatos just wanted to go back to the past, where children from the lower world continued to maintain their souls' pure appearance, rather than existing in the form of life on this continent. But even so, Thanatos also knows that once he touches the black dragon, it may not be that a large number of lives in the lower world return to the form of souls, but the heaven will be affected. Thanatos has always known that his thoughts are very twisted, at least compared to the children in the lower world. But he firmly believes that Enio's original intention is definitely more twisted than him, and even the gods don't care. Temporarily restrained to investigate. Aurario's situation is getting more and more serious, coupled with the fate of that woman Freya. In fact, Thanatos never wanted to have so much trouble with Freya, so he tried his best to avoid getting into trouble with Freya. But this result was beyond his expectation. Who is the child Freya is targeting? Lord Thanatos, Freya has been meeting each other in the tavern, and our people have not discovered who the other person is. However, according to our speculation, perhaps this operation was directed and performed by Freya. That woman looks willful in heaven. But that woman never pretends to talk about things that she is not interested in. In addition, that woman has no relationship with us. The current situation makes Thanatos feel that this is the case even more. Freya is not a good person, but she is also a woman who does not act haphazardly. Continue to find which families that woman has the most contact with. That woman will never do anything meaningless. She didn't want to be used as bait, but she did it deliberately to see someone's actions clearly. This also makes Thanatos a little curious. What kind of person makes that woman so interested? As a problem that must be overcome in the future, if we can grasp the weakness of Freya, we may be able to take a step forward. Eliminate Freya's problem. Other things are on standby for now. Don't use our people at will to attract Aurario's attention. Temporary lurking will be beneficial to our subsequent actions. 2.5. Then Thanatos also needs to check the situation first. He knows that Enio is not trustworthy. There is nothing he can do about a guy who doesn't even know his identity as a god or a child from the lower world. Too much belief. Moreover, Enio has never appeared once since his appearance, and there is no way to confirm the identity of the other party. It is because of this that Thanatos chooses a conservative response method. He doesn't want to become a pawn in Enio's hands. Unless he knows Enio's true identity, he will never trust that unknown guy too much. After the dark faction's actions gradually passed, Aurario and the dungeon became quiet. Obviously, the previous big moves of the dark faction also brought great side effects. The assassination of the Lord God by the dark faction directly aroused the disgust of the gods. This also caused the dark faction to be surrounded and suppressed with greater force in the maze city of Aurario, and even suppressed many dark factions. The remnant party. Except for the Emperor Killer who was caught during the assassination of Freya, the other remnants of the dark faction all chose to self-destruct during the arrest. Just like the madman who besieged Aurario more than 10 years ago, he used the most brutal methods. Even if the individual's strength is very poor, as long as the specially created Firestone is attached, it can even cause fatal damage to a first-level adventurer. The captured dark faction leaders are all a group of unscrupulous lunatics. Those people are like crazy believers. Even if they face death directly, they have no hesitation at all. They even seem to be actively seeking death. Faced with such a group of crazy guys, no matter how good Aurario's adventurers are, they can't capture these people alive. The explosion of the Firestone is dangerous even for first-level adventurers. Facing dozens of lunatics with self-destruction skills who want to drag people along with them, even first-level adventurers cannot think of catching a few alive. The price and reward are very different. That is to say, after the wave of madness among the dark factions, they, who had recently been about to jump out of the darkness, retracted into the shadows. Letting a poisonous snake return to the cave is not a good thing for Aurario. But at this moment Aurario was unable to prevent the dark faction from returning to their cave. This time the poisonous snakes have returned to their old lair and will naturally lurk for a long time. Unless they see an opportunity, they will not expose themselves so easily. Mr. Bell, when do you think they will pop up again? I don't think it will be that easy. Even among the dark factions, high-level adventurers do not make up the majority. The loss of 1 LV.5 will have a great impact on them. Yeah, but isn't their fighting method just to use firestones to use their own people as moving bombs? This is also based on a certain basis. Although the Firestone can explode as a bomb with amazing destructive power, and can even seriously injure level 5 at close range, there is almost no chance for those people to get close. Normally at level 5, even a magician who is not specialized in speed will not be overtaken by a group of low-level adventurers. Therefore, using the Firestone as a means of self-destruction is just a means to deal with level 5 and other low-level adventurers who cannot retreat. If there is not even one high-end combat power, then relying on those low-level self-destruction soldiers will just kill some low-level adventurers. And this influence may directly affect the crusade against Aurario. Listening to Belle's explanation, Hestia gradually understood the situation and why the dark faction chose to retreat temporarily. However, if they retreat, will they still have a chance to counterattack Aurario again? Hestia was deeply doubtful, but Belle was convinced. Must have. As long as their purpose does not change, they will find ways to make up for this shortcoming. Normal people can never understand the thoughts of a madman. Belle knows that there is only a thin line between madness and genius. Those who are not understood are madmen, and those who can be understood are geniuses. Sometimes the gap between the two is actually very ambiguous. Some of them can transform the firestone and turn it into a small explosive. Naturally, some of them will study how to break through the limits of their potential. And the answer to this question already exists. You mean, fairy. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Hestia's mind still moved quickly, and she suddenly thought of that solution. But doesn't that make me non-human? They are not even afraid of death. Are they still afraid of becoming non-human? Belle's answer left Hestia speechless. Would a group of lunatics who used modified flamestones as bombs to blow themselves up against others worry about the way they died? Obviously, this is not what those lunatics would think about. Question. So the guild will continue to take action against the fairies next? No, I don't think the guild will start taking action against the fairies right away. The location of the fairy can be determined in the deeper layers of the dungeon, but the deepest floor reached by the Loki family is the 59th floor, and the fairy exists in deeper floors. There is no point in targeting the fairies now. Moreover, when the fairy gave birth to a fetus, he actually separated part of his own flesh and blood from his body, and then imprinted his soul mark on the flesh and blood. But before, relying on the soul mark on the fetus, I induced him to take the initiative to divide his soul. This caused him to lose 1/3 of his soul, which was a considerable loss for him and could not be recovered in a short period of time. He will not continue to give birth to fetuses in the future, otherwise he will have to worry about whether he will be caught by me for the second 570 times. There was no way his soul would bet on it a second time. Therefore, what we need to worry about now is not the fairies, but whether there are still unborn dark factions. The production capacity of the fairy has been almost completely destroyed. If you want to continue production, the fairy can repair the lost soul first. But how difficult is it to repair the soul? So you don't have to worry about the fairy being able to do things behind your back in the short term. He has lost the ability to cause trouble. On the contrary, the dark factions lurking in the darkness again are the real threat. I think the guild will start looking for the dark factions hidden private territory in the dungeon next. It is certain that there is a secret space of the dark faction somewhere in the dungeon. Belle also knows about the man-made maze, but that's all. He doesn't know the specific location. It doesn't sound easy. It is indeed not easy. Obviously this is not an easy task. The dark faction has been hiding for so long without being discovered. It would be really strange if it could be found so easily. Therefore, the next step is to find the hidden location of the dark faction. A theme for a period of time cut. Those guys are actually looking for us all the time. Sure enough, just like what that kid said, those guys are constantly looking for our compatriots just to lure us out. Hateful? At this time, the only choice is to give in. Read, now is not the time to think about the safety of 1 or 2 people. If we didn't get to the 50th floor as soon as possible, our safety might not be guaranteed. At this moment, hundreds of heretics have gathered in the abyss next to the central rock on the 50th floor. As a safe floor, the 50th floor has the lowest probability of spawning monsters. Most of them can guarantee the safety of the adventurers who temporarily live here. Safety. At this moment, this safe floor is also a safe floor for heretics. Although it is not completely safe, compared to other floors, there are very few adventurers here, unless they are an expedition team. Appear on this floor. Other compatriots. Reed had tears in his eyes but couldn't say anything else. The other heretics also fell into silence. Their compatriots were caught trying to help them attract firepower, but they could only hide in this deep safety floor to take refuge. Reed, there's nothing you can do about it. Lay's face also showed helplessness and sadness. Everyone was filled with anger when their compatriots were killed, but even so, the only thing they could do was hide in this place. We all wish we could kill all those bastards, but the weapons in their hands can easily cut our flesh and blood, and their magic can make our own people go crazy. Once we show up, the other side will never let us go, and the sacrifices of our compatriots will be completely in vain. Now, it's key for us to keep the rest of the heretics intact. A small number of sacrifices are made so that we can survive. Reed couldn't help but looked at Lay with the grief and anger in his heart, but what he saw was the same emotion as him. At this moment, he completely turned off. Now they are not qualified to be willful. Now they just want to live. I can only suppress my sadness temporarily. Reed, Ray, we can find someone to help. Winnie, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. All the heretics present fell silent when faced with this question. Reed and Ray couldn't help but fell silent, and then looked at Winnie. Winnie, this is our own problem. We can't keep asking for their help. What if our problems become their problems? This cheered up Reed and Ray. Winnie continued. Didn't Reed say that before? They are also doing some shady things. Now they are always looking for our compatriots, so what do they want to do? We heretics have been hiding in the dungeon, and the adventurers above have not searched for us in large numbers in the dungeon, so why are they the only ones keeping an eye on us? There must be a reason. Benefits? Reed and Ray immediately thought of benefits. As heretics in the dungeon, they are neither monsters nor humans, but they have monster bodies and human reason. Their deaths are like ordinary people. Like monsters, they will drop materials, but even so, they won't be stared at all the time. Have no idea. Reed thought for a long time but couldn't figure out why. Is it because we gave the guild eyes? Lei Yi reacted, and the smart songbird immediately understood how to change their bad situation. Of course. Weenie raised her voice happily. Because we helped the guild find clues about them, they regarded us as someone who must be eliminated. It's not our problem, at least, it's not just our problem. Reed reacted, and so did the other heretics present. If this was only their problem, then they really had no reason to bother with help from above. But if they faced it, it wouldn't just be their problem, it would even be if it has something to do with the matter that the guild asked them to investigate, then this also has the responsibility from above. So, Reed, Ray, we need help. Guiding Reed and Rei's thoughts to transfer, Winnie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although her statement was far-fetched, she could only do this in order to make Reed and Rei give up their persistence. To read violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The heretics cannot continue to maintain the peace of the past while being hunted. What they want to find peace is help. As that person said, just like the others, heretics need to stand up on their own, but if they can't stand up alone, then they need to find a way to stand up. But, we have just received help from the guild. Reed's eyes were a little evasive. He had just asked the guild for the supplies he needed for daily life, and now he had to ask the guild for help. To be honest, he was a little bit speechless. You don't need the help of the guild, Weenie said and took out a lotus talisman with runes on it from her arms. This is something he gave me that I can relate to. He reminded Reed and Ray of the young man in a white cloak. It was that young man who led them to meet with the leader of the Loki familia. Reed and Rei looked at each other, and then nodded slightly. Then, Winnie, give it a try. Winnie immediately cut her finger open with her nails, letting the blood drip down her fingers onto the amulet. The rune that came into contact with the blood gave off a faint white light, and soon a figure was projected in front of the heretic in the light. That was a boy whose face could not be seen. All he could see, Wang Nyo's, was the lower half of his face near his mouth. Looking at the familiar person, Wei and I subconsciously wanted to call the other person's name. But it wasn't until this moment that she remembered that she didn't know this person's name. Bell Crony, next time you communicate with someone, you should ask them their name first. A few months have passed, and it seems that you and your companions are not doing well. I hope you can help us. Bell paused for a moment as he listened. He looked at the dragon girl on the other side of the projection and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Tell me, did not refuse. Winnie calmed down her breathing, and then continued speaking with all her strength. We heretics are being hunted by a group of people. Many of our compatriots have been captured. I want to rescue them. To save your compatriots, the first thing you need to do is find their location. If you take the initiative to look for it, I think they will definitely lead you into their stronghold. But once you actually go in, what awaits you is a bloody massacre. It's hard to save people, and you might even get involved yourself. Winnie bit her lip. She knew that those people must have set enough traps. There are many more people on the other side than you think. They have always been well hidden, so they can always hide in the dungeon without taking the initiative to show up. But it is precisely because they hide so well that they are even more disadvantageous to you. The enemy is in the dark and you are in the light. How can you fight against them? Even so, I want to save them. Weenie could tell that those words just now were all advice, but when she thought of the compatriots she had just met being captured and tortured by those people, she couldn't bear it anymore. Belle was not surprised after hearing this. If you can take the initiative to contact him, I'm afraid you've already made up your mind. It seems that you are indeed ready. It's rare that Orario doesn't have much else to do recently, so I'll just stay with you. On the contrary, you should also prepare yourself for enlightenment. As a bait, you have to attract those guys out of 957, otherwise it will be too difficult to find a group of rats' nests in such a large dungeon. The space inside the dungeon is astonishingly large starting from the middle level. Starting from the 30th floor, the space of the dungeon is almost equivalent to an entire maze city. The dungeon has become so vast starting from the 30th floor. Naturally, the space on the lower floors will be larger than Orario. Otherwise, how could it accommodate so many monsters and floor owners dozens of floors high? Without being sure of the specific location of the man-made maze, it took a lot of effort to find such a special space in the dungeon. Therefore, Belle's first idea was not to find the location of the space bit by bit, but to let the mice jump out on their own initiative. I know. When she heard that she was going to be used as bait, Wei and I didn't hesitate at all. This was her decision. Then be mentally prepared and I will contact you when I am ready. During this period of time, I have to endure the anxiety in my heart. The call ended here. Wei and I's heart was slowly relieved. I don't know what the reason was, but Wei and I always felt that the person's words could calm her uneasy mood. Although she was still worried about being betrayed. Those compatriots who were captured, but what they need now is patience and waiting. After ending the call, Belle did not go out, but turned to look at God Loki sitting on the side of the sofa. So, that's it, God Loki. Loki's eyes widened after being dumped. She had only been immersed in happiness for a few days, and she was about to face the dark faction again. Are those bastards mentally ill? When he thought that his rare vacation had been interrupted, Loki almost ran away. Hestia, on the other hand, rolled her eyes. Don't you know if those people are mentally ill? What a curse! This made Loki completely lose his temper. Aren't those bastards just crazy? They must have something wrong in their minds. After calming down his bad mood, Loki couldn't help but complain in his heart. Those guys are just sick, so why bother with those heretics? I think this issue should still be brought up to the guild. Belle reminded God Loki of one of the reasons why those heretics were targeted. This made Loki speechless for a moment, and he continued speaking. Let's not mention the issues with the guild for now. What we are thinking about now is how to solve the troubles of the heretics in front of us. I think it mainly depends on the attitude of God Loki and the guild. How to say? To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Just like what I told her just now, those guys who are chasing the heretics have a relationship with the dark sect. God Loki, do you remember what happened to God Ishtar? Loki frowned when she mentioned that slut, but she still thought about Ishtar. Kidnapping? Suddenly such a word appeared in Loki's mind. Are you saying that the reason why heretics are targeted by those guys has something to do with tangible interests? Are those crazy? Wouldn't you kill monsters if you were so short of money? I think what they are looking for is the characteristics of the heretics that are like demons but not demons, like humans but not human beings. Heretics are the heretics among monsters. I think this uniqueness gives heretics a lot of market. Just because of this, Loki couldn't help but get inexplicably angry when he heard about special and market. It's not like she didn't know about the dragon girl. She had seen it through Belle's eyes before in the expedition team, and she also knew that the dragon girl was born with a pure heart, just like a newborn child. Even though Loki knew that children in the lower world are more taboo about appearance, Loki also felt that the dragon girl was not a traditional monster in the dungeon, just a child. But there are people who care about such a child. And now they are being bought and sold by those bastards just because of the so-called specialness and market. Just hearing Loki makes him feel very angry, even a little angry. I think this should be the most direct reason. Belle didn't mean to be angry, but thinking from normal logic, this should be one of the most likely reasons. It is impossible for the dark faction to completely break away from Orario. They also need materials and funds to purchase some scarce materials. It's not like making flame stones. For these reasons, it is obvious that they should find some work that can make a living. Bang! Loki slapped the table angrily. Still making a living? I think those bastards are really crazy. Even Loki looks down on things like the sale of children from the lower world. What kind of person can do such a shameless thing? Maybe the gods don't love the children from the lower world, but just want to buy them from the lower world. Children find fun. But gods are not so depraved as to use this method to entertain themselves. And if there are gods who can use this method to entertain themselves, then Loki can definitely say that those bastards are pure scum. Open the door, open the door. Hermes, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. His face was full of displeasure at being woken up by the noise. Who is it, making noise outside other people's family members at this late hour? Hermes, who was wearing one-piece pajamas, got up from the bed, opened the window and looked at the door of the family from the inside. Because the space inside the family is very large, and the size of the annex should not be underestimated, so Hermes' SI almost leaned half of his body out of the window before he saw the guy standing at the door of the family clan who kept banging on the iron door with both hands and making noises. Why is it her again? After seeing who that person was, Hermes completely stopped thinking about revenge. With a look of discomfort on his face, Hermes retreated into the room and listened to the shouting outside. 870. Hermes, come quickly and open the door for me. Hermes just wanted to bury his head under the quilt quickly. Is it easy for him? Recently, things have finally become less busy. He just relaxes at home for a few days, and Loki's flat chest actually starts to trouble him again. Although he knew that Loki came to him for something important, he really didn't want to deal with Loki who was looking for trouble now. He just wanted to relax in the room and live a relaxing life. This is the door of the Hermes Familia. Bang bang bang, Loki knocking on the iron door will not be ignored by Hermes leader Asfi. It is time to sleep this night, so the knocking on the door cannot be heard. So she simply put it on in her room, and Yasife immediately came to the iron door outside the family and opened it so that Loki could come in. I've kept you waiting, Lord Loki. She was so frightened. Although Asfi rushed over quickly, she knew that God Loki who was standing outside had probably been waiting for a long time. When she looked up, she saw the dark face of God Loki. Ah, it has nothing to do with you, but that bastard who delivered the letter is in trouble. Just now I saw that bastard poke his head out of the room. As a result, that bastard didn't come to open the door for me. Just wait for Hermes. Asfi wiped the cold sweat on her head without any trace, and at the same time prayed for Hermes in her heart. I hope you can withstand the punishment of God Loki, Lord Hermes. After a short prayer, Yasife couldn't help but wonder about the purpose of God Loki's arrival this time. Lord Loki, please come in. Hermes, I'm here to find you. The moment he walked into the iron gate, God Loki's face showed a twisted expression, and that weird smile made Asfi feel. A sweat broke out. Just when Loki walked into the Hermes Familia, Hermes, who had been hiding in the room, already felt strong malice. As a god, Hermes is very aware of this kind of malice. Malice represents nothing. It's over. The feeling of being targeted by Loki and being severely punished at any time is getting stronger and stronger. Especially when I hear the footsteps outside the door getting closer and closer, Hermes couldn't help but swallowed, and carefully got behind the door, pressing his back against the inner door to prevent the outside from kicking the door open. Bang! Hermes felt that his body was about to be pushed out by the door, but he quickly put his back against the door. Hey, Hermes, here I come. Cold sweat fell from Hermes' forehead, and he could hear endless malice from Loki's voice. Open the door quickly and let me in. The rare tenderness in Loki's voice highlighted, but it was really hard for Hermes to imagine what kind of twisted face Loki had when he said this sentence. Loki, I'm calm. Bang. The door that was being pushed up was kicked into a hole. And standing outside the door that was kicked open at this moment was Loki, who was still raising his foot to kick the door. GGG, Hermes, let's talk about the reason why you didn't come to open the door for me. No, don't. 30 minutes later, a pale thing lay on the ground, and Loki sat on the bed beside him with a radiant look on his face. I feel so good. The suppressed emotions from there are finally released. The pale thing on the ground was shaking slightly at this moment. When the thing raised its head, it was a strange creature with a pair of black eyeshadow on its face, a bit like a panda. The only difference is that this thing is not as cute as a panda. Loki, can you please stop taking your anger out on me? Hermes, who was shaking all over after being beaten, almost felt that he was about to be forcibly deported by Loki. After adjusting his physical condition a little and using his divine power to restore his body's injuries, Hermes got up from the ground. Why do you always run out at night? Cut. Do you think I am willing? When she thought of the favorable conditions of her own room in the Hestia Familia, if possible, Loki really didn't want to get involved in such troublesome things. But she was the kind of person who couldn't just ignore it after seeing it. Where are the gods? Today, when I was having late-night snacks in Hestia, I happened to encounter a call from a heretic asking for help. Calling for help from over there? At this time, the Dark Faction still dares to run out. Well, I think it just has some connection with the Dark Faction. That kid Bell judged the same way. But in view of the speculation that the boy said that he was caught killing the Emperor, and that the Dark Faction may expand the team, I think it is okay to connect this matter with the Dark Faction's affairs. It's possible. It's not surprising to have such doubts about 4.5 students. Hermes also thinks that the possibility of such a new meeting is very high. After all, the Dark Faction also has its power. It is normal for the good and the bad internally to be mixed, and it is not the same for guys who are full of crazy remarks. Phew. It is not impossible if you want to expand the team because of the reason why Emperor Killer was arrested. So, Mr. Bell was unwilling to take over, so the whole thing was pushed to you. Not really. That kid said that the guys who were targeting the heretics had deals with the dark sects, and they were all hidden in the dungeons. Maybe those guys had clues to find them. Hermes immediately became serious, because the possibility of this was also very high. If he thought in this direction, Hermes suddenly felt that the possibility was quite high. It has been confirmed that the dark sect has been hiding in the dungeon so far, but the specific place where those guys are hiding has not been completely unearthed, but this is indeed not an easy task. The scale of the underground city is far beyond everyone's imagination. It is really difficult to find such a hiding place hidden in the cracks in the vast underground city. But if the guys the dark sect and the heretics are staring at are in similar hiding spaces, then the location of the space where the dark sect is hiding can be inferred from the location of one of them, which greatly reduces the search time and effort. There is indeed a high possibility. From the beginning, I felt that it was impossible for those guys to dig out a hiding space in the dungeon openly, and it was impossible to completely hide the amount of work. It might be more reliable to use the space dug out by other clans and then use that space through transactions, cooperation, etc. 26. Hermes has been wondering how the guys from the Dark Faction dug holes in the underground city for a long time. There is no way to hide the amount of work. You know, it is a large-scale construction project in the underground city. Underground, will the city agree easily? There will only be a small amount of movement in the dungeon on the safe floor. On other floors, once the dungeon finds signs of being excavated on the floor, it will be repaired immediately. Normally, there is no way it is easy to build a hiding space in a dungeon, and the adventurers who go down to the dungeon every day will probably not be aware of an excavation of that scale. As long as one adventurer knows about it, it is possible for the news to spread throughout Orario. Risk. It is impossible for the dark factions to completely keep secrets during the excavation process, so there is a high possibility that the work of excavation of the secret space was not done by them. Asfi walked in from the door and bowed. Go investigate and see if there are any family members openly working on the dungeon. I'll go right away. Hermes drags his chin. Now he is basically sure that the Dark Faction's stronghold is probably using secret projects dug up by other families. The guys the heretics are targeting now have transactions with the Dark Faction, and it has always been hidden in the underground city. It is difficult not to imagine that there is no connection between the two sides. Such blatant construction in the dungeon is definitely within the guild's records, and this kind of thing did not just start in the past few years, it can even be said to have been maintained for a long time. However, such dependents are generally within the guild's records. If you investigate carefully, you should be able to get some clues. But Hermes already had some guesses in his mind. After all, there are not many people who have this kind of ability and can avoid being noticed by adventurers. After withdrawing his thoughts, Hermes looked at Loki. Are you so angry because of those heretics? Hermes, what do you mean? No, there is no deep meaning. Noticing the cold light in the depths of Loki's eyes, Hermes felt cold in his heart and quickly shut his mouth. He didn't want to say the next words. I just think that normally you would pretend not to know, but who knew you would take the initiative to bump into me this time? I just don't think there's much difference between those heretics and the children from the lower world. Loki didn't pay attention to what Hermes was about to say just now. There must be many guys who have such thoughts among the gods. Let's get down to business. Hermes shook his head slightly. He didn't want to go into too much depth on this topic. Yasife has already gone to investigate the specific people who have made trouble in the underground city. There are also memories of several people in my mind, but I'm not sure which ones they are. People within the guild, right? Loki immediately got to the root of the problem. Well, I think it should be directly related to the guild. If my guess is correct, maybe it should have some relationship with Daedalus. Hermes' reminder made Loki remember that there was such a person, but she remembered that Daedalus was not an ordinary person. The builder who built the Tower of Babel? I remember that he was not one of the few people in Aranos who accepted him as a dependent. I remember that it was because of Daedalus' extraordinary talent in construction that he was brought into the guild to help the guild design and build Orario. Daedalus's representative works are Orario itself and Euler, the most beautiful and central Tower of Babel. But I remember, isn't he an ordinary person? Even Aranos can't extend the lives of his dependents, right? Not to mention Uranus, no god can do it. Extension of life is something that the gods in the lower realm cannot do. The lower realm does not have the means to extend life normally. Also, Daedalus is indeed dead. But he was not killed, but died a normal life. Because he was buried as a pioneer of Orario, there was a rather large funeral. However, the funeral was carried out without notifying the gods, and only some important members of the guild attended. The phenomenon of fate. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Therefore, the people who are doing tricks in the underground city are most likely descendants of Daedalus. Most likely that's the case. Facing Loki's question, Hermes nodded slightly. In addition, Daedalus was also the main designer who built Orario. Maybe there are some special secret passages in Orario, just like the underground spaces used by Ishtar before. Loki frowned. She didn't expect that the matter of Daedalus was actually related to the underground space used by Ishtar. Did Daedalus ever make such a design? Hermes couldn't answer, so he could only skip the topic with a helpless shrug. Who knows? However, when Ishtar was arrested, many holes were discovered in the underground space. It was not like they were built later, but more like they had been built a long time ago. Also, if I remember correctly, Daedalus was still working on some projects in the dungeon some time before he was officially bedridden. However, with the death of Daedalus, that part of the project was completely stopped. Which part of the project has guild records? Have no idea. So, didn't I ask Asfi to investigate? A sage walked out of the darkness behind the high platform of the prayer stone seat. The Almighty's judgment is correct. The people the heretics are staring at have always been hidden deep in the underground city, and the dark factions often carry out activities in the underground city. In addition, the destruction of the Astria family 5 years ago was also due to the siege and suppression by the dark faction in the underground city. Many clues and evidence have proved this. The heretic hasn't contacted you recently. No, I think they don't want to trouble us often, so sometimes when they encounter problems, they don't want to ask for our help, but want to solve them themselves. Fels's voice could not hide part of his helplessness. In fact, the guild's efforts to help the heretics were not very strong. The heretics were squeezed out by both monsters and adventurers in the dungeon. Fels knew this best, so she also often said that when you are in trouble, don't hide it. Unfortunately, the heretics don't think so. They also have their own dignity, and they also know that they can't always trouble others, so when they encounter trouble, don't they start shouting people, but choose to solve the problem by themselves. This phenomenon actually seems to be a very bad phenomenon in Fels. Once the heretic encounters troublesome problems in the future and does not choose to seek help from the guild, then the heretic they didn't even know what kind of situation they were facing in the dungeon. The reason why they knew this time was because the trouble of the heretics reached their ears through another channel. They also have self-esteem. Uranus didn't speak, just nodded slightly. We have always adopted a protective attitude towards the heretics. What makes them more helpful is to make it easier for them to seek help from us. However, this approach still has some problems. We still treat heretics as heretics, not as beings of the same race as us. Fels understood why it turned out like this. In fact, she had been worried about whether the heretics would have such thoughts. So from the beginning, she discussed with Auranos to try to make the heretics have enough self-respect. But now it seems that this part still creates big problems. On the contrary, it was Belkroni who became the target of help from the heretics. Fels did not expect that Belkroni, who had not had much contact with the heretics, would be chosen to be asked for help. He did not know how Belkroni came into contact with the heretics. This makes Fels feel somewhat complicated. Auranos, this time the situation is a bit sudden, but it is a good opportunity for the heretics. Living space in the dungeon. That's right, regardless of whether Daedalus did anything in the underground city, it is a fact that the underground city has now opened up a brand new space. Speaking of this, Fels became a little more excited. The situation of the heretics now urgently requires a place where they can rest and recuperate in peace. Heretics are not welcomed by adventurers and monsters, and it is difficult to choose where to settle. But now is a very good opportunity. In fact, Auranos also thinks this is an opportunity. It is difficult to choose a place for the heretics to settle. First, they need to keep the heretics away from the adventurers, otherwise they will attract the pursuit of the adventurers in the Neverland. And they must also ensure that the heretic stayed away from the monsters born in the dungeon. When those monsters saw the heretic, they acted as if they saw the adventurer. But at this moment, the secret project Daedalus built in the dungeon gave the heretic a big blow. Surprise! As long as we can control that space, the survival problem of the heretics can be temporarily solved. Auranos has also made a decision in his heart. Fels, after Loki came over, go and call Ganesha over. When Yasi Faye returned to the family with the results of the investigation, it was already dawn. But the two gods sitting in the family did not fall asleep all night. They were all waiting for the result of a guess, and Yasi Faye also brought back this information. Lord Hermes, God Loki, according to my investigation, the troubles faced by the heretics can be determined to be directly related to Daedalus. It was indeed the builder. Yes. According to the information given by the guild, Daedalus built Orario thousands of years ago. However, the guild only has the basic drawings of the construction data and the problems encountered during the construction process. All the more important structural data are missing. According to Royman, it was Daedalus who asked the god Uranus to preserve these materials. It seems certain. Hermes didn't expect Daedalus to take away the construction materials, and he also recommended himself to save them. I remember that Daedalus also had a period of crazy time in his later years, which may have something to do with the current events. Perhaps, then, the trouble in the dungeon is the result of Daedalus' efforts. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. After preparations thousands of years ago, Hermes couldn't help but admire Daedalus' persistence, and he didn't know what kind of mood prompted Daedalus to make this decision. Such a thing. Lord Hermes, most of that part should be attributed to the descendants of Daedalus. According to the information given by Royman, Daedalus died of illness not long after saving those materials, and the funeral was held by the guild. Daedalus did not come back from the dead, so the underground city project should be built by the descendants of Daedalus. Has the obsession shifted? Hermes couldn't help but guess, but Loki gave a bigger guess. Maybe it's not obsession, but Daedalus' obsession that turned into a curse for his descendants. Curse? Put a curse on your descendants? Daedalus is really crazy. I have to say that Loki's bold guess is really bold, but the possibility of this is also very high. It is difficult to transfer obsessions, just like it is difficult for others to agree with personal cognition. But the curse can be easily done. It is not a transfer of obsession, but simply placing a terrible and profound curse on one's descendants, letting that obsession turn into a curse for generations to come. Most of those builders consider themselves artists, and many of those guys are doing it for fame, not for profit. But it is for this reason that most of those guys are paranoid, and it is not surprising to do such things occasionally. Loki was sure that Daedalus was completely crazy at that time. So, let's see what the guild thinks next. Let's see, but it's not hard for me to guess what Auranos is thinking. Luckily, so am I. Sure enough, it was just as Loki and Hermes thought. They waited until the evening, but the guild couldn't wait any longer and directly arranged for someone to come find them. No, they were quickly invited to the prayer room. Auranos, what are you looking for this time? Loki didn't talk about martial arts at all. He just acted like I don't know what you are going to do and just kept himself out of the matter. Auranos also knew that Loki did it on purpose, so he was not polite. Loki, this was your original promise. Now the heretics have encountered a problem. The corners of Loki's mouth twitched slightly. This old bastard was even more shameless than her. Let's talk about the troubles faced by heretics first. Fels, please tell me the specific situation. 590. Auranos didn't even show any wavering on his expression, and directly handed over the problem to Fels for explanation. But Fels, who received the task, looked at Loki and paused. It took a few seconds to continue. The heretics who survived in the dungeon were recently chased by supporters of the Dark faction. Many members of the heretic group have been arrested, and the specific situation is not yet known. But what can be determined is that the supporters and Dark factions hidden in the dungeon exist in the same hidden space at the same time. This makes things serious. While dealing with those supporter groups, you may also have to face the Dark faction groups. Moreover, the most dangerous thing for us now is not knowing the specific location of those people hiding in the underground city. Just the fact that Fels brought it up on the surface was enough to give Ganesha a headache. We all know that there is a special base for the Dark faction in the dungeon. We have guessed and searched for the specific location before, but we still can't find the specific location. Ganesha reminded Fels intentionally. He also looked down upon the supporters of the Dark factions who were targeting the heretics, and he also hoped to solve the problem of the heretics' safety in the underground city. But from the past to the present, the biggest problem isn't the problem that I can't find the specific location? Indeed. Because there is no way to determine the specific location of the opponent, it is difficult to form an effective pursuit. However, Hestia's followers have a way to lock the location there. It suddenly dawned on Ganesha that the key to solving the problem lies with Hestia. If you think about it carefully, it would be difficult for the guild and them to handle such a matter. It's not because of lack of strength, but because those guys are so good at hiding. There is no way for them to find it easily. If they could have found it early, then those guys hiding in the dungeon wouldn't be a big problem. Wait, isn't Hestia, her child, very cautious? Ganesha really couldn't say something like he was sick, so he could only use caution instead. The implication was obvious. That child had such a cautious character, how could he suddenly jump out and show his face? These words made Fels. There was a slight silence, and then he gave the answer after a few seconds. The first person the heretic is looking for is Hestia's family. Ganesha's eyes widened, obviously not expecting such an answer. Fels obviously didn't want to waste too much time on this topic and jumped directly from it. God Ganesha, the next problem to deal with is how to clear all the members inside after locking the specific location. Clear directly. Yes. According to the investigation, the other party is a descendant of Daedalus. Now the guild has determined the identity of the other party. The other party is the leader of the Iclos familia, Dix per Dix. His family members have close ties with the Dark Sacs, and they were also engaged in abduction and trafficking with the Ishtar family members. Is it Ishtar again? Ganesha has recently felt that Ishtar is truly worthy of being a courtesan among the gods. Why are all bad things related to Ishtar? Yes. According to our investigation, perhaps the underground cave used by the Ishtar familia was not built in a later period. Could it be Daedalus who did it? Ganesha's eyes were wide open, and she couldn't tell that Daedalus had played such a trick. Fels nodded with a little regret. Daedalus was credited with the design and construction of Orario and the Tower of Babel thousands of years ago, and Auranos allowed him to make a request. Daedalus took away Orario's construction details on this condition. Now we suspect that there must be something hidden in it that Daedalus prepared for his descendants. He is really courageous. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Ganesha's eyes were opened this time. As a dependent of Uranus, he could still perform such arrogant tricks and do such crazy things under the eyes of the gods. Action. Then Ganesha suddenly reacted. Fels, don't you suspect that the descendants of Daedalus built a large space in the dungeon and then gave that space to the dark faction? Yes. Judging from the current information, this is the correct answer. Daedalus, this guy, is quite courageous. At this moment, Ganesha has lost any words. Daedalus's tricks made him dumbfounded. As a god, he has never seen children from the lower world so crazy in such a long time. It was in Uranus again. He deceived Auranos right under his nose, and also did some tricks in the construction of Orario, and also carried these tricks into the dungeon. Now he understands why his children have not found the dark faction leader in the dungeon for so many years. It's a base area. It's really hard to find the specific location in 5.1. With a design like the Tower of Babel, if the underground city's architecture is also so skillful, it's damned if it can be found by normal means. It's just Daros is truly a famous craftsman. He not only dares to think, but also really dares to do it. Ganesha feels that she does not dare to provoke Uranus so blatantly. Does she really think that Uranus will not be angry? So, what will Iclos do this time? The trouble in the dungeon must be solved, but what about Iclos, the main god who leads all these families? If it were him, I think there would be a good way to deal with it. After sending Hermes away, Loki's eyes were directly aimed at Bel. It's hard to say it in front of that messenger, but you can always be more honest in front of me, right? Faced with God Loki's questioning, Bel seemed helpless. So, why do you all think that I have the ability to kill gods? Don't think of me as a fool. Loki looked at Bel with disdain as if he were a fool, and pointed at the two people sitting over there. The reaction speed of those two guys was very fast, but their reaction was not because they were surprised that you were assigned the task of repatriating the gods. That expression was simply wondering why the guild was surprised to know such a thing. Hestia quickly covered her face, but her action made Bel laugh bitterly. Hephaestus, who was standing next to him, patted Hestia's head angrily. Idiot, you were plotted by Loki, and she didn't even notice it. Hestia, who was woken up, turned around and saw Loki's narrowed eyes, as cunning as a fox, and she was deceived again. Loki, you lied to me again. Humph, who fooled you, idiot? Well, Hestia sulked with a puffed face, but she also blamed herself in her heart. How could she let the matter slip here? Mr. Bel, I messed up. Seeing Hestia blaming herself, Bel didn't feel that harsh. He came to Hestia's side and took her into his arms in front of God Loki. Don't worry about Hestia, it's good to know that it's not the god Hermes. If God Hermes knew about it, things would definitely turn to a bad situation immediately. As for God Loki, she doesn't have much to do with it. This intimate embrace is completely unlike the normal relationship between the main god and his retinue. Even Loki, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, was shocked by this scene. You're not pretending at all this time, right? Loki looked at the little dwarf with envy on his face. This little dwarf was really lucky. He directly met a child who was the most compatible with her, and even directly attacked his own child. Her lovely child. There were a lot of them, but there was not a single child that she could get started with. Riveria had really taught those children to be the type of people who were on guard against her, leaving her with no chance at all. Loki turned around looking at Hephaestus. They don't pretend anymore, what about you? Hephaestus gave Loki a roll of his eyes, walked up to Bel, and gave Bel a kiss without any hesitation. Damn it. Loki looked at the combination of these three people in stunned silence, especially the drawing skills of Hephaestus, which made her blush. She pointed at these three people with trembling fingers. She knew these three people. My personal relationship is very complicated, but I didn't expect it to be so complicated. You guys are really good at playing. Shocked by the relationship between these three people. The two goddesses are eyeing the same child from the lower realm. This situation is quite explosive even among gods. Not to mention the lower realm that is loved by the two goddesses. The child is still the destiny of Freya, that nymphomaniac. When he thought about it, Loki felt that the relationship was even more complicated. Loki had not seen the drama of three women vying for one man, but three goddesses vying for one man. This is the first time Loki has really seen her in the drama. Here, Belle and Hephaestus also finished the drawing process, but Hestia, who was caught in it again, had unhappiness written all over her face. If it weren't for the limitation of height, she really wanted to let Hephaestus feel like being caught in the middle. Hestia suppressed her unhappiness for the time being, leaning against Belle and facing over their rocky showdown. This is the relationship between me and Mr. Bell. Hephaestus did not speak, but sat quietly on the other side of Belle to express his attitude. You are really good. Loki put away his surprise. This was the first time she understood such a gossip scene, and it was also the first time she faced it directly. This is really the first time I've seen you in this situation. No wonder you and Hephaestus are so against Freya. They are afraid that another goddess will get involved. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. If there was another Freya in this scene, Loki dared to say that the current harmonious atmosphere would definitely explode completely. With Freya's character, don't let this boy Belle keep it by your side every day. By then, the harmonious atmosphere of this home will definitely explode in minutes. Tell me about you. It's not good for you to bring in anyone, but you want to bring in your own friends. It wasn't me, Hephaestus, who came in. She obviously got involved on purpose. Facing Loki's accusation, Hestia couldn't bear it anymore. Facing Hestia's angry rebuttal, Loki froze completely and looked at Hephaestus with a slightly more serious look. It was difficult for Hephaestus to refute the fact that he was involved in the matter. After all, she only started to have a strong interest in Belle later. Loki, don't talk about these things now. In addition, the issue of love is a personal issue for each goddess, so it is best not to get too involved in it. You don't want your children to have a similar situation, right? Good guy? Loki took a deep breath and almost couldn't hold back his bad temper. He just replied, Lysaea, if you have the guts, let that kid come. Even though she knew that Hephaestus would never let one more person get involved in the relationship between the three of them, Loki was also afraid that her talkativeness would really make bad things come true. Ace has changed a lot during this period, and the situation Ace has to face is different from the past. Now Ace is looking for a strong partner who can help her get through her parents. Now Isai is obviously eyeing this brat Belle. If he said anything now, Loki was worried that Ace might really join the opposite team. Loki couldn't help but imagine Ace throwing herself into Belle's arms and saying things like I love you. The hell-like scene made Loki's face look ugly just thinking about it. Let's talk about the matter at hand. In the 25-story tree maze, a group of heretics wearing thick cloaks were cautiously moving forward. At this time, a man wearing windproof glasses stood on a high tree trunk not far behind them, holding a red spear. Those guys, who had been hiding for so long and suddenly jumped out at this time. The man was not hunting heretics as excitedly as usual. Instead, he stood on the tree trunk in deep thought and did not move. Did you deliberately run out from the depths to go to the ground? The man frowned, and a smile suddenly popped out of the corner of his eyes. Are you deliberately trying to be a bait to lure me out? Or to seek help on Earth? If it's the former, then the man would like to know how those monsters think they can find the specific location to enter the interior. If it's to seek help, are there any family members on the ground who can help those monsters? Although they don't know the purpose of these monsters. But if those monsters really had the first idea, he would be happy to be tricked. Those monsters are indeed very annoying in the dungeon. If he can get rid of those guys quickly, it will have a lot of influence on his future actions. Benefit. Then I will step on it deliberately and see what you monsters are capable of. Thinking of this, the man no longer concealed his aura, but rushed forward with a ferocious smile. The following heretics all noticed someone approaching at the same time. Except for Wei and I, who was the weakest and was protected in the center, the other heretics had already focused their attention on the person. Lei Yi, escort Winnie to the ground to ask for help. We will block this place. Lei rushed to the exit on the 25th floor with Winnie without hesitation. This scene was also seen by the man. It seemed that he was asking for help. Get lost in endless fantasy. The man ignored the two level 5 monsters left behind, and directly used his magic. Scarlet invisible waves enveloped Reed and Ancient Rose almost instantly under the man's chant. Endless killing intent. It aroused the deepest malice and murderous intention in the heretic's heart, and both pairs of eyes turned blood red. All the emotions turned into the purest madness, and both pairs of eyes were dyed red by the madness, just like the madness when they were monsters. The two pairs of scarlet eyes looked at each other, and then they began to the original frantic impulse, fight. Seeing that his magic was working, the man's movements also appeared a little sluggish. Although this is a very powerful magic that can make the target locked by the magic fall into madness, but after using it, his own the level will also drop by 1 level. Only after the frantic magic is lifted, the dropped level will be restored. But the man did not pause at all. Even if the level was dropped due to the use of magic, his speed would not be slowed down. Unable to catch up, Lei Yi did not look behind her at all. She hugged Lei Yi and rushed towards the entrance. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air behind her, causing Lei Yi to stop in her tracks and hurriedly stepped aside. Brush. A sharp red light streaked across Lei Yi's wings, and a trace of black curse could be seen sticking to Lei Yi's wings. Lei Yi, who was in pain, helplessly put Winnie down and kept her voice as low as possible. Winnie, go back as far as possible. They are on the 18th floor. You need to rely on yourself for the following floors. Winnie's firm eyes did not change at all, and she immediately turned around and rushed into the corridor on the next floor. After Winnie rushed down, Lei Yi also carefully guarded against the man catching up behind her. "Hi, it seems that you monsters are indeed connected with the dependents on the ground." The man fell to the ground with a ferocious smile. He was in an unusually comfortable mood at the moment. He didn't expect that there would be people on the ground who would help these monsters, and he didn't know what kind of people could treat these monsters as human beings. Lei Yi died. He gritted his teeth, but his face was full of anger. "We are not monsters. That's just your own thoughts." "Not a monster? Stop laughing at me. You don't think that just because you are a monster on the outside, you are not a monster on the inside, right? No matter how you change it." The smile on the man's face turned cold. He couldn't accept these monsters who treat him as a human being. "These guys are just aliens in the dungeon. I don't know who is waiting for you above, but if I arrest you, you should be able to attract that guy." Sure enough, these words immediately made Lei Yi's face appear a little guarded. "You are dreaming." Ha 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 ha. This beyond monster emotion made the man laugh crazily. This is it. This is what he wanted to see. The man glanced back from the corner of his eye. The two heretics had already suffered serious injuries. In a short time, it would not affect him. The man who understood this immediately withdrew his frantic magic and restored the lowered level. He had no idea about the three monsters in front of him for the time being. It seemed that he could use that kid as bait. These monsters were caught. Moreover, so many monsters had the weakest action. It was obvious that the little devil was different from the others. For these monsters, the little devil should be more important. Although I want to continue to watch the despair of you monsters, but after I catch that brat, many of you guys will join me. The man adjusted his state, and his speed immediately reached its peak. He rushed past Lei Yi like a gust of wind, picked up his spear, and rushed towards the upward corridor. "Since you are connected with the dependents above, then call the people above you down. This is the opportunity one give you." The man's voice suddenly stopped here, and the only response to the man was Lei Yi's roar. "Asshole." Listening to the movement behind him, the man quickly rushed upward. Haha. Winnie was running alone on the dangerous floors. The dungeon is a very dangerous place. All kinds of monsters are refreshed here every moment, and Winnie, who was born in the dungeon, naturally knows it best. But she didn't have any choice now but to rush to the agreed place as soon as possible. Only when they reach that point will they, the heretics, be saved. Just when Winnie had arrived in front of the corridor on the 23rd floor, a figure appeared, like a demon, and kicked Winnie violently away. Winnie lost consciousness almost instantly. Looking at Wei and I, who was unconscious, some incomprehension appeared on the man's face. Why this kid? The man who couldn't get the answer for a while did not continue to think leisurely here. If the upper-level family members were already on the 18th floor, it would not be so safe here. God knows which family members the people coming here are from. If it is Luo, he didn't dare to accept the attack easily. He grabbed Winnie's neck with one hand, and the man rushed directly to the secret space on the 23rd floor. He took out a prop from his arms, and the man took Winnie here. The layer disappears found it. After sensing that Winnie's position had shifted within a short period of time, Belle found the hiding place hidden in the dungeon. It was indeed a very hidden place. Special materials are used around it to block perception. It is really not easy to find such a place. But what surprised Belle was that the space turned out to be the gap between floors. I really didn't expect that someone could carve out a space in a place like that. Are there no objections from the underground city? Did you find it? Where exactly? Loki couldn't help but ask. It is a place that was difficult to imagine before. Even if you know that place in advance, no one will think about the secret space in that place. Oh, Belle said this, which made Loki even more interested in knowing. In the gap between floors and floors. Crack? That kind of place can open up a space. It should be difficult to do under normal circumstances. Although Belle has never explored the special space between the upper and lower floors of the dungeon, it is definitely not easy to do this. Although the dungeon looks like separate floors, in fact there are connections between those floors. Each floor is actually an independent space. Therefore, there is a space gap between floors. Of course, this is just my personal understanding of spatial cognition. The transfer of the family's residence to the outside world is also based on this theoretical basis. But I didn't expect that someone in the dungeon would actually do this. In the past, Belle had never thought that an architect like Daedalus could achieve this level. This time it was an eye-opener for him. The construction method can be applied in space. What surprised Belle even more was that it actually happened. There are architects who can build such a special space. It exists in the gap between floors. Special materials are used to create this gap into a special space. Can something like this be done? Loki's question was full of surprise, but Belle could understand it. In fact, when he locked the specific location, it was difficult for him to imagine that the special space was built between floors. In theory, it's possible. However, I have never tried such a thing, and there is no way to say that it is possible to achieve this level using architectural technology. He expressed that he was not familiar with the construction of Belle. After all, he is mainly good at fighting. All his skills are focused on combat and magic production. Hard skills such as construction can only be achieved after getting Dabaki. Only with the ability to make props can you be good at it. For example, using pure construction technology to create a living space in the gap between two floors, Belle can only admire such technology. Then why don't you hurry up and remind Finn and the others? No, there's no need to be in such a hurry just yet. Belle was also a little irritable, but his face remained calm. She was used as bait to catch more heretics, not to kill her. The secret base of those guys is not a safe place. It needs to be sealed inside. Those guys must escape through the secret passage. Although he is upset, Belle still understands what needs to be done now. I need to enter that base first, block all the secret passages in the base, and close all the traps. Only then can I avoid being treated like a turtle in an urn after entering. God Loki, you need to prepare Finn and the others. The man wearing goggles has magic that can drive people crazy. If you are not prepared, your teammates may become an obstacle. Of course Loki could also see the magic of that guy just now, and also saw that the heretics who were a group of heretics started to fight each other. If Finn and the others didn't pay attention, they might really fall into the trap. If one of Finn and the others did NT if they are attacked, there will be an additional level 7 enemy in the crusade. Moreover, this level 7 is still one of their own, and they will not be able to kill them if they become hostile. I will notify Finn and the others before taking action. Now that he knows this magic, Loki will naturally not let Finn and the others step on it. So now, the action begins. The spatial coordinates have been located, and the secret base is no longer a secret to Belle. After locating the spatial coordinates, Belle directly connected to the spatial location over there. Belle put on a white suit to cover his face again. He stood up from the sofa at the same time. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The figure quickly disappeared. Also disappearing at the same time was the space opened up. Mr. Belle looks very impatient too. Hestia couldn't help but sigh. It's rare for her to see such an impatient Belle. Well, it has been seen before that boy treats heretics better than normal adventurers. The boy was always wary of adventurers, but he wasn't so wary of those heretical children. After Loki finished speaking, he drank the fruit wine placed in front of her. The cold fruit wine, with some strong fruity aroma and a touch of alcohol, swept through Loki's body, producing a hint of coolness and making her conscience more clear. She needed to do a lot of follow-up work, and she also needed to instruct her children not to step on big holes. But before leaving, Loki suddenly turned his head and looked at Hephaestus. Speaking of which, was it that boy's arrangement for you not to participate in the guild? Hephaestus nodded without retorting. I am just a member of the production family, and my children are not as brave and good at fighting as you are. My children are better at blacksmithing than fighting. Moreover, a production family member like me is not suitable to participate in that kind of battle. It is best to maintain neutrality. As expected, Loki was not surprised by Hephaestus's answer. Just like what Hephaestus said, it is best to maintain neutrality as a production family. The current Hephaestus family is not like that. In the past, it only involved forging, and it also took over whether it was a serious family or a dark faction. They didn't want to stop the business of runestones. Even though there are not many types of runestones being sold now, it is really good for the dark factions. A wave of reinforcements. Unless necessary, the dark faction definitely does not want the Hephaestus Familia to be involved in their war with the gods on Earth. At least, if the Hephaestus Familia is still there, then another with their identity, they can purchase a large number of runestones, which is an indispensable power before they can achieve their goals. It actually sounds reasonable. The materials surrounding the walls that stabilize this space may have cost billions of ferrous. It would take billions of ferrous to kill a level 7. To be honest, Belle thought that the level 7 would die peacefully. After all, under the conditions of not occupying a favorable location, as long as the opponent's gate is closed, let alone level 7, even if level 8 is restricted in this way, it will still shed a layer of skin. This made Belle couldn't help but sigh. Killing people with money is not just talk. Such a high-priced cage, if it weren't for the ability to use runes and the ability to develop, it might have suffered here. Although this kind of design can really kill those invading level 7 players, it has great restrictions. First, this is a base. Such a gate is actually a security guarantee for the base. It is a device that cannot be moved at will. Second, the cost of this cage that can kill level 7 is too expensive. Third, there must be an enemy who jumps into this trap. These are the conditions for this trap. At least in Belle's view, this is a last resort. No one would spend billions of dollars just to build a cage that is difficult to move. Just as a defensive trap, it does a good job. Be prepared for danger in times of peace and be cautious at all times. Daedalus is indeed a very good builder. Belle admired this cautious style of doing things. There is no doubt that Daedalus is definitely a master builder. After expressing sincere praise to the master in his heart, Belle released a series of control arrangements on the gate and fixed the gate with space to ensure that this thing would not work without his control. There are actually some traps like this in this brother's base, but other traps don't have the gold content of these gates. There are many entrances to the secret passages, and they are also connected to other floors. It seems that Daedalus was well prepared from the beginning. Cut it off first. The runes appeared under their feet and spread rapidly throughout the base at an extraordinary speed. In a short while, all the secret passages were solidified by runes, completely blocking the possibility of leaving from the inside and entering from the outside. The survey ends here. Then it was time to check on her. There was a slight coldness in Belle's eyes, but this was not something he needed to intervene in. With this in mind, Belle had no intention of directly intervening. Unless, I can't help it. The other side. The man grabbed Winnie by the neck and threw her to the place where the heretics were imprisoned. Along the way, there were countless cages arranged on both sides of the road, and the cages contained those heretics caught by men. Winnie? Winnie. Damn humans? You even arrest children. Child. The man who just put down Winnie sneered disdainfully. You are the only one who treats yourselves as human beings. You are nothing more than monsters, and you are even ostracized in the circle of monsters. What do you think you are? The man's words stimulated all the heretics to clench their fists. Unfortunately, these incompetent anger is the most powerless thing for the man. But the man is also curious about why this kid is protected in a group of level 5 people. Among the monsters? This doubt in the man's heart has never been solved. In terms of strength, this dragon girl should be the lowest level among the monsters. Since it is not strength. But the identity is also wrong. What monsters exist? Monsters, could it be that there is still a connection with the familia on the ground? This gave the man an unrealistic idea. Could it be that this dragon girl is still the plaything of someone above? I don't understand. After thinking for a moment, the man gave up and continued. After thinking about it, he looked at dragon girl who was still unconscious on the ground. He went up and stepped on dragon girl's belly. Brush. A silver light suddenly flashed. The man was suddenly startled and wanted to run away, but the speed of the silver light was too fast. Poof. Boom. The sound of flesh and blood being cut open and the sound of things falling to the ground appeared almost simultaneously. The man felt his situation instantly, but he immediately pointed his spear at the dragon girl lying on the ground. But, poof, boom. The same situation happened again, but this time it was no longer a foot, but the man's hand holding the gun, and the gun fell to the ground. Who is it? The man who lost his right foot and right hand could hardly maintain his balance, but he still relied on his physical strength and one foot to stand stubbornly. But if you look carefully, you can see that the man was clenching his back molars and making the sound is like the roar of a wild animal facing a desperate situation. You have the ability to sneak in and chop off my hands and feet, but don't have the guts to come out. Puff. As soon as the man noticed the cold light, he had already lost his light. Ah. Who is it? Who is there? The man who lost his right foot, right hand, and even his eyes couldn't hold it in anymore. Losing his hands and feet had already declared that half of his career as an adventurer was over. And losing his light meant that he could no longer even think about what he had hated in the past. His destiny and curse were completely deprived of him, and these 800 made his life meaningless. This completely broke the man's defenses. What a pity. Suddenly, a deep voice appeared not far away from the man. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. This let the crazy man know the location of the target. Lost. Click. The throat was hit hard, even the throat was broken by the kick, and the man couldn't even make a sound. Dogs can't change eating shit. The man who was suffering from severe pain was shaking all over, and his self-esteem was completely shattered at this moment. He cut off my arms and legs, took away the light, and yet he still pursued me like a madman. The man heard the sound and kept getting closer. Find the meaning of your existence from others, this is the only thing you can do. Because the curse from your bloodline makes you tortured. Only by passing on this irritability and pain to others, greedily feasting on the despair of others, can you feel comfortable and feel the meaning of your own existence. There was no clear praise in the voice, nor the slightest disgust, just like telling the man's life as a bystander. However, the understatement in the words could not change the superiority of being a bystander. This made the man maintain the past. My dignity was torn to pieces at this moment, in the most cruel way. What do you know? What do you understand? The man's voice was full of anger. His existence was entirely for the obsession of his ancestors. This was his meaning, but this meaning was meaningless to himself. He was obviously kicked in the throat. It was broken, but it could still make a sound. In a sense, the vitality of a first-level adventurer is really tenacious. But the sound sounded even more sad. Bell glanced at it casually, but he didn't care about what the man just said. Well, that's why I'm too lazy to understand. In my original plan, I didn't bother to do too much to you. After all, it's more appropriate for Captain Finn and the others to handle this matter. But, you crossed the line. A very casual sentence decided the man's fate. Maybe a minute ago he was still a first-level adventurer with absolute strength compared to ordinary adventurers. He had magic that could make people go crazy, and he had the ability to easily determine the fate of others. Right. But at this moment, he is like a bedbug lying on the ground. He can only accept the fate that has been decided. Cross the line. The man seemed so incomprehensible, but his voice sounded so weak. What's wrong with that kind of thing? That's nothing but a monster. The man at this moment couldn't understand why he would have such consequences just by attacking a group of monsters. They are indeed not human beings, but they are also not pure monsters. At least in my opinion, they are much purer than things like you. It is true that heretics are neither monsters nor humans, and Bell will not refute it. But to some humans, perhaps heretics are much more pure. They may deteriorate in the future, but that's just the future. But your disgust is now. And it really made me feel sick. In addition, it's like you can attack them without restraint. When it comes to treating you, I can actually act unscrupulously. You should know the reason why, right? Bell's words made the man silent for a moment, and even the crazy situation calmed down a little. Finally, he uttered two words. Strength. The corners of Bell's mouth raised slightly, and he said with some praise. That's right, not because of the so-called reason, just because of the simplest power. This world is very complicated, but there are many things that don't need to be so complicated. Just the simplest difference in strength is the reason why I can trample on you. It's not that you did something wrong, it's just that I think you're unhappy. The man pursed his lips with complicated emotions. There is indeed no complicated reason. He did such a thing just because he saw you unhappy. This may be the most intuitive reason. The world is so straightforward. As long as there is with enough power, when facing beings weaker than you have the absolute right to dominate those weak beings. Just like what he did to those monsters before. However, at this moment, your identity inverted. This inexplicable guy was in his place, and he was put in the place of those monsters. Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. Those who kill will always be killed. The anger and anxiety in the man's heart unexpectedly disappeared. Perhaps this was the feeling before death. The unwillingness in his heart was about to overflow, but the man was surprisingly able to accept this truth. It's really simple and easy to understand. You bastard is indeed much better than those guys who talk about truth, power. Sure enough, I will face such a thing one day. But the man still feels that his life is meaningless. His existence is for this artificial floor, and the same is true for what he does. In the end, I am nothing but empty trash. Smiling like a self-mockery, the man felt the coldness in every part of his body, and his consciousness began to become blurry. The throat that had been broken just now could no longer be maintained with strength. To read the cool novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Couldn't say the last words. Kill me. Bell didn't speak, and waved the Kyuji cane Sata casually in his hand. Puff. The blade passed across the man's neck and cut off the man's head directly. A large amount of blood spurted out from the wound, dyeing the ground red. Bell's eyes glanced at the dragon girl lying on the ground, squatted down and used Lu and gave the dragon girl some treatment. He simply healed the injuries on the dragon girl's body. Bell did not do anything to the dragon girl. He just disappeared suddenly, as if no one had been here just now. All the heretics locked in the cage saw it, but none of them discovered where that person was. Where did that person go? It should still be there, it's hidden. Call. The heretics couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Winnie, who was still unconscious, they all put down the stone in their hearts. In any case, the culprit who tortured and killed their heretics has been found, and so many compatriots will not be captured by those guys in the future. The captured Wei Ni was also out of danger. Although I don't know why that person suddenly disappeared, that person has no ill intentions towards the heretics. It can be seen from his actions just now. I didn't expect that we heretics would still be regarded as pure. In the past, heretics were ostracized and feared. The word pure is not suitable for heretics. But now I heard such a statement from a powerful adventurer. All the heretics present were shocked. I feel a little weird inside. It feels really good to be acknowledged instead of being treated like a monster. But what should we do here? The key people are dead. Obviously, now is their best chance to escape. The other heretics locked in the cage are actually not in a hurry now. Wait, then. These heretics who were caught, well, are not fools. Naturally, they know that the person did not release them for follow-up arrangements. Most of the situation inside the base has been dealt with. The biggest problem is still he took action when he was a little impulsive. My energy-raising skills were still a bit poor. After reflecting on my actions, I realized that in the situation just now, it was most appropriate for the Loki Familia to take action. It would be too much for him to take action without permission. It's inappropriate. Moreover, this is an above-board action. Even if there are heretics around, you will see it when you see it. Thinking of this situation, Bell can't help but shake his head. The reminder he gave to God Loki before is completely useless. If God Loki knew that I acted on impulse, he would probably laugh at me again, right? Bell sighed, and then walked into a space crack. Returning to the Familia, Bell threw himself into Hestia's arms with a look of helplessness. I was impulsive again. Seeing the depression on Bell's face, Hestia couldn't help but laugh. Hestia, are you even laughing at me? Phew, no, Bell-kun. Rolling her hair, Hestia can only feel like a god when Bell asks for comfort. Every child has things he or she can tolerate but cannot tolerate. Like a bad boy who kills heretics. Just like you said, that child created the despair of those heretics in order to fill his own hole. In order to show his sense of existence, let others bear his pain on his behalf. And his happiness is based on the despair of those heretics, which is undoubtedly wrong. But when he said this, Hestia's serious face lowered her voice helplessly. Although this is the child's fault, it is not all the child's fault. The reason for his twisted character actually has a lot to do with the environment in which he grew up, as well as the obsessions of countless generations that he has carried. It is really immoral to curse your descendants. Even the gods would shake their heads when they looked at what Daedalus did. For his own obsession, he actually distorted the future of his descendants and even dragged them into it. Into this dangerous whirlpool. Daedalus's behavior is undisputedly selfish. Don't pile your personal obsessions on other people, even the younger generations, because this behavior is based on your own obsession. Thoughts that distort other people's behavior. Obsessions and desires. Talking about this issue, Bell also had some emotion on his face. Raising his hand, 4 slightly different colors of black mist wrapped around his hand. Maybe it really is. The curse given by Daedalus to his descendants and the resentment accumulated from generation to generation formed the sin that has always resided in the heart of that man. That's why many of his negative emotions were suppressed in an unlimited way, thus distorting his own values. It's desire again. Hestia looked at the black mist wrapped around Bell's hand. If only Auranos hadn't let Daedalus see the dungeon. It's useless. Hephaestus did not think this approach was useful. Children in the lower world have endless desires. They long for many things, their own achievements, values, and preferences. Even if Daedalus didn't have desire because of seeing the dungeon, he would have done this for other reasons. Belle also recognized this very much. Hephaestus was right, what architects pursue is the display of self-worth. Just like the craftsmen of the Hephaestus familia, they certainly don't want to just build some mediocre weapons, right? Hephaestus nodded happily to Belle's words. Every child hopes to forge better weapons, even me. Belle nodded and immediately took up the topic. Different types of adventurers pursue different things. As the leader of the Loki familia, Finn pursues using his own influence to change the situation of the small humans. Therefore, he needs to make his achievements not limited to a small city like Orario, but to use this city as the center to radiate to the entire world. Daedalus undoubtedly did the same thing. It's just that compared to Finn's choice of spreading influence through his own power, Daedalus knew that the time was limited, so he passed on his obsession to his descendants. He doesn't consider at all whether his obsession will have a bad impact on future generations, he just wants to satisfy his own sense of accomplishment. I suspect that Daedalus made such a decision thousands of years ago because he decided not to do anything. Because he couldn't do it, he cursed his descendants to complete this achievement. To be honest, even Belle felt that this Daedalus was somewhat useless. But he didn't mean to speak for others. After all, Daedalus was the one that man's ancestors, and the curse was also arranged by Daedalus, the ancestor. There is no way for future generations to get rid of it, so they can only accept it. Indeed, if Daedalus hadn't gone completely crazy 1,000 years ago, maybe he wouldn't have done such a crazy thing. As a craftsman, Hephaestus understands this obsession very well. Just like what she just said, every child in the lower world has his own desires and obsessions, but some people will do it if their obsessions are too heavy. He made some crazy decisions. Daedalus's obsession back then may have really pushed him into a crazy world. That child has probably been crazy for a long time. Hephaestus couldn't help but sigh. The children of the lower world each have different fates and identities. Some of the things they face will make the gods marvel, but some of them will make the gods sigh. He must have been crazy for a long time, but at least he finally regained consciousness. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Although Hestia also hates that kind of bad boy, at least the bad boy opened his eyes in the end and no longer continued to fall into madness. He died with a clear head. His eyes glanced at her. Belle. Hestia's face showed some blame, but she was also happy. Mr. Belle, you can't continue to be so merciful next time you face the enemy. I will remember. Belle, who was preached, is also reflecting on his own impulses. Today's publicity is completely different from the cautiousness of the past. This is also something he needs to reflect on. Counting the gluttony you got from that child today, Belkan, you have collected 4, right? There are also anger, laziness, and lust, but I am not in a hurry to get all the 7 deadly sins together. After all, apart from knowing that the 7 deadly sins can control desires, I don't know what the use of them is. Belle is actually not very urgent about collecting the 7 deadly sins. He knows that the 7 deadly sins of desire itself is not that easy to find, and there is no point in being anxious. I know this, but we can also help think about who is more likely. Hestia is naturally not worried, but she also hopes that she can help Belle occasionally. She can't help in the battle on the front line, but she can still help Belle collect the fragments needed for his skills. If it were the past, I would have been angry because Loki didn't run away. She always causes all kinds of things in heaven, and she also likes to get angry for no reason. But now I think she is lazy. Hestia couldn't help but speculate about the gods where laziness and anger might reside. Hephaestus also agreed with this guess. What Hestia said is very consistent with Loki's image before and after. When he was in the heaven and after he came to the lower world, Loki felt like 2 completely different people. If Loki before was a madman, then Loki now is a pervert. That's true. There was a time when Belle also felt that god Loki's body was filled with major sins such as lust and even laziness. Hearing Hephaestus's complaints, Hestia also agreed. That's right. Although that guy was crazy when he was in heaven, he was not that crazy yet. I must have learned bad things from Zeus. I remember that Zeus often did things like peeping. Zeus gets a tough lesson every time. And Zeus's wife Hera is not a good person. Every time she hears that Zeus does something like that, she will beat him up. Hera is actually very gentle, but Zeus did this because he did something wrong. My views on this are slightly different from yours. Hera is a very gentle god. Hera's ferocity is rare in the heaven. Hephaestus remembered that Freya was severely taught by Hera in the heaven. What a cruel god Freya is. Almost all the gods in the heaven know that, but Hera can teach Freya a lesson until she loses her temper. From this point of view, Hera's temper is definitely not something that ordinary gods can handle. Being able to make Hera, there are really not many gods who treat her gently. Except for those virgin goddesses, there seems to be no gods who can make Hera put on a good face. However, Hephaestus estimated that Hera also knew that those gods were wanton and indulgent. Reason, so he didn't give those guys some good looks. Of course, Hephaestus knew this from Hestia's mouth. Hera is a very serious god among goddesses, and you can hardly see her laughing and joking. And as one of the ancient gods, she herself, Zeus and Ouranos all have a young image, but she is also one of the few gods who is willing to maintain an old image. But at this point, Hephaestus estimated that Hera was too lazy to be stared at by those boring gods, and then confessed her feelings in front of Zeus. Hera's goddess image can be said to be the most majestic among the goddesses. That majesty is even more eye-catching than the god of beauty. But because of this, Hera has always maintained an old image on the outside. Hey god, Hera has always maintained an old image? She usually looks very serious. Why do I have the impression that there is such a person? Listening to Hephaestus's description, Belle couldn't help but think of Aunt Jong from the next village. She kept the look of an elderly aunt on her face, but those eyes are always bright, and you can't tell that she is an old woman through her eyes. Now that I think about it, it seems that the old man is the same. He obviously looks like a perverted old man, but there is nothing like that in his eyes. The kind of guy who is blinded by wine and sex. Well, Belle thinks that old man is just a pervert. It's better not to think too highly of a perverted old man. Mr. Belle, you can look for it on Loki later. Either anger or laziness is more suitable for Loki. Maybe it is true in her. Hestia's voice interrupted Belle's thinking, but he had never confirmed whether Loki was guilty of any serious sins. As for God Loki, I think she would agree if I told her directly. Whether or not there is really a great sin lodged in God Loki's problem is definitely the best to deal with. Well, it's Loki after all. As long as he didn't compete with Loki, that pervert was still easy to talk to after he came to the lower world. In the past, Hestia would still have to worry about being bitten by that guy, but now, at least that won't happen. A problem that causes quarrels upon meeting. The biggest problem is probably the last one, lust. 0 asking for flowers 0. Hestia's voice deepened, and her eyes darkened. After looking at each other with Hephaestus, the two goddesses felt equally heavy, and together they said the most likely answer. That name. Freya. Freya, who has the power of charm, is undoubtedly the most suitable host for lust. However, it is not easy to confirm this in her. At least in Hestia and Hephaestus looks like this is a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Belkun, leave Freya's matter for last to confirm. Don't test Freya until all other major sins have been collected. That's right, Belle. If you test her casually, that woman will definitely eat you up to the bone. In fact, Belle also knows this well. Of course I know. Even if I knew that lust really resided in God Freya, I would not investigate God Freya in advance. That kind of behavior is really imprudent. Serious sins are completely different when it comes to gods and when it comes to other people, and you need to pay special attention when facing them. Naturally, Belle will not do anything imprudent. Behavior. After receiving Belle's assurance, both Hestia and Hephaestus were visibly relieved. Am I that uneasy? Although I seemed a little impulsive when it came to the heretics. But I won't be so impulsive when facing gods. Belle couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, he somewhat understood Hestia and Hephaestus' concerns. As a goddess, Freya is too alien. When facing Freya, you often need to be more cautious. Especially after knowing that God Freya had defined him as a target, Belle knew that he needed to pay special attention whenever he faced God Freya in the future. What can be collected now is mainly anger and laziness. God Loki must be lazy. Anger should be the Enyo who is controlling the actions of the dark faction behind the scenes. Are you all ready? Our purpose this time is to completely clear out the man-made space hidden in the dungeon and give it to the heretics as a future living space. Therefore, there is no need for any internal enemy to survive. The words Loki used were very serious. However, many people in Loki's family still didn't fully understand the situation. Finn, who saw this scene, added, Loki, the target of this mission has been defined as the existence of the dark faction, right? Just this sentence made everyone's ears stand up. Loki smiled slightly, then nodded generously and admitted, although the people there are currently only taking action against the heretics, according to the information given by the guild, the other party has transactions and connections with the dark sects, and even has connections with the Ishtar Familia 663. This is not false news, but fact. Hearing this, Finn couldn't help but frown. Are those guys still connected to the Ishtar Familia? Those guys are engaged in some trafficking business, but the targets of trafficking are not ordinary people. The particularity of heretics often attracts some people's desire to buy them, and some people just hope to find the reason for the birth of heretics. With this layer of reasons, transactions naturally formed. The corner of Loki's mouth curled up, but anyone who saw it knew that Loki was not in a good mood at this moment. That bitch Ishtar is just looking for trouble, and is so stubborn that he hangs out with those guys. He also regarded that nymphomaniac as an imaginary enemy, and he didn't know if there was something wrong with Ishtar's brain, so he could think like this. That slut really did all the things Orario could and couldn't do, and she didn't just do it herself, she even developed it into an industry. This made Loki unable to help himself. I want to say something to Ishtar, who will die if you don't die? If Ishtar hadn't been sent back to the heaven at this moment, Loki really wanted to pull out that bitch Ishtar and whip his corpse. The matter of Ishtar can be put aside temporarily. That woman is not qualified to come down from heaven now, and she may not be qualified in the future. Speaking of this, Loki couldn't help but sneered a few times. After knowing so many secrets of the world, Loki was very sure that almost all the gods who were sent back to heaven in the past had no chance. For those unlucky ones, it was very early. For the returning gods, the impact is not great, but for those who have just been repatriated recently, it is really a mental explosion. At this moment, Loki has already thought about smiling arrogantly in front of those fools a few years later, and then laughing at the ridicule those idiots, who asked you to do some stupid things. You can't stand it anymore, right? Not to mention that idiot Ishtar who likes to compete with Freya when he has nothing to do. Now it is the guys hiding in the dungeon who are doing the work of trafficking, and they are almost as guilty as the dark faction. The Lord God who caught those guys won't just repatriate them this time. You can still live if you are repatriated, but if you fall into the hands of that kid, Loki really can't think about that exciting scene. She must be there to watch when the time comes. Maybe the fool who was caught is the number one among the gods. Damn it, very memorable. So, the main god of those people. You don't have to worry about that. Loki waved his hand to interrupt Finn's question. What we need to do here is to cooperate with the Ganesha family to clear that space and annihilate all the living forces inside. It would be better to leave matters on the Lord God's side to Hermes. At this moment, Loki couldn't help showing a compassionate attitude. Ah, poor unlucky guy, you may be one of the few such unlucky guys. Finn and others were a little confused when they saw Loki's funny look, but it was not difficult for them to see that Loki was gloating with strong malice at this moment. After looking at the time, Loki became a little impatient with the wait. Why hasn't that boy come over yet? Does it take that long for that kid? Before he finished speaking, the space behind Loki was opened, and Belle's figure walked out of the crack. I'm very sorry, Lord Loki, the internal inspection took a little time. In addition, some minor problems occurred that delayed some time. This little question made Loki interested. She knew that this boy's current strength would hardly have any impact if he encountered some problems. Even the level 5 Emperor Killer hadn't been overshadowed by this boy. Dead? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Can those 2 or 3 kittens bring some trouble to this kid? Let me tell you first, what problem is delaying you? Belle was a little embarrassed and stuck. 0. Hey, God, Loki really likes to be laughed at. These words made the smile on Loki's face grow wider. When other people tell me their jokes, I don't bother to pay attention. In other words, I'm a little interested in your jokes. So, I should still feel honored. Well, you should feel honored. Loki held his head up proudly, with an arrogant look that made you happy. Belle sighed helplessly. To be honest, he didn't really want to talk about his impulsive behavior. But after checking the entire area, I discovered that someone's behavior crossed the line. So I gave that person some cognitive lessons, and at the same time, I also made him understand the truth. What? Now that you have raised your weapon, be prepared to be killed. Finn was slightly startled. This is really a very serious truth. Both Riverla and Grace were a little surprised. It seems that some interesting things happened in the dungeon. Loki's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh ho, this is really interesting. At this moment, she knew who in the base in the dungeon gave this boy mental stimulation, and even prompted him to do some impulsive behaviors. 2.1. Rare? That's really rare. Ah, did I come back too early? If you were still there just now, you should be able to see the whole process, right? Belle pretended not to hear Loki's teasing and quickly reminded. God Loki, that's not the point now. Tisk. Loki pursed his lips. Did he continue on this topic? Let's deal with business first. Has Ganesha's side been dealt with? Belle knew that God Loki was asking him, so he nodded slightly. I have just noticed that the Ganesha family team is ready to assemble. Okay, let's go. Boy Belle, clear the way and completely clear that hellish place. A huge space crack opened immediately. So, everyone who is purging the team, please come in. I have positioned the coordinates at the edge of that space. Please be careful not to attract too much attention before taking action. Although I have dealt with all the internal traps, I am not sure that they have all been dealt with. A minimum of vigilance is also required when acting. Belle carefully warned everyone in the Loki familia who wanted to take action. Almost all the traps in the internal space have been dismantled by him. What cannot be dismantled is that their functions are directly restricted. But even so, the parts that should be careful cannot be main idea. We will pay attention. Finn nodded and led the team into the space rift. After everyone walked in, Belle closed the space rift. The affairs of the Loki familia here were settled. Next came the Ganesha familia. Over there. Just as Belle was about to turn around and go to the Ganesha familia, a corner of his cloak was grabbed. There was no need to look back. 13 He knew who was grabbing the corner of his cloak. God Loki, I will go to the Ganesha familia later. I know, so let's go together. The sudden turn made it difficult for Belle to turn. Aren't you interested in the purge battle? Don't you stay in the familia to watch Captain Finn and the others fighting postures. Tisk, what's there to see? If a playful god suddenly loses interest in fighting, it must be because greater interests have attracted the god's attention. The biggest trouble has been solved by you. Is there still suspense in the battle between Finn and the others? You said you need to be careful of traps, but do you think I would trust someone with your personality to not eliminate all the traps? Loki's words stunned Belle for a few seconds, and then he looked down at the ground helplessly. So, God Loki wants to follow me just for fun. Of course. Loki grinned. Of course she was just doing it for fun. There is no need to watch her children's battles. Everything has been foreshadowed by Belle. Even if there are problems, they are just minor problems. Now that we know this is the case situation, so she is still staring at her own child stupidly? Of course she is staring at someone more interesting. Although I really want to refuse, I think carefully that there is nothing important to refuse on my side, so I agree. God Loki asked him to follow him. However, Belle still got a vaccination. God Loki, let me state it first, in fact, I don't have anything else to do here. It's okay, no problem. It's better for you to be bored here than for my children, and your kid is not something that even I can't protect. Thank you very much for your trust. Belle helplessly thanked God Loki for his trust and opened the passage to the Ganesha Familia. On the other side, the Ganesha Familia gathered inside the Familia were waiting. Suddenly, a hole was torn open in the space. The assembled troops were startled and took out their weapons. Put the weapon back. As the leader of the group, Shakti immediately reminded him. Only then did the others react and put back their unsheathed weapons. Shakti took a step forward and bowed slightly to God Loki, who came out of the crack in space. God Loki. Don't pay attention to me today, I just came here to watch the fun. Shakti was not polite, but directly focused on the young man standing next to God Loki. Because she often helped God Ganesha deal with some troublesome things, she naturally knew the identity of this young man. Faced with this young man, she just nodded slightly, indicating that they were ready. Such an easy docking also saved Belle a lot of trouble. Suddenly, a space channel that could accommodate an action force was opened, and Belle also reminded him. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Opposite is the place where heretics are imprisoned, many of whom have been tortured. There are a lot of guards around, so please be careful. Understood. With a serious and majestic face like a soldier, Shakti nodded to express his understanding, then turned around and looked at the assembled team. Get ready and start the rescue operation. Yes. The uniform response made the assembled team look less like a family and more like a well-trained army. This made Belle couldn't help but take a second look. Doesn't it feel a lot like the military? God Loki's sudden voice made Belle subconsciously nod. This kind of atmosphere really feels like a military. This is the unique atmosphere of the Ganesha family. You must know that the Ganesha Familia is responsible for the security work of the entire Orario. In terms of the size of the family and the number of level 5 adventurers they have, the Ganesha Familia has the largest number in the entire Orario. Security work is very offending, right? Well, that's sometimes the case. And sometimes he even openly provides conveniences to some people. He looks like a maintainer of order on the side of the bad guys, which is definitely not what people want to like. Hearing what Loki God said, Belle also agreed very much. Anyone who hears about the maintainer of order actually has some bad thoughts. After all, most people who come into contact with those rigid laws are not humane. Many times the law becomes ruthless. However, the Ganesha family is a different species. That 347 guy is usually noisy and often does some willful things, but that elephant is essentially a good god. If Ganesha hadn't been biased toward order by nature, he wouldn't have accepted such a miserable job. Loki doesn't like the noisy Ganesha, because that guy is really annoying sometimes. But Loki doesn't hate Ganesha, because that guy is really on the side of order, so there is no need to worry about that guy betraying him. I think so. If you don't really prefer order, you should stay away from this kind of work of maintaining the harmony of Orario. Not only are there many jobs on the front line, but they are also very dangerous. It is also common for law enforcers to be resented. Just Belle personally speaking, I also feel that God Ganesha is one of the few gods who does serious business. In fact, in the past Orario, Ganesha was not the only god who maintained order. Orario was the only one who maintained order among adventurers. Short-lived. That's right. So after the other guy who maintained order fell, only Ganesha was the one holding up Orario. After finishing speaking, the team of Ganesha Familia also entered that space. But this also made Belle focus on God Loki. So, God Loki, what do you want? Absolutely not. There was no extra emotion on Loki's face. Belle couldn't see any intelligence at all, so he could only look back. Although he didn't know the purpose of God Loki, it wouldn't affect him if God Loki stared at such a thing. Big. The external situation is very stable, and there is no one who wants to enter. The interior of that space has long been blocked by Belle, and in doing so, Belle also arranged some perception traps. As long as someone wants to entering from the outside will immediately trigger the trap, letting him know. Of course, Belle who did this did not want to catch only 2 or 3 kittens, but wanted to try to see if he could catch bigger fish. The reason why he handled the entire operation this time was partly because of the special nature of that space that only he could enter and exit at will, and partly because he wanted to limit the intelligence. All operations were carried out secretly, just because he wanted to see if any fish are biting. Wait for the fish to bite. Belle's heartbeat stopped for a second, and then returned to normal. As expected of God Loki, he actually knew my thoughts in advance. This was Belle's unabashed compliment, but Loki just rolled his eyes. If you think about that kind of action pattern, you will know it. These words made Belle understand more clearly why so many people like to hide behind the scenes, because once they stand in front, their personal action patterns will be analyzed, and the next time they take action, they will not be able to achieve the effect of a surprise attack. In fact, Belle's actions are really easy to guess. As long as you guess in a cautious direction, most of them will be correct. In order not to expose your strength, most of them are based on setting traps, allowing the target to jump into the traps, instead of actively rushing out to lead the enemy into the trap. However, if there have been 1 or 2 surprise attacks and the opponent has not been uprooted, this approach will be wary, which will greatly increase the difficulty of gathering intelligence. God Loki can guess the situation just thinking about it. If those dark factions are not stupid, they will react after experiencing it once or twice. But the problem is not big. Although there is a problem, it is not a big problem. Knowing that he has enough hidden cards, even if the dark factions are wary, they will not predict the power that he has not used. For example, the ability to predict the enemy beforehand is only Cassandra in Orario. If one person has it, no other adventurer can know the opponent's ability before the other person shows his ability. As long as you hide your trump card well, you can be surprised. It's not a big problem, right? Belle was silent for a while, and couldn't help but feel that this god Loki was indeed different from other gods, even different from Hestia and Hephaestus. So, God Loki, are you here to read my inner thoughts? No, your mind is not easy to read. If your mind was that easy to read, that nymphomaniac would have played with you long ago. Belle's mind is difficult to read. Loki can only understand it by analyzing Belle's character. A cautious character is cautious in any direction. As long as he finds the right cautious direction, he can quickly guess it. Some of Belle's thoughts. But they were only about behaviors, but she couldn't guess some of her inner thoughts. You personally are a natural divine blocker. Every god has the ability to read the hearts of children in the lower world. Therefore, children in the lower world cannot lie in front of the gods, because the gods can clearly see whether the children in the lower world are lying. But you are the only exception. Loki turned around when he said this, and even walked in front of Belle. That's why that nymphomaniac is so persistent. However, I think you should have been born as a succubus in your last life, otherwise you wouldn't have attracted the attention of the three goddesses in this life. Regarding this point, Belle couldn't say that he was a soul from another world. This was his retort that was not shown on his face. Male succubus, that would be really disastrous. Isn't this a good thing for a boy? This is nothing but a disaster. Bale never believed that being too attractive could be a good thing. It was a curse and a disaster. There are only a few people I like, so I don't need to put too much thought into different women. Hey, to read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Loki looked at Belle as if he was looking at a special creature. I thought you would start to lose yourself if you were in love with three goddesses. Am I so ignorant? Belle always feels that he is the kind of person who has more self-control. The love of the goddess is very worthy of being cherished. They are also the two most important goddesses in his heart. Having the love of two goddesses at the same time is actually it's enough. Belle will selectively distance himself from other people's love, just like Sanyano Haruheim. So, God Loki, what kind of precious thing do you think of me? I think I have very strong self-control, and I won't be able to tell the difference between east, west, and north just because of the love of the three goddesses. After that, Belle rolled his eyes politely. He was really convinced. He usually showed such self-control. How could he be considered that kind of idiot who couldn't even distinguish his identity and position? What's up? So my child is just rejected? That child is still clinging to him now. Luo said this on purpose. She supports her children's love and hopes to see her children get the love they want, but she can't bear to see her children jump into the hopeless abyss. Belle was silent, speechless. This is inevitable. Therefore, I had a cold attitude towards her from the beginning. He loved the goddess and categorically refused to accept other possibilities. Belle knew very well that he was lucky enough to be loved by the two goddesses Hestia and Hephaestus. He himself wanted to do this for those two. A goddess will inevitably take a different path from ordinary adventurers, and even become a god. Because of this, he must not be able to put his mind on other girls, because the final result is already determined. God Loki, shouldn't all gods know this? Pursuing unattainable people and things is just a waste of your life. Yeah. Looking at the determination in Belle's eyes, there was a smile in Loki's eyes. The more determined his attitude was, which showed that he actually had some room in his heart. If he didn't have some thoughts in his heart, he probably wouldn't be so determined. People, I usually only maintain a firm attitude towards things that I have decided on, but I often don't even have an attitude towards people and things that I don't care about. After passing through the space passage, Shakti saw the heretics in cages all around, and she immediately gave the order. Open all the cages, confirm the condition of all the heretics, and give the injured a panacea. All the members of the Ganesha family were already prepared. Naturally, they were not so surprised by the space travel that they didn't know what to do. After quickly getting over their surprise, they all started to go to the place where the heretic was trapped. The cage is approaching. Tried it with the weapon first. Click. After a burst of sparks, not even a scratch was visible on the lock and cage. Leader, these locks and cages are made of high-grade materials. Knew it. Shakti is not surprised at all by this situation. Most of the claws and fangs on the bodies of heretics are actually very sharp weapons. A cage made of ordinary materials cannot stop the heretics at all. If you want to do this, all we have to do is work on the material of the cage. Let people unlock the door and ensure that one part of the lock is unlocked. As long as the road is safe, the others will distribute the panacea first. Shakti himself scanned everything around him with his eyes, and then fixed his eyes on a headless corpse on the high platform in front of 327 that had lost one hand and one foot, and another unconscious body not far in front of the headless corpse. Heretic. Shakti quickly passed over the body to check the physical condition of the young heretic. After confirming that the child had just fainted, she helped the child up so that she could stay away from the body. Dead, the method was too bloody, and scarlet blood was still spreading on the ground. After ensuring that the young heretic was kept away from the blood, Shakti turned to check the body. The cross-section of the broken hands and feet was very smooth, and it was certain that it was a single blow. The hands and feet were cut off. The weapon was very sharp, but the person who did it was also very strong. Shakti checked the muscle condition of the corpse, skillfully took out the unlocking potion from the pocket behind his back, cut open the clothes on the back of the corpse, and unlocked the medicine was dripped on the back, revealing the sacred words on the man's back. Dix Perdix, the leader of the Eye-Close Familia. After confirming his identity, Shakti was even more surprised. Faced with a person with LV.5, a powerful adventurer can cut off the opponent's hands and feet with almost no resistance. That person's strength is not as simple as the guild records. The only adventurer who can kill level 5 is LV.5 can do it. Even LV.4 may not be able to do this. You must know that the higher the level, the more obvious the strength gap between levels. LV.5 is not simply LV.4. It's beyond the level. What's more, the enemy we face is such a dangerous opponent as the barbarian. I'm afraid no LV.5 can win easily. But judging from the condition of the corpse, the brutal barbarian was almost crushed. He killed them with such a posture that there was no chance to fight back. The heretics who were rescued from the cage gradually lowered their guard, but the heretics took the initiative to shut up and stopped talking about the person just now. Thanks. Ganesha's family members were stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook their heads. You're welcome. The heretic took a deep breath and looked at the panacea in his hand. He did not continue to be wary, but drank it directly. The effect of the medicine was very powerful, and the body injured by the previous abuse was quickly restored by the medicine's power. Under the influence, he was restored to his original state. A feeling of relaxation restored the heretic's exhausted spirit. Are all the heretics here? Most of them were detained here. The heretic looked at the corpse lying over there fiercely, and pointed at it with obvious anger. After that guy captured us, except for the comrades who had been killed, the rest were imprisoned here. Terribly sorry. Need not. Our companions died just so that we could live. You, saved us, and we will remember this kindness for the rest of our lives. Ganesha's family members looked at the seriousness in the heretic's eyes and couldn't help but believe his words. Because the workload here was huge, after rescuing one heretic, Ganesha's family members started to rescue other heretics. The total number of heretics is much greater than imagined. We don't know the number of heretics who were killed, but there are more than 40 heretics left here, and each heretic has very serious diseases. Injuries, including death in the cage, but because the magic stone has not been taken out, the dead body is still retained. Although I have never seen the scene of the heretic being tortured and killed, looking at the body of the heretic that still remains you can understand the tragedy. After all the heretics were rescued, the Ganesha family also reported the leader Shakti. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Commander, all the heretics have been rescued, and the rest. Ganesha's family members shook their heads slightly. Shakti was silent for a while and nodded slightly. That's it. As long as they survive, they don't have any choice. Shakti is very aware of the tragedy of the life of heretics. They are not welcomed by adventurers, and even monsters will treat them as aliens and even attack them. That is, because of the exclusion from both sides. It's hard for the heretics to live in the dungeon. But it's the best outcome if they can all be alive at this time. Stand by in place, take out all the supplies you carry, and establish a temporary stronghold. Yes. After receiving the order, Ganesha's family members began to take out the supplies and tents and other travel items prepared on their backs. They established a temporary stronghold here, which is a place where the heretics can rest temporarily. Continue. All you need to do is clear this place, and the heretics can live here for a long time. This is what you are. Help you establish a temporary stronghold. While the dependents were working, Shakti explained to the puzzled heretics. This is a place with bad memories for you, but it is also a very suitable place for you heretics to live in the underground city. The eyes of the heretics lit up. If the pain they suffered was ignored, then this is really a good place for them to live. But when they think of the way those people came and went freely in this place before, they felt that no clue. However, when we were captured by them before, they always used a key to enter this place. We live here and won't be invaded by them casually. Don't worry about this problem. You can also block those people's keys. This is a place that cannot be ignored, as long as you don't want to continue wandering in the dungeon. A group of heretics looked at each other and felt that this was a good place, and this was also the best arrangement for them. Why would someone invade here? Where's Deeks? Where did Deeks go? The Eye-Close Familia hiding here were all pulled out from the darkness one by one. After being pulled out, they directly faced the pursuit of the Luoji Familia. They themselves were also capable adventurers, and most of them they are LV.2 or above, and some are even LV.3. You must know that these are the backbone of any small or medium-sized family. But now they can only face being chased to death one by one. Just because they are the strongest family members in Orario today. Stop talking, run away quickly, just hide. A flash of silver light flashed. The person who spoke had lost his head, and the people next to him were dumbfounded with blood splattered on the spot. It is easy for people's hearts to collapse, especially in desperate situations. At this moment, the thread in the hearts of all the Eye-Close family members is completely broken. Cut. He is so enthusiastic about bullying weaklings, and even does this kind of thing in the dungeon, but in the end he only has this little strength. Shiogni waved the kukri in his hand disdainfully. It is really rare for the dark factions who cause trouble in the dungeon to have such a weak psychological defense. Even though they are weak, they still bully some people who are excluded by both sides in the dungeon. Heretic, I really don't want this look on my face. The Eyeclose family has retreated to a blind corner at this moment. Damn it, why can't it be opened? Why can't you get out? The people have retreated to the secret passage, but the key cannot open the door. Ah, don't come here. The few people who knew they couldn't escape were so frightened that they burst into tears. When death came, all those who were not firm-minded completely collapsed. Seeing the ugly appearance of these guys, Shin's face became extremely disgusted. How dare he doing bad things in the dungeon, but not daring to bear the worst consequences. It is better for such a bastard to die. He kicked his feet, his body passed quickly, and the kukri cut everyone's neck. It was almost the same after a while, everyone lost their movements and fell down holding their necks. Remember to do good deeds in your next life. After leaving such words coldly, Shin turned and left without taking away any emotions. Small-scale groups were killed one by powerful people. Larger groups were killed with more the people besieged and killed to ensure that no one could escape. Under such a strong siege, the entire man-made floor was almost like a meat-grinding ground, and almost the entire floor was covered with blood and corpses. Only the place where heretics are imprisoned retains the last piece of pure land. In this case, it is over. The only pity is that no one from the outside triggered the entry mechanism, leaving Belle with fewer opportunities to catch people. It deserves to end. Without any pride, Loki will not be happy because his child defeated a group of rabble. The guy in Eyeclose is also a pure god who knew about such things but did not stop it just to have fun for himself. That guy chose to indulge him just because he knew his child would become like that. Indeed, in a certain sense, gods are very pure, but compared with those normal gods, they seem out of place. Although Belle would rather hope that gods are obviously out of place, he also knows that this is just an extravagant wish. Gods can say they are the purest existence in the world, but their concept of good and evil is different from that of normal people. Belle can understand this very well. It is just like the games he once played. He who plays games there are almost no taboos. As long as it is to make yourself happy, you can find various ways. At that time, he may be like the god he sees now. At that time, for Belle, the game was just a game. It exists to make you happy, stimulated, and excited. Naturally, as a game player, you will not clearly distinguish between the world in the game and the world you live in. Therefore, there is a saying like the fourth natural disaster in the game. As for the gods, they simply regard this world as a game. And since it is a game, for them, there is no taboo for having fun. For the people of this world, gods with this attitude, it's a typical fourth natural disaster. You seem to have something to say. No, I don't have anything to say. Real? Shouldn't the children in the lower world complain at this time? After all, many gods have caused a lot of trouble in the lower world. I hate that kind of self-righteous god. This is probably the only thing I want to say. It's completely self-righteous, and he did such a thing just to have fun for himself. Maybe it would be better for the world if only a few gods exist. You are really not polite at all. I originally thought that this boy would be a little more tactful, but who knew that this boy would speak very harshly as soon as he started talking. Loki even thought that this boy was more eloquent than she was at the beginning. After all, he was in front of God Loki. These words made the corners of Loki's eyes curl up. Isn't this a very nice thing to say? I think God Loki must have the same idea as me. Faced with Belle's question, Loki just smiled and stopped talking. What can she say? It's just a fact. When she was in the heaven, she didn't like those guys who acted in secret and overtly. They were all a group of people who were ravaged by time and became insane. Just an idiot. If you want to read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Loki is too lazy to argue so much with those who are sick, because she knows that it is useless to reason with the gods. Don't use humans' 3 views to compare with the 3 views of gods. The 3 views of gods and children from the lower world are not very normal. Most of our gods are willful and petty guys, so next time you should be more careful. I will remember. After pretending to be serious for a while, Loki returned to his usual harmless demeanor. Then, the next step is to meet the person responsible for this incident. Now Loki really wants to hear what Eyeclose wants to say. But based on her understanding of the gods, even if it really comes to that point, Eyeclose will still be like other gods until death. Everyone is pursuing fun. If this is really the case, then there is a good show to watch this time. At this moment, there are 2 gods facing each other on the top floor of a certain building in Orario. Eyeclose, do you know what the final consequences of supporting the dark faction will be? Hermes's voice was low, and people could hear that he was talking about something very important. But Eyeclose looked unconcerned, just lying on the ground and smiling indifferently. If caught, they will be forcibly deported, judging from the recent news in the guild. Hermes looked at Eyeclose with rare pity in his eyes. This poor guy doesn't know whose hands he is about to fall into. You know it and you still dare to do it. What's there to be afraid of? Eyeclose doesn't care about this. Anyway, he has done a lot of things. Once caught by the guild, he will be deported and expelled. In the past, it might have been expelled, 867, but now Orario's strong in the atmosphere of crusading against the dark sect. He only had the fate of being deported. Now that he knew he was going to be deported, what else did he need to care about? Perhaps being sent back to heaven is the greatest torture to the gods, and for Eyeclose it is also an uncomfortable thing. But at most it is just uncomfortable. So at least before you feel uncomfortable, let the guild also taste your own discomfort. But I also made an oversight. A trace of distress and helplessness flashed across Iclo's rarely happy face. I didn't expect that the war between the guild and the dark faction would break out so early, without even leaving any room for it. Otherwise, my active support would be nothing more than expelling Orario permanently. For his own pleasure and interest, Iclos himself does not think that he will be deported directly for doing such a thing. After all, in the past, only the evil god who attacked Orario was sentenced to be deported. As the main god, he knew what Dix did. However, he did not interfere too much and just watched from the sidelines. As for the transaction between Dix and the dark faction, Iclos did not participate. He acquiesced to Dix's actions throughout the process, and then watched the show with a smile. It can be said that Iclos controlled the risk of being deported and tried to keep himself below the level of deportation. But who knew that the conflict between the guild and the dark faction broke out so early? All his arrangements came to nothing. But at this moment, Iclos, who was lying on the ground, noticed that the light was blocked by shadows. He looked up and saw a foot. Iclos's eyes quickly glanced. I saw a pair of scarlet eyes exuding murderous intent. Loki? Boom. Iclos's face was stepped on, and the pain on his face made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. Iclos, I didn't realize that you still can tell. I'm just telling you that you are usually a timid person, but why did you suddenly become so awesome at this time? I thought you had changed your gender, but I didn't expect you to be a loser. Iclos quickly grabbed the foot that was about to step on his face. Loki, why are you here? What do you think? You got involved with the guild. Iclos's pupils shrank suddenly. He knew that Loki often went to the guild recently, but he didn't expect that Loki and the guild would have such a close relationship. It was obvious that Hermes came to him today as a representative of the guild. But why would Loki appear at this juncture? Isn't it obvious that Loki has a close relationship with the guild? Loki grinned, and the shining white teeth made people feel less than cute. In Iclos's eyes, even a little scary. My guess was correct, but I guessed a little too late. Hermes looked at Loki, who was causing trouble, but he didn't have much emotion. Instead, he looked at Bell, who was standing behind him. Mr. Bell, why is Loki also acting together? God Hermes, please don't ask me this kind of question. Seeing Bell turn his head after saying a sentence, Hermes knew in his heart that it was indeed Loki who had unilaterally fixed his life. So, has the underground city taken care of it? Yes. The heretic is being treated by the Ganesha familia, and all the manpower of the Iclos familia in the dungeon has been wiped out by the Loki familia. As expected of Loki familia, they are truly excellent in their ability to handle things. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Hearing that the matters in the dungeon had been taken care of, Hermes couldn't help but praise him. But while praising the Loki familia, Hel Mosi also admired sincerely in his heart. The Loki familia can complete the crusade mission so quickly. It seems that Mr. Bell has also made a lot of preparations in the dungeon. That was their base, and the traps and secret passages inside were difficult to imagine. An intruder who suddenly arrived could figure out the internal situation so quickly, and also asked two families to divide the labor and cooperate, one to rescue the heretics, and the other to exterminate the Ikaros family. If it were not for the structure of the secret space, even if you know it in enough detail, you can't do such a thing. Loki and Ganesha's children move very quickly, but in the final analysis, the person who arranges the tasks is the real core of the action. What about this side? Hermes pointed around. Bell had already been prepared for this. Rest assured, all those around you can see are the gods Hermes and Iclos talking. They couldn't get any information from here, and they couldn't receive the information that God Iclos was going to send out. Hermes' eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and he looked at Iclos, who was lying on the ground and being stepped on by Loki, with a hint of ridicule. Didn't you see that you were actually planning to leave information for those guys? You and those families, is our relationship so good? Are you still ready to help them when the time comes? Iclos, who knew that his little moves were seen through, glared at Bell fiercely. This child from the lower world was something he had never seen before, but such a small character who he had never seen before actually saw through his moves. 2.9. Seeing that Iclos didn't speak, Hermes just smiled. So, are you acting with the idea that the enemy of your enemy is your friend? Even if you are going to be deported, you still have to discuss the guild. Iclos, you are not behaving like this. Come on, bitches have a lot of trouble. The unhappy Loki kicked Iclos in the stomach again. Bang. The force was so strong that even Iclos's eyes were about to burst out of their sockets. Looking at Iclos' miserable appearance, Loki knelt down and gently patted Iclos' face. Don't worry, you won't be deported. However, I think you will soon feel that repatriation is a good thing. Won't be repatriated? Although he was kicked hard, Iclos was still a little confused at the moment. But at this moment, Loki didn't pay attention to any reaction from Iclos, but turned to Bell. I want to see the execution process of this guy later. The corner of Bell's mouth twitched, and he felt that God Loki was really capable of fixing things. He said that it was okay to tell some true information in front of God Loki, but that didn't mean that he could do so in front of God Hermes. Sure enough, Hermes immediately became interested when he heard this, and he came up to him unceremoniously. Execution? This is a big deal. If Iclos were to be executed, then Iclos was the first god to die among the gods. It would be a pity not to witness this with his own eyes. In fact, Hermes had long known that Iclos was doomed. He was very sure of this when Hestia and Hephaestus were fighting each other, but Hermes could also understand that. The reason why two people did this. After all, this is the power to kill gods. If the gods knew about it, Orario would probably face a big earthquake. So Hermes pretended to be unsure. As long as Bel doesn't take the initiative, he won't take it up casually. Now, isn't it Loki? Since Loki has taken over, Hermes must definitely go to the scene to see it in person. This is very official, but don't think that he really doesn't know that God Hermes actually knows about this matter. Bel knew very well that God Hermes already knew many things, but God Hermes had a tacit agreement not to say anything. Well now, even the God Hermes is involved. This made Bel deeply doubt whether it was a good thing to let Loki know. Snapped. Just when Bel was thinking about this problem, Loki had already let go of Iclos and walked to Bel's side, patting him on the shoulder. You don't have to be so cautious with everyone. As for Hermes, he definitely knows more than most gods. Moreover, this kid is from our camp, so don't hide it. Too dead. This is the truth, but this style of doing things is still completely inconsistent with Bel's way of doing things. But is there any way now? It was originally a piece of window paper, but now even the window has been directly removed. How can it be rounded back? Bel sighed in his heart, thinking that it would be better not to bring the uncertainty of God Loki into his future actions. So, God Loki, I will never bring you out next time. Hee hee. Loki laughed treacherously. As for the next time, that is another matter. Bel shook his head helplessly, and then looked at the god Iclos lying on the ground. His footsteps paused. Before Iclos had time to react, he saw that the kid had appeared in front of him. The clawed hand was aimed directly at his chest and inserted into it. Ah! Iclos felt 5 fingers pierce his skin, directly through his epidermis, and a heartbreaking pain hit him, even more painful than Loki's kick on the stomach. 10 times. First put a collar on the restless god. Weird words appeared on the outside of Iclos' skin, and they continued to spread to all parts of the body. As for the effect of these words, Iclos felt it most clearly. Divine power? Why is my divine power completely blocked? Iclos felt completely bad after feeling that his divine power was completely sealed. At this moment, he finally realized the seriousness of the problem, but it was still too late. Loki and Hermes Iclos looked at the clown-like Iclos with great interest. Iclos was completely panicked at this moment. It is completely different to know that there is still a trace of divine power and that he cannot feel the divine power at all. At least he can still sense the divine power. At that time, Iclos could make the worst plan, completely detonating himself, taking the initiative to go out and giving up his body as the price, and even take away 1 or 2 enemies forcibly. But now that the divine power has been completely sealed, he can't even self-destruct. In other words, he has become a fish on the chopping board at this moment, and all that is left is powerless flopping. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. In this regard, Bel is very a rare explanation is given. In itself, the gods of the lower world have very strict seals in their bodies. That seal was to limit the power of the gods. On the pretext that it would be easier for the gods to have fun by sealing the power, they put collars on all the gods. However, in the past, the collar was not stuck very tightly, but now I use external force to completely jam the collar. Regarding this collar, I have also seen the specific situation from God Hestia and God Hephaestus. After some research, I believe that as long as specific methods are used to inject special power into the body of the god, the effect of the collar can be strengthened. Collar? Iclos looked up at the kid in astonishment. He understood the meaning of these words, but he did not expect that words like collar would come from the mouth of a child in the lower world. You mean collar? Well, I should have made it very clear, God Iclos. Looking at the other party's 473 expression, which was as if he was talking about what to eat tonight, Iclos's mood was instantly aroused. You actually said that our gods were collared. Ah, it turns out you are angry at my remarks. Almost all the gods knew that the gods were collared. This was the price the gods had to pay in the lower realm. But when Bel saw Iclos's arrogance that he exploded, he realized that the other party didn't know this. It's just that the other party is angry. Why would he say it in such language? Each god is put on a collar, and this is the price for the god to come to the lower world. For any god, this collar is accepted voluntarily, and the person who wears this collar is not someone else, but an object that no god can resist. Are you kidding me? That seal is Aranos. Iclos paused in the middle of his words, and his whole face became extremely distorted. Because he noticed something was wrong at this moment. Aranos may be very powerful, but the gathering of gods is not something that Aranos can contend with. So why did everyone accept this collar in the first place? This question made Iclos think of something more serious. It is never the god himself who collars the god. They are all beings born within rules. How can one say that one is more noble than others? Some are just different proportions of power they control. Gods who control a greater proportion are naturally noble, and gods who control a single power naturally possess high status. However, the level of power and one's own strength are not the reasons for gods to put collars on gods. Because gods with power from birth really understand these twists and turns. If it is the seal of gods, I am afraid it will be too early. Someone can think of a way to deal with it. Therefore, the person who puts collars on the gods in the lower world is never the gods themselves. Snapped. A pure black collar was hung around Iclos's neck, wrists, and ankles, and a god instantly turned into a prisoner. The other end of the chain was hidden in the void, locked tightly to Iclos. All actions of Kuros. Aranos, you actually pulled such a trick. Iclos spoke out extremely depressed words with an aggrieved face. He knew that they were all plotted against, by Aranos. But what was even more uncomfortable was that when he thought about it now, he didn't even feel that there was anything wrong with Aranos' original decision, as if it was a natural result. But is this really a matter of course? Perhaps their gods were collared as a matter of course, and then treated as puppets acting on strings? No, their gods may not be that valuable yet. But when Iclos thought of this, he felt even more uncomfortable. What did his past experience mean? It's just a life that has been manipulated at will. God? Maybe the gods are not as good as even the children of the lower world. This is a farce. What is the purpose of our gods' existence? If everything is arranged, then do their gods really have a meaning to exist? Many children in the lower world say that their lives have value and life itself is meaningful. The lives of children in the lower world are short, but occasionally there are a few that shine particularly brightly, and they can always release great brilliance in their short lives. So, what about their gods? They are just playthings. Maybe, not even as good as playthings. Those who want to understand this Iclos was completely ruined. He couldn't accept it or understand it. No, the existence of our gods is not meaningless. Iclos gritted his teeth. He could never admit that his life was meaningless, and he could never accept that the existence of gods was meaningless. Hermes, Loki, what do you say? Looking at Iclos, who couldn't accept the reality and started biting people, both Loki and Hermes had some sarcasm on their faces. You even have to ask others whether you have the meaning of existence. Iclos, you are meaningless like this. Loki's rude voice was laced with bitter words, and he sneered at this incompetent waste. Of course, their gods are not meaningless, and their existence has always had enough meaning. But that is based on themselves. Under the premise that one's own existence is meaningful. And a guy who can't even determine the meaning of his own existence and needs other people to confirm his own existence is meaningless. Hermes pressed his bowler hat with his hand. The voice is a little deeper. Iclos, you are really a very nihilistic and empty guy, just like your child. No, I am not. Facing Loki's ridicule and Hermes' denial, Iclos looked even paler than when he was about to be deported just now. It is torture for a god to return to that joyless place in heaven. But compared to Leze, the meaning of one's own existence is what the gods care more about. Once the value and significance of self-sustainment in the past are completely negated, the meaning of the existence of gods will be meaningless. This is unacceptable to many gods. This is a reality that is enough to make a god collapse. To read cool novels, go to Fila Novel Network. I completely collapsed. Looking at Iclos' eyes that had completely lost their luster and his talking to himself like a madman, both Loki and Hermes understood that Iclos, who couldn't accept it, had gone crazy. Bel glanced at God Iclos, who was beginning to fall into self-doubt, and shook his head slightly in his heart. The barbarian regained consciousness before his death, but his main god fell into madness after being captured. This is really ironic. Does it have meaning in itself? This question is nothing more than a wordplay, because this problem is not defined by others, but defined by yourself. Even if this is a chaotic world where everyone and the gods are just puppets, as long as the person involved feels that it is meaningful, then even in such a world, there is meaning for self-existence. People who cannot accept the truth often start to collapse from themselves. God Hermes and God Loki had known this secret for a long time, but they were just shocked. Other than that, they did not dig into it or think about such a meaningless topic. Bel had no intention of enlightening God Iclos' confusion. No matter how much this god doubts himself, it will not affect what he will do next. On the contrary, it would be a good thing if the god Iclos could settle down in the future. God Loki, let's go then. The problems here have been dealt with, and the people who should be taken back have been caught. They should leave now. Bel can clearly feel that some people are starting to gather around him. In order to avoid open war, Bel felt it was necessary to leave first. Why, Mr. Bel, I also want to witness what happens next. Seeing that Bel was about to take Loki away, Hermes quickly stopped thinking deeply and hurriedly followed the way back. God Hermes, please follow us too. There is no other way. We can only bring people over now. Although Bel doesn't like to reveal his secrets, especially to a god like Hermes whose moral integrity is almost zero. But everything that should be revealed was given by Loki. It was revealed that it was impossible to recycle it now. Bel shook his head helplessly and could only take God Hermes with him. It was obviously not a good thing, but he still wanted to witness it. After tearing apart the space, Bel walked in front with the collared and chained god Iclos. Loki and Hermes followed behind the chained Iclos. As they walked, the two looked at the god Iclos who was about to collapse. Kolos. Welcome back, Mr. Bel. Hestia's lively personality will still infect some people. Her carefree innocence made Iclos, who was in a state of madness, look sideways, and he couldn't help but think in his mind. Being a fool is actually quite good. If not having guessed those things, Iclos can now accept his defeat calmly. This is the rule of the game. Since there is victory, there is also failure. So, this is the punishment for my failure? Is this punishment real? It's very serious. If there is a chance to choose again, then Iclos hopes that he can choose to be an ignorant god, instead of knowing so many things that he does not need to know like now. The meaning of the existence of gods is directly denied. Even if Iclos is happy, he still has the pride he should have. At least as a god, he is proud. But now someone suddenly jumps out and says, your achievements are just what were arranged for you. Maybe anyone who encounters such a thing will be unable to help but have an explosive mentality. He knows Hestia's character. It's very natural. She is usually careless and doesn't care about trivial things, but interpersonal relationships are surprisingly amazing. Good. 500 eyeclothes, you really didn't teach me anything, and you still resorted to such methods when you came to the lower realm. After welcoming Belle, Hestia then looked at eyeclothes, the main target of this operation. Looking at the weird look in this guy's eyes, Hestia instinctively felt that this guy was definitely not thinking about it right now. Good thing. I'm really sorry for disturbing your game. It's not a game, that is, only an extreme guy like you would regard the lower realm as a game. What she and eyeclothes don't have to deal with is just the difference in attitude towards things and people. Hestia hates the self-righteous attitude of the gods. The children of the lower world are far from the games the gods think of. Moreover, no one among the gods who really changed in the lower realm would think that the lower realm is just a game. Eyeclothes didn't care about this. As a loser, whatever he said was wrong. In fact, he had no intention of staying in the lower realm at this moment. The meaning of the lower realm, maybe it would be better to be sent back to the heaven, instead of staying in the lower realm and becoming a puppet. This is just what you, Cabe, think, Hestia. For most gods, the lower world is their playground. Besides you, how many gods are there who really don't treat the lower world as a game? Eyeclothes was not deliberately sarcastic, but told the cruel truth in a matter-of-fact way. At least, many of the gods in Orario are pretty good. Those guys from your dark faction probably have the same idea as you? Hestia snorted angrily, but Eyeclothes did not object to this statement. Mostly. As far as I know, those guys came with a game mentality. Just like those battle games we play in heaven, Uranus takes the gods as the positive side, and the dark faction as the negative side. A game without confrontation is not a game. Speaking of this, Eyeclothes smiled mockingly. It's just that I still miscalculated. I didn't expect that we who regard the lower world as a game are actually the game in the eyes of others. That's why I said you are too self-righteous. It's okay to play games in the heaven. After all, gods don't have much else to do. The only thing they can do is to compete with each other's strengths, divide into several camps and play war games. But you can't do this in the lower realm. At least you can't treat the lower realm as a game. You must know that many gods in the lower realm originally came down with the intention of playing games, but many gods no longer regard the lower realm as a game in the process. As far as Hestia knows, Loki is the most obvious example. Mr. Bell, what are you going to do next? These words immediately attracted the attention of all the gods. However, Bell did not hesitate. Since he knew what to do, he must do it thoroughly and leave no trace at all. First, make sure that Lord God and God Hephaestus can watch the next scene. I'm okay. Hestia knew that she couldn't miss the next scene, and as Belle's main god, she definitely couldn't step back from such a scene. That's no problem for me either. Hephaestus is naturally not under great pressure. Even if he is faced with bloody scenes, as a god, she has seen a bit too much, and this is not the case. Loki, who was not asked, was not happy. Hey, why don't you ask me if I can accept it? These words made Belle silent. God Loki, if you can't accept it, why were you so active just now? These words made Hermes almost laugh out loud. But this statement is correct. If Loki really couldn't accept it, he probably wouldn't have acted so actively just now. Just because Loki was with Belle just now coming out, Loki must have been present in the battle in the dungeon. After seeing the bloody massacre there, and looking at the execution process of Eyeclothes, it seems that it really didn't have much impact. I'm not saying whether I can accept it or not, but I am the one who should be asking. The goddess's inexplicable desire to win made Loki give a reason that astonished Belle. Maybe it was because he had little experience, but he didn't expect that there was such a statement. Can God Loki accept it? Sure. Since you can, why are you still saying these things? At this moment, Belle was so depressed that he was about to complain. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Philo Novel Network. It was originally a simple matter, but it turned out to be something serious. With so many flowers, why didn't he know that God Loki still cared about this kind of formalism? Belle couldn't help but feel a little tired, sighed in his heart, and leaned forward slightly. Then I'll make some preparations first. It's even Belle's first time to operate on a god, so he needs to make some preparations before starting. A suitable environment is quite necessary. As this is the first time in his life, he needs to face various situations, and also it is necessary to take into account the possible escape of God Icaros. Therefore, there are more things to prepare. Advance preparation is very important. As for why these tasks were not started in advance, it was because Belle himself did not plan to start attacking the god Iclos as soon as the things here were over. Originally, Belle planned to make preparations the next day and then start conducting analysis experiments on gods. Who knew that such a big change would completely change his original plan? Maybe it was because so many of his original plans had been ruined, Belle even felt like he was used to it at this moment. Before taking action in the future, it is better to be prepared in advance for your plans to be ruined. This may be the only way to avoid ruining the plan. Belle's men, who were murmuring in their hearts, were not slow in their movements either. Runes are being arranged one by one to fill up this temporary experimental treehouse set up outdoors. Outside the small treehouse, several gods were already sitting on wooden chairs on one side and waiting. The fluctuations inside the treehouse can be felt by all the gods present, but just because they can feel it, Iclos's whole body is not well. Wow, that boy really treated such a place as a fortress. Loki clearly felt that the protection level of this small treehouse was constantly increasing, and the space outside the treehouse showed signs of solidification, which made her secretly speechless. That's power, right? In this barely concealed situation, even Iclos could see that the interior of the small treehouse was almost wrapped in countless powers. As far as the eyes of the gods could see, the entire interior of the small treehouse was almost surrounded by various methods were used, and these methods all had a faint aura of power. If he hadn't seen it, Iclos believed that the person who arranged it might be a god who often studied power. But I clearly saw that a kid from the lower world walked in and arranged it. Doesn't this mean that the person using the power is a kid from the lower world? Iclos was a little dizzy at this time. Children in the lower world can actually use powers. I must be dreaming now, and it's still a nightmare. Iclos, who was in charge of nightmares, felt like he was having a nightmare at this moment. If it wasn't a nightmare, why would a child from the lower world appear in reality and wield the power of a god? Iclos subconsciously looked at the shackles on his hands and feet. Why didn't you feel it just now? Yes, it was at this moment that Iclos noticed that the handcuffs and shackles that locked him had a faint aura of power, locking his body and soul tightly. Oops! This discovery set off alarm bells in Iclos's heart. After being caught by the enemy and seeing the enemy display his power, Iclos knew that he would not be able to leave alive. It's ridiculous that children from the Nether can use the power of powers. Those runestones turned out to be created by power. At this moment, Iclos realized whose hand the runestones he had bought to strengthen his family came from. In fact, from the beginning, Iclos felt that the runestones contained some special aura, which was a bit like power, but there was still a certain gap between it and power. At that time, Iclos thought it was a magical text hidden in ancient times. There is also an aura of power in those words, but the effect is not very great, and most of the magic words are in a semi-broken form, and the aura of power on them is almost undetectable. Now that the magic words suddenly appeared, Iclos thought that someone had mastered a special inheritance, or had done some research and restored the half-broken magic words. Who would have thought? But now it seems that it is not the same thing at all. Those words are not half-broken magic words, but real power disguised as half-broken magic words. At this moment, Iclos had a hole stuck in his throat and couldn't spit it out, which was extremely uncomfortable. After looking at Loki, Hephaestus, and Hermes, these three people can be eliminated directly. So that kid is Hestia's child? After realizing this, Iclos's whole face twitched. Damn it! This fool actually got such a huge advantage? Iclos was very sure that that power must be the power awakened when deciding the Familia. Maybe the power that children from the lower world can master only after awakening to the gods is really nonsense, but such a probability may really exist. After all, power cannot be transferred. Power is what God is born with. It is the person of God and an indivisible part of God. Zero requesting flowers. Therefore, it is impossible for gods to transfer their power, so the children in the lower world can only awaken the power of power on their own. This made Iclos feel a rare strong jealousy towards Hestia. Hestia, you are really unlucky. Yeah? Listening to Iclos's fiercely jealous complaints, Hephaestus, Loki, and Hermes couldn't help but nod. In fact, they also felt that Hestia's shit luck was real. I bumped into it. You must know that Belle's identity is also surprisingly weird. The product of the combination of Zeus's family and Hera's family, the ant is the incarnation of the former talent. As the last orphan of the heroic period, this is basically a full buff. Again plus the power called magic awakened by Belle himself. All these unlikely probabilities collided together, and they also collided with Hestia, who had just been in the lower world for less than a year. What a shame. Hestia was hit hard. No one else has such luck. Who is the lucky one? It was fate that Mr. Bell and I met. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Yes, if you weren't staying at my house at that time, maybe it wouldn't be yours. It's a pity that there is no if. Facing Hephaestus' sour words, Hestia accepted it with a smile on her face. At least on this point, Hestia always felt that she was really lucky, otherwise nor would she run into Belle. But looking back now, everything was an arrangement of fate. This shows that she was right to stay in Hephaestus' house, and it was fate that made such an arrangement. Just after several gods while talking, Belle had already walked out of the small tree house. Hey, you're ready. God Iclos, you should be ready for enlightenment, right? At this moment, Iclos's entire face was pale. He could already think of his own ending. Maybe it was just like what Loki said, being deported might be the best ending for him. Unfortunately, at this moment, he can no longer make any choice. No matter what Iclos thought, Belle helped the god make the decision anyway. Bring Iclos inside the tree house. The decoration inside is also very simple, with only a test bench in the center and 4 soft wood sofas on the edge of the small tree house. Oh, this guy is quite attentive. Seeing the 4 seats, Loki's eyes lit up and he sat in the seat closest to the center. TCH, do you still need to say it? Hestia pouted. Do you still need to question the carefulness of your child? She pulled Hephaestus and sat down. But it was closer to the edge, not sitting next to Loki. Hephaestus' eye was caught between Hestia and Loki. As for Hermes, he had no right to choose, especially in front of the 3 790 goddesses. After the four gods sat down, focusing his attention on the experimental table in the center, Bel fixed the god eye clothes on the experimental table. The collar controlling eye clothes was not directly removed, but was directly synchronized with the test table. Bind. Taking out the blade of Hestia from the four-dimensional space, Bel calmed down for a moment, then held the knife in his backhand and slashed directly at the right hand of God Iclos. Puff. How fast is the adventurer? Almost before he could react, Iclos's hand had already flown into the air. Then, pain also swept over him. Ah! The uncontrollable wailing immediately frightened the four gods sitting next to him. After the tragic wailing, a faint white light appeared on Iclos's severed hand, but the severed position was stained. A layer of scarlet flames was applied, making this layer of white light completely unable to play its intended role. I see. Noticing this, Bel continued to check the broken part of the shoulder. Some scarlet flames also appeared, completely suppressing the effect of the layer of white light. It turns out that killing gods is not just talk. In addition, the lower realm of gods does not project a part of themselves into the lower realm and let the consciousness be in a body. Instead, under the action of self-sealing, the divine power and the body of the god are packaged and sealed together. This discovery shocked Bel's heart. This was a big discovery. This discovery meant that gods could actually be killed. But Bel soon restrained himself from this discovery. The gods who came to the lower world were those who can be killed as long as they find a way to restrain the divine power and the mechanism that restrains the god's body from triggering the seal and being sent back to heaven. Bel's eyes were fixed on the severed arm of the god Iclos. The soul was cut off. There is an essential difference between the souls of gods and the souls of monsters, ordinary people in the lower world, and fairy spirits. Before, I have only seen the souls of ordinary people, monster souls, and fairy spirits. This is also the first time that Bel has seen the souls of gods. Soul. After carefully examining the soul on the broken arm, Bel quickly confirmed the strength of the soul of the god. It was beyond imagination. This conclusion did not surprise Bel. This should be a normal situation. The soul of ordinary people it can be cut, which has nothing to do with strength. It is just the strength of the soul that determines this. And the slightly stronger ones are monsters. The stronger ones are fairies. At least Bel can only do it when he is LV.4 scare the fairy and let her tear off the soul on her own. But the soul of the god is not like the fairy at all. Normally, Bel can't cut off a soul of this strength, but Godkiller gave him this qualification. In the true sense, a part of the god's soul was cut off from its complete state. Bel took the severed arm and observed it carefully. I see, if it weren't for killing gods, I really wouldn't be able to cut off the god's soul. Come down. But this further proves that gods have unimaginable immortality. Hey, boy, don't be silent. In such a bloody scene, you should also explain what you've found. Looking at the severed hand in his hand, and listening to God Loki's complaints behind him, Bel felt helpless, but he did not refuse. I'm thinking that the immortality of the gods is directly related to the soul zero. The souls of ordinary people are relatively easy to destroy. As long as certain arrangements are made, the complete soul can be easily destroyed when killing someone, thereby destroying the rebirth of ordinary people's souls. Even monsters are the same. With a little preparation, the souls created by the dungeon can be returned to energy without reincarnation. However, the soul strength of gods is far from the strength of the souls of ordinary people and monsters. Even the soul strength of immortals is several levels behind that of gods. Normally, even with my current strength, I cannot cut open the soul of a god. Rune is a very comprehensive and perfect power, but the person who uses this power does not have this ability. Naturally, Rune's ability is suppressed. Bel roughly estimates that if he does not have the ability to kill gods, if so, then he needs to reach at least level 8 before he can cut the soul of the god. However, the development ability of Godkiller greatly speeds up this speed. The development ability of killing gods allows me to be one step ahead of the game and kill the souls of gods. But, Bel grabbed the severed arm, and used his free hand to claw at the broken arm. A soul-like arm was pulled out from the broken arm. Although it can cut the soul of the god and even cause 4.6 permanent damage to the body of the god, it still cannot deal a devastating blow to the soul of the god. So I also made further judgments. Because the soul of the god is deeply bound to its power, I cannot carry out devastating damage to the soul of the god. If you want to destroy the god's soul, you need to completely separate the god's soul and power first. If it cannot be done, then even if it can kill the god's body, the power will return to the heaven with the god's soul. Although the damaged body cannot be restored, it can take a certain amount of time to reshape it. Therefore, the key to killing a god lies in how to strip away the soul and power of the god. Was it analyzed so quickly? As one of the goddesses, Loki understands the key reason why the gods are immortal, but he didn't expect that this boy Bel could already analyze it after just a few minutes of contact. Well, the answers are not very difficult to get, they are just some superficial theories. Bel dragged his chin to think, and replied nonchalantly. This is just a conclusion that can be obtained through simple observation. Considering the special nature of gods, it is inevitable that the immortality and power are directly related. Considering the special nature of gods, it is actually correct to think about the past in this direction. Although gods have great limitations, the fact that they are bound to their power is always unchangeable. And I was lucky enough to be able to use a power similar to power, so I naturally knew some secrets. That's true. Loki thought for a moment. Bel has omnipotent power, and it's normal to know more about the secrets of power. Then he looked at Iclos wailing on the experimental table with some pity. 20 Who made you so unlucky? You actually rushed into the most dangerous situation when you had nothing to do. Who else would you do if you didn't do it? After explaining, Bel continued to insist on the condition of the broken arm and that part of the soul. Just cut it off. That part of the soul is not like the soul of an ordinary person being cut off with a knife. Then the entire soul becomes incomplete and loses the qualification for reincarnation. Even if the soul of God Iclos is cut off, it is not in a state of collapse. Bad. 2 runes appeared in Bel's sight. Through the runes, Bel could see more clearly that the severed arm and the soul attached to it actually had a continuous connection with Iclos. Just like it is speculated that the soul of the god is special and has power as the glue between the body and soul of the god. If you want to make the god die, you need to face the problem of power. If you want to completely solve the problem of power, you still have to consider the connection. Cut it off. But this is not easy to do. Forget it, just dig out the power first and take a look. Bel let go of the broken arm in his hand, and at the same time, he returned the soul of the broken arm to the arm, and then put the complete arm he spliced it back to Iclos' shoulder and healed the broken injury. After careful observation, Bel found that he even spliced back the soul of God Iclos intact during the treatment. This also made Bel couldn't help but sigh. The soul of the god is just like plasticine. However, while feeling this way, Bel was also trying hard to observe the changes in the body and soul. Power exists in concepts. Since the soul and power of the god exist if there is a binding relationship, then power must exist in the complete soul of the god. Yes, in the complete soul. Power is the glue of the soul of the god. It can be reshaped with the soul of the god, even if it is only just there is only a slight amount of soul left. Therefore, Bel guessed that any part of the soul of a god has the concept of power. If you want to strip away power from the soul of a god, what you need to do is to unite the soul of the god, otherwise it will be impossible to strip it. But this kind of concealment goes beyond what can be seen with the eyes. Therefore, even though Bel observed carefully, he could not find the location of the power in the body of God Iclos. He still had to get started directly. Bel rolled up his sleeves, and the runes floated on the surface of his hands like surgical gloves. The horizontal experimental table also stood up for this purpose. Iclos, who was fixed on the experimental table, was naturally it didn't have much impact. He had just recovered from the pain of tearing and finally had the energy to pay attention to the kid in front of him who was beyond his imagination. His face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and his expression even had a hint of ferocity, but however, he tried his best to pull out a sarcastic smile and said mockingly, "You kid, a child from the lower world, can never kill a god." Bel looked at God Iclos quietly but did not say any unnecessary nonsense. He was not a person who liked to waste time. After being prepared, Bel immediately raised his hand and inserted it into the chest of God Iclos. I didn't hear the sound of arms observing the chest of God Iclos, because at this moment, Bel's hand had been forcefully inserted into the soul of God Iclos. Since power resides in the soul, pull the concept out of the soul. Although he felt no pain, Iclos had a bad premonition that sounded the alarm. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. What are you doing? My body couldn't help but tremble. Stop it. This is arrogance to God. Iclos suddenly felt something. His eyes widened, and his voice immediately became filled with horror, no longer as high-minded as before. Don't want. But at this time, you can stop just by saying no. Bel ignored the words of God Iclos, grabbed a corner of his hand, and pulled hard. It's just that the power and the soul of the god are bonded more tightly than imagined. Bel had no choice but to exert 597 force as much as possible, otherwise the power would inevitably hide back in the soul of God Iclos, and it would take a lot of effort to catch it out next time. The arm was shaking slightly, and you could even see it the muscles were shaking slightly, and Bel couldn't maintain a fast speed, so he could only pull it out bit by bit. No The arm that was completely immersed in Iclos' soul has been pulled out bit by bit, even to the wrist. This discovery made Iclos' alarm bells ring, and he could feel that the power he possessed was being forcibly removed. Pull it out. He can even feel his power being lost when it is pulled a little bit. As long as the arm holding his power moves out a little, his power will be quickly taken away. If he can use divine power, he can fight with this wrestling with strength, but with the divine power being sealed at this moment, he could only watch such a situation happen before his eyes. No matter how much Iclos resisted, Bel's hand had gradually pulled the thing called power out of Iclos' soul. The last effort. With the desperate wailing of Iclos, the last part of power has been pulled out of Iclos' soul. Power itself has no shape, its existence is a concept. Therefore, power itself does not have a fixed form. It is because of this that so much preparation is needed to dig out power. It was dug out, but the connection was still not severed. The power may have been dug out by Bel, but the mark on it has not yet been erased. As long as the power still bears the brand of Iclos, then it is impossible to completely kill Iclos. Oh, is this the power of Iclos? Loki seemed a little excited at the moment. After all, this was the first time he saw the external appearance of other gods' powers. Yes, this is the power of the god Iclos. So, can I kill Iclos now? It's a pity that we still can't do it now. Why? After hearing God Loki's third question, even if Bel didn't look back, he could still see the unhappy expression on God Loki's face, but Bel didn't pay much attention to it and reminded him slowly. God Loki, please restrain your murderous intent. Even though God Iclos is bound to die, please respect this process a little bit. If you can simply kill the gods, don't you think the gods are cheap? It's quite cheap. Loki glanced at Iclos, who was almost half-breathed. Although he looked like he was about to die, she also knew that this guy's life was very long. Power cannot be destroyed. Once Iclos is strangled to death, the power will take Iclos back to heaven to spend a certain amount of time rebuilding his body. Therefore, if the problem of power is not solved, Iclos cannot die so quickly. Even if it doesn't solve the problem of power, even if we really want to die, we have to wait until this problem is solved. So have you figured out how to deal with power? Absolutely not. Belle's direct denial made Loki slightly startled, but then she laughed again. You boy don't want to think about the solution before taking action. Belle does not deny this. He naturally knows that power is difficult to handle. As a person with this power, Belle knows better than anyone else that power is difficult to handle. As a rule of the world, unless personal strength is superior to the world. Otherwise, wanting to solve the problem of power is a false proposition, which is the same as wanting to destroy the world. No, impossible. Power will never be stripped away so easily. Iclos was taking in less air and outgoing more air now, but his mood was much calmer at the moment. Without a solution to Quan Nang, there is no way to stop Quan Nang from taking him back to heaven. Iclos, who understood this, felt a little complicated at the moment. He didn't expect that as a god, he would be forced to this point. Belle also agrees with this. Power cannot be stripped off simply by stripping it off, it can only be done if you have the power to dominate the world. But there are no tricks. A circular array of runes suddenly lit up on the ground. Belle stood up straight, the hood on his head was pulled down, and his face showed solemnity and seriousness, even far more than any time in the past. Mother of the world, please hear my prayer. I pray to you as your child, please take away this power that originally belongs to you. Please allow me to give this man the necessary rest. The meaning of the words is very simple, even so simple that the 5 gods present clearly understood it. Ha ha ha. Praying to the mother of the world. Iclos was stunned for a few seconds and then let out a hoarse and wanton laugh. In his opinion, this was nonsense. Why do you think a human from the lower world can attract the world? Even if Iclos understands that the world has self-awareness, it does not mean that the consciousness of the world will appear here. Suddenly, an invisible hand stretched out from the void and grabbed the power belonging to Iclos. Iclos Colos's voice stopped suddenly, replaced by a tone of disbelief. Why? Why would a mere human request make you appear? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Why? The voice of disbelief slowly turned into tears. The power that was originally held by Belle has disappeared without a trace. No one can sense the arrival of any existence. Only the disappearance of Iclos' power can prove this. Belle looked down at the god Iclos on the experimental table. No, to be precise, the god Iclos at this moment is no longer a god. At the moment when his power was taken back, Iclos had completely fallen from the throne. He is no longer a so-called god, just a false god with his self sealed. This is the result? The god Iclos? No, it's Iclos. Now you are just a sealed false god. Belle was not overly sarcastic or irritating, he was just stating the most real facts, but such facts also stimulated Iclos enough. The identity he was proud of and the identity he was proud of was completely deprived at this moment. And the deprived people are not other people, they are the world that gave birth to their gods. Impossible. Why is the world self-aware? I cannot be deprived. At this moment, Iclos was like a broken tape recorder, constantly repeating those self-denying facts. Belle shook his head slightly. The first god doubted his own life after being deprived of everything. This symptom was much more serious than the previous symptoms. It seems that depriving the gods of their power is the greatest stimulus to the gods. But Belle can also understand this idea. It was like, Nyo Hazeo had his most precious thing taken away. If the same thing happened to him, he would probably have a headache. But even if he felt the same, Belle would not forget the business at hand. Iclos knew too many secrets. At this moment, he had to die, and he had to die completely. Not even a trace of his soul could be left, otherwise Belle would risk being exposed. Belle, who was always paying attention to the soul of Iclos, gradually discovered that the soul that was not easy to collapse before had begun to show signs of being easily corrupted. Farewell, then, Iclos. The hand penetrated Iclos's chest and took out his heart. The soul was completely crushed in an instant. The soul that had acquired the decay no longer had any resistance, and even the residue was dissolved with just a little persistence. Became the Grey Messenger. Iclos, officially dead.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.